Hello everybody and welcome to Fight Night Legends. My name is Taller Nova. Joining me tonight is going to be Jay Blevins. Jay Blevins, how you doing this evening?
I am doing absolutely fantastic, Taller Nova. Honestly, we are in for an absolute bevy of action tonight, so I am very, very excited to be casting Fight Night Legends tonight.
I like burn. And this is a very special edition of Fight Night because while this is week 45 for the Americas, we add that on to week 31 for Europe that took place a little bit earlier today and week 24 from Brazil that happened last night. You add all of that together, J Doza. I don't know if caster math is being kind to your brain right now, but that means this is the 100th Fight Night.
Yeah, that is absolutely insane. I was actually just thinking about that earlier. I was like, wow, we're on 44. Like, what is this? This has gone on for so long, and definitely, yeah, exciting stuff, man. 100, and it's also Halloween edition, kinda, sorta, a little bit. Hopefully, you guys like my makeshift bit here. So, as Taller Nova here, Casanova, does his nails a little bit. So anyways, we are in for a very exciting Fight Night Legends, and man, I gotta say too, it is the first time I personally am here, so I'm definitely gonna love casting alongside you tonight, man.
And we're going to take a look at the format that the players are going to be competing in tonight, as they do for every Fight Night. So, got a double elimination bracket with 8 invited players. All matches going to be a best of 3, playing a 2-deck format where you cannot overlap regionally. And to win a match, a player must win with both decks. Now, if the grand finals from the lower bracket wins, then a bracket reset will occur, and finalists will play one more best of 3 match. And of course, the prize pool, $200 with 100 to first, 50 to second, 35 to third, and 15 to fourth, with the top 2 players being invited back for next week.
200 buckaroos, baby. We'll see who's going to be able to take it away today. Definitely going to be a interesting night. So we got Jay Tamunda going up against Dragon Guy Who Died. Shout out to the name, by the way. TOF Pixar going up against Storm in the quarterfinals. Taiko, I'm going with Taiko. Salvaje going up against Eniamore. And the one and only Kochua against Rick Diggus there. And yeah, it's going to be double elim. Going to see how far everybody goes tonight. We'll see if we'll get that extra bracket reset at the final. So this is going to be a fun night.
Yeah, and for the first game, we are going to be looking at Taiko up against Eniamore. We'll take a look at their decks a little bit later on. But there's a good variety of things going on tonight. The Fight Nights didn't happen last week because of the login issues, but now we are back in action and ready to bring you this patch 2.18 good stuff. First Fight Night since the buffs and nerfs of the recent patch. No new cards came out, but we're trucking along. The meta is in a very wide open state. I don't know if any players brought the same decks twice.
Yeah, we were just talking about Riven. Riven's in the mix, okay? There's a player who brought Riven. Of course, we were also talking about Glorious Evolution, so we have a couple of those decks in the mix tonight as well with Shellfolk. So, and then outside of that, Dragons making a comeback, which I think everybody pretty much figured. You know, you got Aurelion Soul kind of getting unnerfed, so to speak. So yeah, very, very wide variety of decks. Nice diverse environment here. And hopefully, Taller Casa, that means we're going to be in store for some awesome gameplay, and we get to see a little bit of creativity today with the decks.
I mean, it's... Look, I already got up here and said that there's, like, no deck twice. So, yeah, of course we're going to see creativity within the decks. The meta is still shaping, and it's really exciting to me that it doesn't really look that similar to the previous meta. Obviously, Nami, I think, is the only deck that really got removed from the conversation. Everything else has been slight adaptations to either the buffs or the nerfs that the decks received. Tenor of Terror getting taken out upset a lot of, like, the Poppy decks and a few of the burn decks, like Bandle Pirates and Ziggs Poppy. You know, there was the change on Twinblade Revenant, and that just kind of further pushed out Draven Ezreal that we already weren't seeing too often. But this Shellfolk deck, J Doza, the Glorious Evolution Shellfolk, your absolute favorite, that's something that a couple of players have brought. They look a little different, but we'll be able to see both of them in round number 1. I know that you've been iffy on this deck a little bit.
I did. See, you're setting me up for failure. I am very, very hard on cards that cost like 10 plus, or even like in this game, really like 8 plus. I feel like you should be getting a lot of, tempo swing. In this case, I feel like you lose a lot of tempo with Glorious Evolution, but I understand. I get it, right? I get that when you play it, the idea is that you're ending the game. And a lot of people at this point are like, all right, it's turn 7. You play Glorious Evolution with your 3-bank spell mana, and then poof, everything's -1. You can play all those Daring Poros and be off to the races with a victory there. So It's going to be interesting to see if that's the deck that wins out. I'm not going to be very happy if it does win out. What I do want to talk about, though, Boulevard, we have this card. It might as well be a champion. And I mentioned this earlier to you. Lecturing Yordle. I feel like we're going to see this throughout the entire tournament today. And like basically everybody's lineup.
One player whose lineup it is not in, though, is going to be Tamunda, who we see here on the screen. Favorite deck is Go Hard, but tonight has brought the Draven Scion and the Auction Sivir Demacia, sort of one of the more, I guess, like, callback to last format style of lineups, where you've got the absolute powerhouse that was Draven Scion, and then Sivir Auction, which, like, performed pretty well at the Worlds, and then just kind of never fell off from there.
Yeah, and then we have Dragon Guy who died here, which actually we were talking about this before we got on cam. Zillion Echo and wait for it, Braum, Asol, Targon's Peak. So we're no stranger to Targon's Peak, of course. We know what this puppy does, but Braum recently getting that buff right to 6 health. Not any attack back left, unfortunately, but we do at least have the 6 health. And yeah, here you go. Here it is right here. Braum, Aurelian Soul. We have 3 Feel the Rush alongside the 3 Peak, the 3 Bladed Ravine. So this is definitely going to be a deck that I hope we get to catch at some point today. I'm very excited for this one.
Yeah, that Faces of the Old One buff coming in big for this kind of archetype, as well as the Braum buff. You know, normally we see this either as, I think Zoe is sort of the more popular champion, and then every now and then we'll see Trundle. Braum is a new one for me when it comes to Targon's Peak, but I mean, hey, it is a 10-10 challenger with regeneration, so if you're not worried about ending the game as immediately, then you can go ahead and play this slower game with the Braum. But, I mean, She Who Wanders. This is a card that has been around since day one. You know, it's gone through a couple of different changes, but I mean, it will kill that Lecturing Yordle that you've been sort of harping on a little bit tonight.
Yeah, a bevy of Lecturing Yordles is exactly what I'm expecting to see tonight. So, I don't know, man. I just feel like, you know, Bull Elnuck. You compare Lecturing Yordle to Bull Elnuck, it's just one less attack, man, except it's so much better. You get the poison darts. I'm going to continue to hate on this card until we see it.
Well, I love the card because I love burn, and it burns, so I'm a big fan of it. But it looks like soon here we should be taking a look at the deck list of the players that we will be going for round 1, as we had mentioned, Takeo and Ian Amor. Both of those brought Shell Folk, so we might... Nope, we're going to be going for Dragon Guy, who died in round number 1. It looks like there was a problem with the stream. I had misunderstood what was going on in the background, and that's what you get when you talk too much.
I mean, you should know that by now. We don't shut up. But here's the Zillion Echo deck that we just mentioned with Dragon Guy, who died as well. And this is a deck, I first remember this deck getting really popular when BBG was really trying to push this deck. BBG loved this deck. A little bit different of a build now. You see the defective swap bot in there as well. But I don't know. A lot of people, I feel, think that this deck is still missing 1 or 2 cards to be released to really push this as a reliable deck in competitive play. But we'll see tonight. I mean, this is one of the most competitive tournaments you can get to, and here we have it. Hopefully, we'll get to see it in action.
Yeah, and that build looks a little bit different than some of the more standard builds that we see when we talk about how poor the deck is performing, both on ladder and in tournaments. So this does look a little bit different than that. Station Archivist is an addition that I think not everybody is on just yet, and probably should hop on sooner rather than later, because I think that card does a lot for a deck like this.
Yeah, Station Archivist, man, it was in the Draven decks before, right? It was Draven, Ezreal.
The Tri-Beam, yeah.
The Tri-Beam decks, yeah. So, but here we go, getting into Dragon Guy who died. I can get this itchy beard down for a second. Jesus.
You
all right, you didn't hear that.
Take
you
that
didn't
off.
hear that. I mean, I'm staying in character the whole time. I'm sorry. So, anyways, Dragon Guy who died here, going up against Tamunda and starting off with the Catalyst of Aeons, but really, I don't know, not looking like a hot hand, Boulevard. Oh God, I mean,
it's kind of hard to judge what isn't a hot hand with Targon's Peak, because what your hand looks like for the first 5 turns is less relevant than what it looks like on exactly turn 5. If you can still find the Targon's Peak, then you can fix and salvage everything. Of course, it would have been nice to open up with a Faces of the Old One, but we don't have that. But I mean, with the opening that Tamunda has here, it looks like this Bladed Ravine is going to do a fair amount of work.
Well, there's that Catalyst of Aeons on turn 4, so that'll feel nice, ramping up at least a little bit so we can get towards playing some of these more expensive cards. But yeah, you're right. I mean, if we can still manage to find the Targon's Peak, we will be in an okay spot. We're thinking about playing the Spacey Sketcher to start kind of, I don't know, utilizing this hand just a little bit. I understand discarding Aurelian Soul because it's, you know, it's 10 cost. You're probably not going to be playing it anytime soon.
It's just sitting there.
Yeah, But I feel like, I mean, you're not going to win unless you get some larger units down at some point and you start high rolling into something like Targon's Peak. So I do like getting rid of the other Blighted Ravine. You could have also gone the route of playing for both Blighted Ravines to, clear the field of Jay Tamunda. But either way, it's kind of a hard situation for Dragon Guy.
Yeah, I mean, this Sivir Auction is a deck that can really pile on the early aggression and not give you the breathing room that you need. And now on turn 5, we do not have access to the Targon's Peak. And this is where the things get a little bit rougher, right? We have done pretty minimal ramping up until this point. We're not going to be able to see our high impact cards come down. Luckily, we're not like stuck on a bunch of those. And honestly, I don't even know if Targon's Peak would look good right now. The only appealing hit is Aurelion Soul. And if, Jay Tamunda gets something that is equally impactful, like I mean, even just Sivir staying wide on board makes it look really good. So I'm really not loving Dragon Guy's position, but I mean, this is why you play the deck, right? It's a bit of a coin flip deck, and sometimes you just got to roll with the punches.
Yeah, and absolute bevy of Blighted Ravines as well, as we just discarded one, and we have all three essentially getting drawn here. And yeah, I mean, we were talking about the tempo loss from Glorious Evolution earlier. Same kind of deal with oh, wow, I totally just blanked on the card name. We literally have just said it like 80,000 times. Targon's Peak, thank you. It's Targon's Peak. Playing it on turn 5 is a huge tempo loss. So like you were saying, even if we had it there, all right, now we have one less blocker. That's still going to be a lot of damage that we take. And like you said, Sivir and Akshan not really going to give us a whole lot of breathing room. There's a Braum, which is a good defender, but not good enough.
Yeah, I don't even know if you feel comfortable attacking into anything in this matchup with Braum, because the chances that it just dies is pretty high. Now, the 6 HP does change a lot of things. It does mean that Sharp Sight is not going to be able to kill it in conjunction with either this Akshan or this Vicarian Vagabond. So this might be the first time where I felt like the Braum buff has been relevant. Just running it into these 3 attack units because of the Shapestone nerf. There's no singular out that is going to kill this Braum, unless Jay Tamunda has brought the one of Riposte, which is not out of the question, and I'm going to confirm right now.
There is no one of Riposte in Jay Tamunda's deck. So
yeah, so you'd at least be getting like 2 resources out of your opponent in order to kill your Braum, which you're at a pretty high life total. You're feeling moderately comfortable.
Well, plus any buffs you put onto that block on Braum is also going to go towards your Sivir level. So it's not not looking good for Dragon Guy right now. I think that honestly, especially with the hand, right? We have Avalanche, we have the 2 Blighted Ravines. Maybe we can clear the field and we start getting somewhere. So yeah, here's the Avalanche, which means the Blighted Ravine will at least clear the Akshan and the Vagabond that you're talking about, Boulevard. And I don't think Jay Tamunda is going to summon anything else, but we're going into the attack turn of Jay Tamunda here in a second. And I imagine we're going to get a little bit more development. We'll have the Crescent Strike, but at this point, Dragon Guy is just hoping and praying that we can live, I don't know, 2 or 3 more turns to, again, just draw into Targon's Peak. And there it is. We finally got it.
Oh, man. And this is the problem with using... This is the problem with using Avalanche and Blighted Ravine instead of 2 Blighted Ravines, is Jay Tamunda gets that window to save his unit with the Sharp Sight, which pushes a lot more damage. Dragon Guy does not currently have good development. And if you slam down Targon's Peak, then you are susceptible to a lethal rally, since everything else in your hand costs a little bit of mana. And I think that you do want to empty out like Blighted Ravine Crescent Strike before you actually play the Targon's Peak and increase the chances that you're going to hit very specifically that Aurelion Soul. But we've got a window here. This is actually really good for Dragon Guy, being able to get off the stun, get the Ravine down on the following, and there's really no threat of lethal from Jay Tamunda on this turn now.
Yeah. So definitely a good pick on the Crescent Strike previously. That's exactly why Spacey Sketcher's in here, right? I mean, you could get some of those nice, cheap Celestial cards that really allow you to just stick around for a couple more turns. But there's the Waking Sands.
Big damage.
Yeah, 5, 6, 7, 10. Oh, man, that's rough.
Is going to be a full board clear for Dragon Guy, though.
Yeah.
So with only 3 cards left in hand, we're still a little far away from the Warlord's Horde. I don't think that is ticking down until after Dragon Guy has developed one of his larger units, thanks to this Targon's Peak. And peak number 2, we're actually just going to run out Braum.
Yeah, and for anybody curious, the reason why that was a full board clear is because the barrier on Sivir unfortunately does not last past the turn. It actually dissipates.
Did you just say unfortunately?
Well, hey, I'm not saying that wouldn't be broken. I'm just saying that's what it does. I say unfortunately because I'm a Lux fan, which I want Lux to do well, and unfortunately Lux is bad. So don't be hating, Boulevard. You know you wish Lux was good. Sorry, taller
Don't wish
Casanova.
barrier was that good.
But yeah, the Braum here. I mean, we have the star shaping as well to at least heal up. So I think Dragon Guy is at a point where we've actually kind of stabilized a little bit. The problem is we're not really doing a whole lot. Even if we do manage to get down the Aurelian Soul, I mean, there's a pretty good shot Tamunda still could close things out before then. But I don't know. It's looking close now. Dragon Guy might be able to come back in this.
It really comes down to, are there enough sharp sights and shape stones in order for Tamunda to kill with the Sivir if we take a block onto the other unit? Are we dead to a potential rally here? And I think that with the peak and the star shaping, we should be good on Dragon Guy's side. But if we hit Targon's Peak with our Targon's Peak, I think that's just game over. So we got the block lined up. Tamunda, this is a situation where you're like, look, they've got to have something, right? There's still 5 mana being represented. You can make a pretty decent read that one of those is a rally just because you're playing around that anyway. You know that that's a game-losing line. Here comes the Absolver. The Absolver's Return coming out as well, and I believe this still does not present lethal and does take us off the rally for the turn, so we are going to survive on Dragon Guy's side at least.
Yep.
And thanks to the star shaping, we will have another good target for our peak.
And this is what we were talking about earlier, right, with Braum. You know, even though Braum's pretty healthy at that 6 health, we have a lot of combat tricks. We're seeing the trade happen here. Dragon Guy going down to 3. Let's see what we get with star shaping. There's the Great Beyond. We almost see the hover, how we almost instantly hovered Great Beyond and just clicked
the
it.
Scourge buff, though. The newly buffed Scourge having Overwhelm on itself, I think, was a massive change in making this card actually feel like a win condition, like all of the other Celestials that are
Especially
in that similar pool.
Mana. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah.
But I mean, there's still the idea that there is a rally in the hand of Tamunda. Right? You do not feel out of the woods by any stretch of the imagination, and now we're just going to play the Aurelian Soul first, see what we can find. And I mean, Living Legend's not a bad hit since this Aesol is currently poised to level up.
Oh boy, so this might be the turnaround that Dragon Guy needed. I mean, I got to agree with you. Scourge being that, oh man, Overwhelm, that could just close out the game. It's going to be able to give this Aurelian Soul Overwhelm as well when it attacks. And do we just have it here?
It depends on how many buffs there are in Tamunda's hand.
Oh, no, are we one short? No, this is exact lethal with no buffs.
It's 23 damage of Overwhelm. Most we can block is 6, so yeah, that's 17 damage.
So
can Casanova do math? Am I supposed to be able to do that? Is that like in my repertoire?
That's a good point.
Okay. Confirmation from production that Casanova can do math.
All right, let's see what's on the stack here. A Sharp Sight would save Tamunda. Shape Stone would not. Okay, there's
single. Wow.
Okay, wow.
Wow, yeah, this is going to protect the Sivir even.
Wow, this is great. Yeah, the quick attack is going to trade with the Scourge. What a play by Tamunda. I really, really like that. And now all of a sudden, I mean, the tables are turned. I think, do we just take this? I mean, we could block the 10 damage with the Bright Steel. But yeah, I think Tamunda might be going for a push here. I mean, we can't see the hand, but maybe we're just trying to go wide around this Aurelian Soul and try to take the game. But there's Supernova. The peak got hit with 0, which is not that great.
Yeah, and it's an open attack with the vulnerable tag on the Aesol. This might just be a lethal presentation, and yeah, there is nothing you can do about that. Dragon Guy who died, not going to be able to take game 1 with the Targon's Peak, is going to fall to the Sivir Akshan, and now Tamunda left to pick up a win with the Draven Scion up against this pretty unique lineup from Dragon Guy. I'm excited to see if he sticks on this Targon's Peak, if we swap it over. I don't know the matchup charts into something like Scion, but I imagine there is a level of threat if your opponent gets to drop a Scion a lot earlier than normal.
I will say I'll be very disappointed if we can't see the Zillion Echo. So I hope that we don't get the run back of Braum Aurelian Soul. This beard is very difficult to keep on, by the way, if anybody wonders why I keep messing with this beard. But here we go. Dragon Guy, yes, we got it. All right, we got the Zillion Echo. We're not going to run it back. This is great. We get to see both decks, and I'm not going to lie. I'm a little biased. I'm pulling for Dragon Guy who died here. This looks like a lot of preparation in hand. That is 3 predict cards, not to mention the Fallen Feline. So we'll see if we can set up for the next couple of turns to be pretty productive here.
Yeah, and we actually go for a turn 1 predict rather than the Fallen Feline. And I'm curious if we're going to continue to curve out or if we're going to go... It looks like double Feline is going to be the play from Dragon Guy this turn.
Yeah, I like this. Actually, we're gonna be pretty wide. I mean, we're probably gonna play the other ancient preparations, so we're gonna have a lot of kind of 2 attack units here. I'm not sure if that's gonna be great going up against something like Draven Sign. And there's a Time Winder. I didn't even see that main deck. There's one.
Yeah,
there's only one.
Wow. Time Winder. Draven Scion is a really hard archetype to talk about because no two lists look the same, and the one of tech cards that players end up going for can make a huge difference, like that Time Winder does right there. That said, I think Dragon Guy is still in a phenomenal spot if he can find even just one of those Hexite crystals. You know, clear out the Risen Riders as well as, there we go, the newly nerfed Draven, who is just sitting at a pitiful 2 HP.
Still good though. Still good.
Yeah, still good though.
So just to kind of go a little bit more on that, so there is one Captain Farron in here, as well as 2 Ravenous Flock. So those are 2 other cards I know kind of are flip-flopped.
Found Echo.
So there is the Echo. And this is a decent block on the Draven. I don't think Tamunda is going to have anything to respond with only 1 mana, so this is going to feel pretty good on the side of Dragon Guy, getting things back to normal. And honestly, everything's said and done. I mean, honestly, that Time Winder probably should have put Dragon Guy really far behind. But after just this one Scrying Sands, I think that we're actually not in too bad of a spot, especially with that Echo going to be coming up next.
All right, so we're gonna get Echo. I think it's 1 off of being leveled. Yeah, so we're not even going to play it pre-combat. It's only at 2 HP. I like not playing the Echo until it's leveled so that it is no longer vulnerable to Mystic Shot, on top of the fact that we didn't have the mana for the Time Trick anyway. It would have just been a little bit more damage, a chance for Tamunda to develop a little bit of a board and potentially block one of our units and pick off the Echo. So I really do like hanging it back there for Dragon Guy.
Yeah, Echo also recently changed, kind of buffed a little bit there from 5 predicts to 4 for the level up condition, so going to be much easier to get Echo down. And there it is. There's the level up you were just talking about, Boulevard. Now, the attack token going over to Tamunda, so not really going to be able to utilize Echo too much this turn, but you can... I don't know how safely... I was going to say you could safely play Echo, but against something like Scion Draven, this might be risky. I mean, it might just get picked off by something like a Get Excited, which... It's not far out of the question right now with how big of a hand Tamunda has.
Yeah, it's one of those risks that's never going away, though, right? Dragon Guy only has a very limited number of threats in the deck. It looks like we are willing to commit the Absolver and Absolver's Return in order to save this Echo. Now, there are still a couple of Ravenous Flocks in Tamunda's list as well, so this Echo is by no means safe, but I mean, it's kind of what you have to do.
Yeah, there's actually a lot of outs for Tamunda there. There's the Flocks and there's the Mystic Shots. Like, there's like 6 cards in the deck that still blow this out. Let's see if Tamunda's got one.
If this Echo dies, knowing that there is a Scrying Sands on top of the deck for Dragon Guy who died, this is looking terrible.
Yeah, I mean, if that Echo lived, I think Dragon Guy might have started to really make a comeback here, but instead we have to buff the Chronomancer just to block the fearsome unit, which you got to do what you got to do. You got to stay alive.
Yeah.
And we're starting to really fall behind in card advantage now, too. Defective Swap Bot. Not great now.
That's actually probably one of the better top decks because we are so close to the Scion turn.
Or Farron, yeah, for that matter. We could, if 7 or 8. Let's see if we get it.
Yeah, if Tamunda goes for Scion here, that might...
Here we go.
Okay, yeah, so now we're going to have a potential 10-6 swap bot. Now, it can still get Exciteded while its ability is on the stack, but there's no mana for Tamunda. This is going to be a free swap.
Get Exciteded.
But there's still so much damage and fearsome damage on the side of Tamunda.
All right, yeah, well,
here
we go.
We're using the Absolver defensively.
Wait, did we even... Oh, yeah, okay, that's going to allow it to trade with the Subdredger. And this... isn't terrible. This is pretty good.
Yeah, you're clearing out all the board. You're leaving the Scion alive, but using the offense, or rather the defensive Absolver Return does mean that we have no shot at lethal next turn, or really anytime soon. Going to grab a Time Trick onto the top of the deck, but it's really just up to, can we find our second Echo in a timely fashion and try to start getting that train rolling, because Dragon Guy is very out of cards.
Yeah, and even when you look at something like this deck, it's got 3 Preservarium to kind of
no Spinning Axe there to take the trade.
It's got
from Tamunda.
It's got the 3 Preservarium to kind of get back the card advantage, but all we see happening right now with Dragon Guy is just making trades, but trading down, and we're just slowly losing cards, and eventually Tamunda is just going to come out on top, especially with something like the almighty Lost Soul that we all know about. You're just never going to get back up in the game.
I want to mention, there are 2 defective swap bot in this deck, and I'm pretty sure that second swap bot has appeared in like the last 3 or 4 predicts. He really kept indicating Dragon Guy like, hey man, I know things you don't. There is a Captain Farron coming, please grab me, Detective Swap Bot number 2. But Dragon Guy says, no, you don't tell me how to play the deck. I am the one who plays the deck, and the Farron does come down. Is now representing a lot of damage into Dragon Guy's Nexus, but we're going to take away the Overwhelm and just trade it for our big swap bot.
All right, and again, just kind of doing what we need to do to stay alive. Things not looking good for Dragon Guy who died. You know, this is unfortunate. This is unfortunate, Taller Casanova. I was really hoping we would at least get a win from one of these 2 decks. This, to me, was probably the most original lineup out of everybody who came in today, and it just got trounced. I'm not gonna lie. This is this is a pretty easy victory. It looks like for Tamunda. We're gonna get the axe onto the Scion, deal some more damage. And we have not even used the last breath effect from Scion yet. This is not every day I actually get to see a Scion stay on the field this long and not have the last breath triggered.
It's possible that Tamunda is actually thinking about killing his own Scion right now and trying to calculate, how much damage does that push through. It would be lethal damage because the Scion will reset to a 10-4 because Scion Reborn is a separate entity. It looks like we're going to start off with one of our Twin Blade Revenants.
Yeah, this is one of the reasons why Flock is a card in the deck. And we're get excited. Yeah. That works too.
That's it. That's lethal. We see the Zillion emote come out, fading away back into the background, but that is going to be Tamunda with the Scion Reborn, with the really scuffed Captain Farron sticking around at that 4 attack and that 1 HP. But it's enough. It's enough to take down the Zillion Echo.
All right. So it's looking like we're going to go to Kochua next, if I heard that correctly. Going up against Diggus here. So I want to go ahead and pull up Kochua's. I actually didn't even see what Kochua was playing for today. I'm actually Draven Scion and Zed Poppy.
Draven Scion and Zed Poppy.
Zed Poppy. That's still a thing. That's still man. Elusive. Elusive's always going to be a thing. People just refuse
Zed
to
Poppy,
give up.
I think, is like one of the decks that has really taken over ladder in the last week.
Yep.
But Kochua ran Zed Poppy or some version of Demacia Elusives to his 2nd place finish at the Beyond the Bandlewood Seasonal 2 weeks ago. So it makes sense that it's a deck that he's comfortable on. He's going to run it back here in this tournament. But on the side of Rick Diggus, we have this Bandle City Swain, the new iteration of the Swain archetype. And I'm a really big fan of this, honestly. We saw a Teemo version of this take a 2nd place at the OLS last weekend.
Riven. There's a Riven. A wild Riven.
Yeah,
it's not on board.
I said Bandle City. I'm sorry I didn't get to the Riven yet. You didn't let me finish my point.
That's the best part of the deck. It's the best part of the deck. Come on, man.
It is. It might be your favorite part of the deck, but I don't think Riven is the best card in this deck.
We were talking about this earlier. I am not convinced.
Yordle, Lecturing Yordle's in there, so that's the best card in the deck.
That's the best. That's the champion of the deck. We were talking about this earlier. The Teemo version, when yourself and I saw it play, it did pretty freaking bad. I do not think Riven is the savior of this deck. I definitely like the creativity. I hope it proves me wrong, but I'm not holding my breath.
There's a little more nuance to it than that. I think Death's Hand is a big difference maker between the version that we saw last week and this a little bit more refined version, because we did see some struggles to level the Scion, or to level the Swain rather, when you're not in Bilgewater, right? You don't have that keg access. That takes away a lot of damage. You don't have the Twisted Fate red card, that big sweeper to make sure that everything is getting pushed through. But it looks like we're doing a fine job here. We're looking at lethal damage on the side of Rick Diggus. Coach, we're going to have to use some defensive get exciteds. But you were really hoping to save those for face in conjunction with these decimates, and I just don't think you can afford to do that. Even if you do, you're going to be left at 2 HP. You're not going to have an answer to this Leviathan. And I think Rick Diggus is still going to take it.
That's don't you just love to see that giant hand of burn, Taller Casanova? Don't you just love it?
I love burn.
Look at all that burn. That is a bevy of burn. There's so much burn. And instead of going face, it's killing the field, which feels bad.
Yeah, you never like to see that happen.
Nope.
But you got to do what you got to do to survive. But I'm not seeing a clear win con for Kochua here. We're stuck on Twin Blade Revenants, which, as good as that card is, it will not soloing you the game from this scenario and
Yeah.
losing out on the challenger now feeling worse than ever.
Mhm.
Oh, okay, now that we have the hand of Rick Diggus,
There we
absolutely no universe with
go.
Kochua.
Yeah. Hey, look at that swing
what?
there.
We didn't play Leviathan. We didn't want to go for lethal this
that
turn.
Was, you know, there's the prospect of the Swain Leviathan combo is probably just too much. Like, you just got to do it, you know? You got to feel good that you got the combo. You know what I mean? It's like
bevy of boats.
It's like having Exodia but not playing Exodia, like winning a different way. Actually, can you even do that, or do you have to?
No,
you have to.
It is
right?
actually in the rules of Yu-Gi-Oh that if you have Exodia in hand, you have to immediately reveal it,
But what
so
if
that
I
you don't get
wanna
into
win?
situations where someone like plays the game for 40 minutes and then they're like, "Oh, by the way, I have Exodia to like play the clock."
I actually won 20 minutes ago.
Yeah, you
And
can't just be like,
death
"Oh,
by
yeah, I
shroom.
won half an hour ago."
We didn't win with either. We didn't win with Leviathan or any of it. We won with shrooms, as per usual. So, oh god.
There's that lecturing Yordle. We didn't see him on the field, but his presence is still felt.
Oh man! All right, so let's take a look.
You know who you look like, Jay Blevins? You look like Davy Jones. I'm getting tentacle vibes, not beard vibes.
You know what? It works. I'm okay with it. Pirates. When are they making a new movie for that? I want to see.
I'm pretty sure they're done.
I think they're done too. Johnny Depp's out. All right. So we saw Enya Moore take down Taco Salvaje. We got Jay Tamunda take down Dragon Guy, and then we just saw that game there. So it looks like TOF Pixar and Storm are still going. And nope, we're gonna get back into Kochua.
So are Rick Diggus and Kochua.
All right.
That was only one of the games.
One of the games. Do we know the score? So it must be 1-1.
Somewhere.
Yeah, it must be 1-1 now. 1-0. Okay, awesome.
1-0.
1-0.
Okay.
Production on point. Thank you very much. All right. So it looks like we are tossing this whole hand. And this is one of my pet peeves with decks like this and just like this elusive deck. The amount of rallies that you play, especially with Relentless Pursuit now being 4 cost, man, can your hand just get gummed up with rallies and just completely crap hand. And sometimes like you just have no chance of winning the game. I mean, this is why we want to mulligan them away. We do get one back in hand. Sometimes one early is good, especially against a more of a control-oriented deck like Lisa and Zoe. See if we can pressure a little bit on the side of Kochua. But the Zed, I think the Zed will definitely help here.
Absolutely. And there's no Eye of the Dragon in sight for Rick Diggus, so the Kochua's got the entire board. They can do whatever they want. At the moment, it's looking like it's going to be something into Zed, either the Fleet Feather Tracker if we want to preserve like the Nopify mana, or we can go for the Young Witch if we think that Ranger's Resolve is going to be enough. Not that I can think of anything in a Lee Sin deck that's going to force a Ranger's Resolve out of you.
Yeah, I got to agree. But there's the Young Witch, a very pivotal card in this deck. For anybody just seeing this deck for the first time, the Fleet Feather Tracker pairs quite nicely with it. Challenger and Quick Attack is always 2 keywords that you want to pair nicely together there. And we even got Nopify to protect Zed if he does come down. It's next turn, that won't be a thing. Again, not sure if we even... Are there any Nopify targets in this? Now that I think about it.
Zenith Blade.
There is the Zenith Blade, but then beyond that, everything's burst speed, right?
You can hit the guns.
So... how many Nopify are we playing? Do we just save all the... There's 2 Nopify, so I think we just save that for only Zenith Blade.
I mean, I could see an argument to hit the Crescendum with it and say, I don't really want to deal with Eye of the Dragon right now, but it looks like we are going to take this block onto the Zoe. Pale Cascade, going to come out from Rick Diggus. Pretty telegraphed by the Zoe attack, but Kochua may be thinking, I can either call your bluff or I'm willing to use my Ranger's Resolve here, as this is probably the only time I'm going to use it, and... we see the top deck second Zoe from Rick Diggus is actually really big. That is going to stun out the Zed and prevent the attack.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if we're going to go for that or if we're content to just use the Solari Priestess as a blocker.
Yeah. Solari Priestess, going back up to 2 attack here, too, with that recent buff. Not really going to make a difference here with Zed having quick attack, but definitely consideration, right? Because, you need to get the Daybreak effect down, and sometimes that's not easy, especially when you're sitting on 2 Daybreaks. You're kind of pigeonholed into what you can do for the turn. So we'll see what Rick Diggus grabs here. And I swear we're going to see it in a second. Okay, looks like we grabbed a Traveler. Okay, there it is. We got it. And,
we got it.
And the attack actually goes off with Zed. My favorite Zed, by the way. So I'm very excited. Very, very excited to see this level up animation. Hopefully. We'll see if it comes.
I would imagine that Rick Diggus is perfectly content to throw this Solari Priestess under the bus. It's done its job. 4 attack is about the most amount of damage that you're going to be able to block with something like this. But, I mean, Rick is sitting in a pretty good position. We have Lee Sin, we have Zenith Blade, we have a few more units that we can throw down and establish here. We got the Young Witch off the board, and Kochua is really just all in on this Zed. But that could be enough to just carry you home.
Yeah, I mean, hey, I remember a day back in my day when I first started playing LoR.
In 1852.
Yeah, there was, man, Zed, pillaring on Zed was a thing back in the day when there was only just the base set floating around. So, I mean, maybe that's what we try to do here. We do have a Relentless Pursuit, which doesn't even look half bad here, to be honest with you, just to level the Zed. I mean, we'll see what happens.
So it grants Zed the additional +1/+1. So you push 4 damage on this turn, even if Rick Diggus blocks. Then you have an open attack with 5 attack Zed, and you put your opponent down to 2? Yeah, I don't think that sounds terrible, but I also don't mind this go wide approach, because now you're going to be able to guarantee the level of the Zed anyway. You get to pull this unit out of the way, and if Rick Diggus decides to develop Lee Sin, then you have an open window to go for this rally.
Well, we'll see. We have the Meteor Shower in hand now as well, and we're going to be on 5 mana. So Meteor Shower destroys this board if Kochua decides to develop. So let's hope and pray here that that's not going to be the case. I really like the Relentless Pursuit. I got to go back to that because I feel like with the quality of Kochua's hand is not spectacular right now. I really feel like we should have pushed the aggression there and just went for it, but we'll see if it's going to pay off. If we don't open attack and we develop, okay, here we go. Nice. So this is just going to be a straight 6 damage incoming and a Zed level, hopefully. Yeah, let's go. Zed.
Yeah, we're going to get to see this level up animation. Your absolute favorite. Do you want to do the sound effects or can I do it?
Oh, I got it.
Okay, go ahead. Take it away.
How's that? Is that good?
You like that? You feel good? That was pretty good.
I actually like doing that. I got to do that more often.
Yeah, right? Like, I got to do it when Mo won the seasonal, and I was like, this is great. This is fun.
I can honestly do that all day. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah. If you ever need someone to do sound effects, you just hit one of us up. We're experts at them.
Now I just got to record it and make it a button on my soundboard.
Ooh, we are outside of the range of Meteor Shower now, and the rally is still available for Kochua.
All right, and Shadow Assassins seem... Okay, well, we could rally here again, which the problem with rallying here is that there is the opportunity to deny the rally now with 4 mana. So, yep, we're just going to go with the Shadow Assassin. And that's my other argument behind playing it the other turn, too, is because you actually had an opening to play it on a non-deny turn, which is a big deal. I will say, you can't Nopify a Relentless Pursuit anymore, which is almost like an added benefit, I think, a little bit anyways.
There was a decent amount of time on ladder where I just did not play Deny in my Lee Sin deck, and I only played Nopify because of just what the ladder meta looked like, and now I'm like, oh no, Relentless Pursuit's out of Nopify range. Like, that actually changes things.
All right, we'll see what Rick Diggus decides to do here. We have the Zenith Blade, Daybroken, if we want to go for it on one of these Eye of the Dragons.
Yeah. We have such an awkward hand for activating Eye of the Dragon. And if we go for Zenith Blade first, that does give Kochua the opportunity to barrier up the Zed before we go for Relentless Pursuit. And it looks like at the moment what this is going to come down to is, when does Kochua go for this Relentless Pursuit? You know, are we going to have a safe opportunity to get it off? Are we going to wait too long and Rick Diggus is going to have a Deny in hand? It looks like the idea here is to use the second Lee Sin to activate both the Lee Sin's Challenger and Barrier, as well as give us the Dragonlings for the following turn.
Yeah, and this Barrier on this set is going to be so good. Yeah, this has got to be it. I mean, I think with a Barrier on Zed, do you just rip the Relentless Pursuit and say, you know what, if you have Deny, you have Deny? Or do we hold back?
Yes, because if your opponent denies here, they don't get Dragonlings next turn.
Yeah.
And I think that is something that Kochua is thinking about right now and saying, hey, you know, I could also just take this pass and go for the open attack. It's really a matter of, like, how much do you care about getting these things down? Because if you do go for the Relentless Pursuit and there is a deny, then Rick Diggus still has Challenger on Lee Sin with the attack token and can pick off either your Shadow Assassin or your Fleet Feather Tracker. Maybe they don't go for it because they're afraid of Twin Blade Revenant. Twin Disciplines.
That's the
twin
one.
I was looking for.
Different twin.
We always call it Twin Disciples instead of Twin Disciplines. Now I'm calling it Twin Blade Revenant. Like this,
I thought that was only
triplets.
me, so now I feel better about that. I literally always have a problem.
We don't go for the Relentless Pursuit, and as I had mentioned, I think this is because we're paying respects to Deny giving Challenger to the Lee Sin and then letting them just pick off one of our units, and we're fine to hit that pass button, knowing that there are no Dragonlings coming out of our opponent. But now Lee Sin has the opportunity to get Barrier on defense and can just stop that Zed right in its tracks.
All right, here we go. We're pulling the Lee Sin. I think we're going for it here. So Kochua is going to go ahead and buff up this Zed, which is not only going to obviously make him and his shadow stronger, but also going to make it stronger for the next attack with this Relentless Pursuit, which I do think this is going to be the turn. Now, do we have 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9? We don't have enough to play our whole hand, but we do at least have we can't play the Shadow Shift in the Relentless Pursuit. The Noblify is essentially useless because it's only going to be on something like the...
I don't know about that because Rick Diggus has Gravitum access.
Oh, we do have the Gifts from the Beyond in hand. That's right. So it might be what you're talking about earlier. Yep.
It's possible that Rick Diggus sees the Relentless Pursuit, comes out and says, okay, now to Gravitum the Zed, and then that just gets notified. That could be a huge swing in tempo in the favor of Kochua, who is really just looking to end the game this turn.
Oh, yeah.
And I don't know if Rick's going to be able to hang on here. We're going to have to throw away an Eye of the Dragon. And the bad news is, even if we make it to the next turn for Rick Diggus, if we can get the Zenith Blade down onto the Lee Sin, we don't have any other buffs in hand.
Yeah.
Our opponent is still at 20. We are not getting off a 20 damage Lee Sin combo. Also, I don't think Rick Diggus has played that many spells this turn. I would not be surprised if this Lee Sin is at like 2.
All right, here we go. That's going to be 5 damage coming in. Only 5 more that we need to do. Let's see if we get a gift. Now, we could also get, if Rick Diggus, because we sacrificed both Eye of the Dragons. I'm curious to see if we get a Gifts from Beyond and do another Eye of the Dragon. I don't think we will, because there's other options that we can, play out first before that happens. And yeah, let's see what we get here. Looks like we're going to get, okay, we are going to get Meteor Shower. And this is going to do a lot to clear out the field, so I definitely like this. The rally becomes a lot worse, but is still game winning because Zed represents lethal in and of himself.
And we're debating using the Shadow Shift onto the Shadow Assassin so that the Living Shadow survives. It'll just be dealt 1 damage, it'll become a 3-1, and then we can still Relentless Pursuit. And it won't push through lethal if Rick Diggus can develop 1 more blocker. But it's a pretty nice tempo swing. You're going to get a lot of resources out of your opponent. You know that they still have whatever that Solari Priestess Celestial is, because there were 2 of them. So it's possible that there's a Traveler, or... Yeah, so we'll do the Relentless Pursuit first, see where this takes us. I would imagine Rick Diggus plays the second blocker, probably fires off Gifts from Beyond in order to get another barrier onto the Lee Sin, rather. But if this is the Gravitum play, then I think Kochua just takes this. And it looks like we are going for the Gravitum.
You called it. You called it a while ago, Taller Casanova. And there it is, Nopify. As only Taller Casanova could call it. On the Gravitum. What can I say? Back at the beginning of the game. This is where the Nopify finally came in handy. And this is going to be lethal. Represented for Kochua, meaning we're going to go to a game 3 of Kochua versus Rick Diggus.
I'm built different. But that does mean we're going to get Lee Sin up against the second deck of Kochua, which I believe is Draven Scion. Now, that is pretty favored for Lee Sin. That is one thing that has not changed with the balance patch. Jay Blevins, you look absolutely beautiful right now. Just stunning. I wish I could look at you like this all of the time.
I think my camera froze. It's just a guess.
I don't think so. I think you're just very good at staying still. Like Drax from Guardians of the Galaxy, you're invisible at this point. But yeah, we're going to see where this game 3 takes us. It's a little, not quite deterministic, because there is still a lot of things that can go right on the side of the Draven Scion, a lot of things that can go wrong on the side of the Eye of the Dragon player. Not even the Lee Sin player, the Eye of the Dragon player. But, losing the Challenger on the Lost Souls is kind of weird in this matchup, right? Because, like, you can no longer kill Eye of the Dragon with that Challenger, but you have Fearsome. So theoretically, you can still go over the top of the Eye of the Dragons.
All right, here we go. We have the Mulligan. We're going to keep the Boom Baboon, a spectacular 2-drop for this deck ever since it came out. Everybody has absolutely loved that card. We also have the Zonite Urchin to get started here. I imagine we'll pass. We want to probably utilize one of the Flame Choppers. All right, no, we have the Fallen Rider that we just top decked, so this is going to be a great start. This is basically the hand that you want to start the game off with for Kochua. Now we just have to hope that we draw into something like a Draven and some of our more meatier, beefier mid-game units.
You said meteor, and I got thrown for a loop, and I'm like, no, it's called Falling Comet, and it's in the other deck, or Meteor Shower. But
wrong meteor. Man,
more,
first the twins.
More than one way to spell it. Yeah.
Yeah, this is looking pretty good for Kochua. Now, on the side of Diggus, obviously slow start here. We could get an Eye of the Dragon early on. We could just be banking the spell mana. I imagine Kochua, I don't really see any reason not to summon at least a Boom Baboon here, which would threaten a pretty big open attack as well. And I think that would start to pressure Diggus just a little bit here. So see if that's what we do. We could even go with the Fallen Rider, honestly. I mean, that's going to threaten 6 damage next turn.
Yeah, the only 2-drop that Diggus could play here is either the Zoe or the Eye of the Dragon. Neither one is really changing your attack for the next turn, because you'll still go in with the Zonite Urchin and say, hey, if you want to block with this Eye of the Dragon to put some damage onto it for me, I am perfectly happy to let you do that.
Yeah.
And yeah, just to pass out a Rick means there's going to be a 6 damage open attack potentially. There's always the question of, like, do you further develop? Because you're pretty sure Rick's ideal play for the turn is going to be Crescendum into Eye of the Dragon, in which case that's not something that they want to be blocking with. The only other option is...
Yeah, there you go.
What's it's called? The Solari Priestess, which cannot block your 4/2 Fallen Rider anyway. So I like the development out of Kochua here, and just understanding that Rick really can't play an effective blocker. There's no tasty Fey folk you need to watch out for.
And if there's neither of those 2 options you just mentioned, that is not good for Diggus. So I got to agree. I like the development. I think Kochua has played this spectacularly so far. We even have, going into what's going to be a 5th turn for the attack token, we even have the Flame Choppers to potentially use alongside this Get Excited. We could even use it at the end of Diggus' 4th turn to kind of burst summon that unit and go into the 5th turn with an open attack with the Flame Choppers. So all in all, I think this is working pretty well for Kochua. And there's a Zoe. Are we sacking the Zoe? It looks like we are. Yeah, this is not good for Diggus. Wow. Oh, no, this is not good.
It's another awkward hand where you have the Eye of the Dragon, and you just have sort of an awkward chain of spells to try and make sure that you're actually getting Dragonlings every turn. So what we can do here is... Never mind, I had the mana all wrong. Nope, I've got it right. The hand being a little delayed is throwing me off, but we are getting 2 Eye of the Dragons here, thanks to the Attune from the first one, giving us the mana to play the Crescendum. So we're going to get a fair amount of our life back here. There's no clean way in Kochua's hand to deal with these eyes. So yeah, this could be a very clean stabilization from Diggus at this point into a couple of turns where we just drop Lee Sins. We even have the Palm for when the Scion comes down. We're actually looking really clean on the side of Lee Sin.
Yeah. Here we go. And this is the thing. I mean, we've seen this time and time again from Lee Sin, right? This is a story as old as time. We've seen it a million times. They go down to we've even seen 1 health before, and then they make their way. They crawl their way from the depths all the way back to sometimes 20 health, and then they're good. I mean, they have Lee Sin, and they're good. And we already see 2 Lee Sins in hand for Diggus, and I mean, that's a recipe for success. If we can get the first one down and a Sonic Wave, that's now 2 Sonic Wave technically. We have the Zenith Blade. We have the combo. We have the combo. Yeah. It's in hand. We can win the game.
But we don't have Dragonlings this turn.
Yeah.
We could have used the Sonic Wave to guarantee them, but I'm not sure how much you really care about it when it's still not going to be enough to block this Fallen Rider. If you want to, you can throw one of these eyes underneath of a Zonite Urchin, but we're, as you had mentioned, we've got the Lee Sin combo established. I'm hard-pressed to imagine Diggus not being able to hang on for just a couple more turns in order to get everything online and raring to go. And because we've already dealt a little bit of damage with the Dragonlings, we don't need to get Lee Sin to 10 tech. We just have to get to 8, which is, I think we're currently 1 away from.
Yeah, and actually, it was a little delayed there, but we just top-decked that Concussive Palm. So now, I don't think there's a world where Kochua ever closes out this turn. So going into turn 7 with the attack token, we have a bevy of Scions right now, all 3 Scions in Kochua's hand. We have the Palm, which is one of the best tools to stop Scions. So we have basically until turn 8 with the attack token for Diggus to set up this Lee Sin, and I think that he's going to be more than capable of putting that together.
We might lose one of the eyes here to a little bit of removal after the fact. Now here's an interesting little thought experiment for you. Eye of the Dragon is blocking Zonite Urchin. Do you A, Mystic Shot it in combat to play around Guiding Touch, or B, Mystic Shot it post-combat to play around Concussive Palm?
Ooh, that's a thought, huh? I mean, you also have the Get Excited, so either way, you can kill Secure there.
Yeah, I don't know if you want to be throwing all that at the eye, though.
I mean, yeah, that's hard. I don't think one is better than the other. Now I think you do it now because you're seeing a Concussive Palm get played and they're below 4 mana. So that's an easy decision. But when we had the mana, I don't think it's right one way or the other. It's just a matter of what they have. Because I don't think we saw any Guiding Touches get played yet either, right?
Yeah, and it looks like we're actually going to elect to use the Guide Excited in combat just to preserve the Zonite Urchin.
Yeah, I don't hate that either. I mean, that's going to give you an additional unit to go wide around another Dragonling, the Eye of the Dragon potentially blocking. And we have 5 mana to set up for some more stuff here. We can play the Flame Choppers, which is something that Kochua might do. Trying to think of what else here. We could actually, there is survival skills. You know, people forget this. We could actually, just play survival skills, not discard it. I don't know if that's going to happen on our attack turn, but just something to look out for, right?
So, 3 Scions. What's the official name for that? I believe Blevins' job is usually the one to tell me what a pack of 3s is called.
Oh, geez. A horde? That's got to be a horde. It's a horde of Scions.
I want to call it like a Doom of Scions.
A train.
I don't know if that's
train.
like
it's a train of Scions.
That's actually perfect.
It's a train of Scions. Wow, that was an easy one. All right, whew, I was getting nervous there. You were putting me on the spot.
It's so easy, dude. Man. It's so easy.
All you have to do is tell me that I'm Blevins, and I can just do it. Like it's just
like Blevins makes it look easy, and then it turns out it just is easy as well.
Yeah.
All right, Blevins himself confirms in chat it's a train.
There we go. Now the question is, did he decide that before I even said it? Because then that's on some next level shit right there.
You guys are in sync. You've got the beard on. I'm sure that's all it takes. Meanwhile, I keep sniffing Sharpie off my fingers on accident.
Oh my god. All right, don't pass out on me there.
We've got the Scion for Kochua going to elect to go for the open attack instead. We've got a little bit of burn to try and close things out here, which if Rick Diggus declares no blocks, then we have enough burn. Ignore the Notify. Pretend it doesn't exist. Push it out of your mind. That's not there. All right? Just cover it up. I'm actually covering it on my screen physically. There's no Notify, so if there are no blocks, the double Mystic Shot is lethal. But there is the block from the eye, as well as a palm, well as the Notify does exist.
Wow, we're staying really safe here. Which I don't hate that, right? I mean, that's one of the only ways you lose as something like a Lee Sin deck is your opponent has the exact outs they need to deal just enough damage to kill you. And I like staying proactively healthy is what Rick's doing here. So definitely good play. We have plenty of blockers now. There's really no world where you're getting anything other than overwhelm damage through. The only problem is there's no Concussive Palm for eventually another Scion. But I don't think that's going to matter because I'm pretty sure Rick's going to be going for lethal next turn.
Yeah, Kochua can dodge the lethal if we don't play Scion, but you need to get Scion down eventually.
Yeah.
But, I mean, that you've got a solid thought that, like, maybe Rick goes for lethal next turn, so you can, play this out, discard one of your Scions, Mystic Shot whichever unit gets dragged by the Lee Sin. Oh no, here comes Notify, I'll just Mystic Shot it again. And then play Scion post-combat and still go into an open attack with it. Kochua is doing all they can to stay in this game, and I think Rick Diggus is now understanding why this game was going the way it was, as Kochua discards 2 Scions to the Zonite Urchins.
It all is becoming very clear now. The mind sees all. Is that what he says? Is that a quote? That's got to be a quote in the game, right? Isn't that what Lee Sin says?
I'm trying to remember what he says when he levels up.
I'm really reaching.
I'm pretty sure it's force is meaningless without skill.
Force
says
is
it like angrily.
Yeah.
Force is meaningless. It almost sounds like a Scion quote.
It's like, why are you so pissed off, man? Just go meditate.
Yeah.
Meditate and chill. And we have a stun, so there's that.
Yeah, what does that do? I mean, if we have to play... So Rick has said that I am going to Daybreak this Zenith Blade, so we actually are going to get the stun. But that also means we can't play Scion.
But we get the stun. So That means we can play Scion next turn.
Ooh, but there's a deny for the stun.
Wow. Off the top. That is wow. That was very anticlimactic. That's unfortunate for Kochua.
Well, Kochua's still not dead this turn, right? We are going to be able to dodge the Lee Sin kick still.
Yeah, because everything that's pulled is going to be killable. I don't think there's a world where this Lee Sin goes up to like 16, so...
I'm trying to math it out here, and I'm going to agree with you. Pretty sure he's not going that high.
Well, wait, come on. Can we confirm? Can Blevins do math? Am I supposed to be able to do math? Is that a thing?
I think so.
So stun coming down on Lee Sin. I don't see any reason not to deny this.
I guess it's a big mana commitment, and you actually don't have lethal if you deny. Because it's 6 mana to play both copies of the Sonic Wave Resonating Strike, so we're just going to let it happen. And like this still taps Kochua under the range of Scion, so you know that third Scion is still going to have to hang back for another turn.
But this is interesting because now the follow... Ooh, this is weird. So Kochua can play Scion next turn. The problem is if
Get
Scion...
hit with a Gravitum.
If Scion... Well, yeah, and if Scion does not die, that means that Scion can be pulled, and we can no longer kill our own unit. So this is going to be. I don't expect the world Kochua doesn't play Scion, so I think that means Rick can take it.
Yeah, I think Rick has every angle covered, right? We've elected not to use Deny onto the stun because we math things out, said I don't have lethal this turn anyway. We have the Gravitum for the Scion. We have the Nopify for the one remaining Mystic Shot to try and kill one of our own units now, because we did use one there on the side of Kochua to stop a little bit of lifesteal from the Dragonling. So I don't think it really matters what Kochua plays this turn. Maybe we could try to find some miracle thing off of Rummage, but I don't think you get anything better than Scion, and it's just not good enough.
The Doom Train himself, coming in hot. You gotta do the sound effects for a Scion level up one time. We gotta do that.
I will do that. I have heard a lot of Scion level ups.
There's the stun. So no Scion attack coming in. We can attack with 5 units, but we have pretty much everything covered. We're gonna gain back a little bit of life with the Dragonling. So all in all, I think we only take a couple damage here. Yeah, things are looking pretty good for Rick. I think Kochua is probably looking at the board now going, I mean, do I attack or do I not attack? And honestly, either one doesn't look so hot. And I guess that's a no.
I like not to attack.
Oh, man. I think maybe we're just hoping that we get him to pull one of the 1 or 2 health units. It's like, here, there's so many on board. Just pick one of the 2 health when you pull with Lee Sin, please. Now, with that said, that's a fair point, though. Maybe Rick doesn't pull the Scion. I've seen people do that in the past where they don't understand that somebody could kill the unit. And I'm curious to see if Rick picks up on this.
Well, we're launching Lee Sin up to 10 attack to start things off, or at least 9 attack. And it looks like it's going to be the Scion pull.
Cool. We got
Kochua going to see what we can find with this Rummage, but even if it was to get excited, we don't have the mana to play it on top, or the hand to play it rather, on top of the Nopify and Deny. So didn't really matter what Rick Diggus went for. They had all their angles covered with those counter spells available. Scion going to get kicked into the Nexus, die. Oh, look, it's a rally, but it doesn't matter because Kochua's Nexus has fallen to 0, and Rick Diggus is going to move on to the upper bracket.
All right, I have been unfrozen from the powers that be, so you guys can see my beautiful. I hope you guys like this top hat, by the way. I think it's a Halloween hat too, technically, right? It's got the spider on it. Cool. Are you dressing up for Halloween, Taller Casanova? For the actual
I don't
day.
think. Well, so I don't think I'm doing anything on Halloween. So I would literally just get dressed and then sit around my house.
Oh, okay. Well, that's kind of depressing. I don't know how to take that.
What?
So, anyways, we got Rick Diggus here taking the W over Kochua. Very close game. That third game there, Talarcast. I think that honestly, it could have been anybody's game up until the last couple of turns there, where Rick did hold out long enough to get the Lee Sin on board, and that's what Lee Sin does. I mean, the best Lee Sin players, they play well with and without Lee Sin. In that case, Rick had 2, and we were golden the whole game.
Yeah, Kochua just not quite able to close it out with Draven Scion. Did take both of his losses on that deck, so just, you know, maybe showing a little bit of the weaknesses that the slap on the wrist towards the Scion in patch 2.18 did give to the deck. It's no longer this unstoppable monstrosity that you must ban, that you must take to Fight Night because it's a 2-deck format. Nobody can ban anything that you're doing. Are you going to grow out a beard now? Is that what you're, like, contemplating? You're like, oh, yeah, you know, this is actually kind of nice.
I'm seeing how it feels. Like, is it worth it? I don't know. Like, ironically, I have a beard too, right? So it's like, it's weird because now this beard is getting stuck in my beard. So.
Yeah, but in the meantime, we're gonna throw it to a quick 5-minute break. Not enough time for Jay Blevins to grow out a real beard, so when we come back, he will still have that monstrosity on his face. And we are back with more Fight Night Legends action. My name is Taller Nova, joining me, Jay Blevins, and we are your hosts and casters for the evening as we are one round in the books already for this very exciting Halloween edition of Giant Slayer TV's Fight Night.
Merry Halloween, everybody. What's up? Hope you guys are having a
Now they're going to think you're Santa Claus. You've got the beard on and you said Merry Halloween. Now...
I almost did white too, which yeah, I almost did white, but I decided not to with that. But we are going to be doing Jay Tamunda and Storm next for the what's going to be basically the semifinals of the winners bracket here, which I'm very excited for. But it's looking like, as Taller Nova just mentioned, we might get a Draven Scion mirror at some point. But there's a darkness deck. I love me some darkness. So Storm, let's start off with Storm here, playing that darkness deck. A little bit of Vigar Senate action. And there is Desinada, I don't know how to say that one.
You called it a Da last weekend, and then I said, what about like Ada Wong from Resident Evil?
Right,
like it's spelled the exact same. It's got to be Ada, right?
I'll give you this one. I think this one. Jay Tamunda, on the other hand, also playing Draven Sign, but then opting for Akshan Silver. So in my eyes, a very more of a safe lineup. There is one Farron in the Draven Scion. There's, of course, the two Raven Flock, and this one playing the one Time Winder that we saw a little bit earlier, which nice little piece of tech that worked out in that game. On the other side, we have Akshan Silver, which looking pretty typical. There's one Cataclysm in there, and there's going with the three Vicurian Veteran. Man, my pronunciation is terrible tonight. Bruiser instead of Rip Ruin Runner there, which we haven't seen in quite some time.
Are you sad about that?
Nope. Very happy.
Okay, so we're going to take a look into this darkness list. As you had mentioned, does run Des and Ada, something that was buffed in patch 2.18. Didn't really see play in darkness before. I don't think it's caught on super hard coming into this new meta, but I've been a pretty big fan of it. And then we, of course, see some of the more standard cards that we see in darkness all the time. Ixtali Sentinel, Rekindler, Stress Defense, Miscall, all these veritable one-ofs over in the spell section.
Yeah, and for anybody who doesn't know, so Des and Ada, basically when you play it, it creates a free darkness in hand, and it deals the damage to the entire board. And recently it was just changed so that your darkness modifier is also affected as well. So if your darkness is at 6 damage, it's going to be a 6 damage board wipe. So it's nice. It definitely, and it's only to enemies. So it's like, Ruination obviously kills your own units. This, only your opponent's units. So it's got its use cases. I've started seeing a lot of people start playing with it. Ixtali Sentinel, personally, is my favorite of the kind of top end of the darkness decks, because you can double up on the Nexus if you have a Vigar leveled up on field and kind of go for that one-turn kill there. But overall, I like this deck. And Taller Nova, you said you've actually been playing this a little bit more recently. Are you starting to like this deck?
Yeah, I had never touched Darkness before, so I was like, you know what? I can't log into my main. Let me hop on my Smurf, craft Darkness, and see how far this can take me. I think I jammed out like 30 games the first night I was playing it. I was just having an absolute blast keeping, track mentally of like, what does my Darkness look like? How much damage does it do? What is the mana cost? And overall, like, just finally playing with those Bandle City cards that randomly generate some things felt nice, because I was so in on Draven Scion for so long that I never really got to play the Loping Telescopes or the Mares, or, I mean, even just Conchologist was enough for me to feel like I was getting a little bit of that manifestation flavor.
Ooh, don't say Loping Telescope. It gives me the chills. I will forever be scarred when somebody played Judgment.
Is that the scariest thing you can be for Halloween?
Yes, yeah.
Loping Telescope?
Yeah, honestly,
okay.
Yes. Well, Loping Telescope with like a Judgment on my back. So that would be that would be the costume there. Feels bad, man. It feels bad, but very excited to get into this game once we get started here. Two great players. I mean, Storm was, when we were talking about it at the seasonal, I was kind of hoping that Storm would go far. Unfortunately, did not. Was out in the earlier rounds. Was one of my picks.
Yeah, who did go far? Who did go far in that season?
I regret this already. Why did
I remember
Why did I bring this
all
up?
inning on a specific horse. I was like, this guy?
So, tomorrow, what is it, next week, the new League of Legends anime comes out, I think. I'm really excited for that, by the way. Okay, good. You let me change the topic. That's awesome. So, yeah, I've seen Storm for quite some time on the scene. Very much a fan of Storm. And then same deal with Jay Tamunda, was actually a caster as well. Still cast some stuff now, and have been talking to him for quite some time. He was around back when we were doing like the LRA and stuff like that. So very excited to see these two powerhouses, which I know this is my first time here, but There's like always powerhouses on this show, right? Isn't that how this works? My beard just will not.
Yeah, I don't think there's been a weak fight night, so to speak.
That's what this is known for. This is why this is so much fun every single Friday. So, but looks like we're pulling up the Akshan Sivir deck now. So after talking about Darkness, more of a control-oriented archetype, right? We got Akshan Sivir. This deck has scratched and clawed its way to keep itself around as one of the top-tier competitive decks, even after the aforementioned nerf to Rune Runner that we just mentioned. I mean, are you still liking this deck right now, Talanova?
Absolutely. And the addition of Vanguard Sergeant really fixes some of the problems that you can run into with a deck like this, where you've got the wide board, you've got complete control, you have a couple combat tricks, and then you look down and you've just got like 4 2-attack units between like your Treasure Seekers and your Fleet Feather Trackers, maybe an unleveled Akshan, and you're like, okay, I don't actually have the finishing power that I feel like I should for how much I've tempoed out until this point. Yeah. So having that one of Vanguard Sergeant, not only being a really solid unit on its own, but giving you access to that 4 Demacia and being a nice finisher for the deck. Yeah, I think that Sivir Akshan, you know, it didn't get touched by the nerfs in any capacity. In fact, it got a couple of things with that Vanguard Sergeant edition. Now, I don't know if that's going to stick around per se, but I still think that the deck is extremely competitive. The one problem it's going to have is that it does not have a very good Draven Scion matchup. It was more of a counter into the Nami Zoe, which is now completely missing from the format, just totally MIA, along with Draven Ezreal. Those are like 2 decks that dominated the Worlds meta that are just now gone.
Yeah, Draven Ezreal, rip that deck. Every time I think of Ezreal, I think of Karma Ezreal too. So double rip that deck. That deck's been
how long has it been since when was the last time you saw Karma Ezreal?
Yeah, I know. So
you don't even think of Shellfolk?
I do. I do like. Yeah, I do like Akshan Sivir right now, and I like it more so than before because I do feel like it's much more balanced now. You don't have something like Rune Runner. I love cards too, like Cataclysm, and how they interact with a lot of the units that this deck plays. I mean, we just saw it earlier too, right? Where Tamunda expertly used a Cataclysm to be able to clear out the board and really make a good comeback during combat to even out the tempo on field because of using that challenger that Cataclysm essentially gives you alongside Sivir. And then you add Spell Shield on top of that when she has Spell Shield. Now it's a quick attack with challenger that you can't really kill, and that basically removes almost any unit that your opponent could possibly have. So I love this deck. I love the interactivity of it. It has a lot of combat tricks. It's got Sharp Sight, things like that. The Shape Stones, the Absolvers. Yeah, so overall, I'm excited that this deck is still around. I actually do like it. I don't think it's a completely insanely busted deck. Draven Scion, on the other hand, yeah, like you mentioned, Draven Scion's got a pretty good matchup against this deck. So we'll see if it's able to take down Draven Scion. Maybe we'll get the mirror match first. I'm not sure. Here is the said Draven Scion deck.
This is Storm's version of it as well. A few differences, as we had mentioned, like there are no 2 Draven Scion decks that look the same. Running the Reborn Grenadier, the Noxian Fervor, electing not to play any copies of Captain Farron, and throwing in those Arachnoid Sentries, which are really going to help in those mirror matches where you are playing on evens, and you can actually get the stun onto your opponent's Scion. And if you two sit there and like stare back and forth at each other until turn 10, and then you drop a Scion and your opponent drops a Scion, you stun their Scion, that drastically changes the way that combat is going to play out. And I think that we've got a pretty good shot from Storm here to take this matchup. Yeah,
I think both players actually playing 2 Arachnoid Sentries here. So nobody really has the advantage in terms of who's playing more, for that matter. Poro Cannon is something that, I mean, me personally, I know when I first saw this deck, Poro Cannon wasn't always included in it. It was more of just straight, using some of those mid-range cards. Even Reborn Grenadier is not something that we always see in this deck, right? Because Tamunda, the version Tamunda is playing, does not play any Reborn Grenadier. I personally like Reborn Grenadier. I liked a lot of those ephemeral, overwhelm, mid-range Noxus units that came out with this whole package with Reborn Grenadier. So, like, what's that other one that like makes can't block? I forget the Fallen Reckoner, right?
Ruin Reckoner? Probably Fallen Reckoner.
It's probably Fallen Reckoner, yeah. So, which we don't know it because nobody plays that card, unfortunately. Really wish they did because I experimented with that a lot when it first came out, and I thought that was the route this deck was going to go, but usually the most obvious deck building choices tend to be the ones that aren't that great in card games.
But as you had mentioned, I mean, a burst speed blocker, great.
Yeah,
love
exactly.
That. Phenomenal. We've seen Jury Rig even upset a couple of lethals in the past when Discard Aggro played it, either
Flame
play
choppers.
it or rummage it or whatever. All of a sudden, there's like one unit that you just can't get through. This one actually has trading power, so that feels nice. The one thing that I did notice was lacking from Storm's list is any copies of survival skills.
Yeah, and I mean that could be a really big swing card sometimes, right? I mean, especially early on if you're trying to save something even like a Draven. You know, I can't tell you how many times back when he was 3 health even too. Now it's probably even more important with him being 2 health that I've seen somebody discard an early drawn survival skills to actually keep a Draven around on board. Which is pretty, I mean, that's impactful, right? Draven's going to get you 1, 2, 3, 4 axes over the course of a couple turns, and that's going to allow you to discard everything in your hand that you need to discard in order for the deck to work. So, I mean, it's very, very impactful. It's weird for me to not see it, but the Time Winder, what else? We saw Time Winder on the Fallen Felines on the side of Jay Tamunda earlier. That's not really a typical matchup. What are we? I mean, that might be a difference maker in this matchup too, right? With something like Boom Baboons and Zonite Urchins coming down early.
Yeah. Yeah, there's still plenty of 1 HP targets in this deck for the Time Winder to get value, so we're going to be looking at this from Storm's perspective, and so far we've just got a complete parody here of the Zonite Urchins into the Lost Souls, but... Yeah. All right, here's what I need to know, Jay Blevins. Jay Tamunda played the Prismatic Zonite Urchin, but Storm has the board.
Yeah. Yeah, here we go.
How are we feeling? What are we weighing heavier, Prismatics or Cosmetics?
I mean, Prismatics.
That's a good Blevins answer.
Yeah, it's going to be Prismatics. It's got to be Prismatics. Here's the Poro Cannon, though, coming down with a Daring Poro. Couple of them, too, which is going to be nice pushing through a little bit of early damage here because, you know, if you're able... in this mirror match, right, if you're able to get your opponent a little bit lower than you going into that turn 7 with Scion, you're going to be in a much better spot. Both players don't really need to worry about Scion getting removed prior to using the attack token. So they can both pretty safely play it on turn 7 with the attack token. So Storm has attack token on odds. They're going to be the first one to actually be able to get the Scion down. That could be a huge advantage in this matchup, not to mention the Twin Blade Revenant and the Lost Soul already had. But Boulevard, we saw this, in the OLS, right, where it was a mirror match. One of the opponents or one of the people had multiple Lost Souls. We thought that was going to be kind of an advantage, but they still lost.
Yeah, I mean, there's no guaranteed path to victory. There's no like, okay, I had these 3 cards in my opening hand. The game is just over. There's absolutely nothing you can do about it from the side of my opponent because you can do all of the things correct. You can gain the advantages in the proper ways, but if your Nexus hits 0 before your opponent's does, then it doesn't really matter what you did up until that point. So, I mean, even if we're getting out-advantaged and out-grinded by Lost Souls, if we can sneak through a little bit of damage or just get one impactful attack with a Scion, follow it up with enough burn, and then, you know, the Lost Souls didn't really matter as much. But both players have it here, so we are going to be able to see that parity in the early game. And we now have a confirmed Scion on the side of Storm who does have the odd attack token. So going to like to see that. And not too many unknowns in the hand of Jay Tamunda. So if there's no stun for the Scion, it's bad news for Jay.
This is man, talk about a mirror match of mirror matches right now.
Oh, yeah. It's just...
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, Arachnoid Sentry confirmed for Storm. Now we've got everything.
Yeah, this is looking good for Storm. And there's a Draven off the top, too. This is looking nice. I mean, we can't... Okay, there's a Draven for Jay Tamunda, so it's a little evened out there, so that's good. We'll see another Draven come down. Let's Zonite Urchin. Come on, Jay Tamunda. Where is it? Play the Zonite Urchin. You know you got it.
Nope, going to be the Risen Rider. Okay,
right.
Whatever.
That's fine. It forces the fearsome block. That's good.
Yeah, I mean, the advantage is still going to be on the side of Storm for this combat. It looks like this is going to be... That's not how survival skills works.
Wait, oh boy, did we just... Yeah.
I mean, we didn't lock in the block before we did it, so there's still time to turn things around.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
It doesn't really matter where the axe goes in this scenario, but it is important to note that because survival skills is discarded as an additional cost to the spinning axe, it will take effect before the axe resolves.
Yeah.
So when it checks, Draven is still 3 attack, not the strongest unit on board, and it goes onto the Risen Rider.
And correct me if I'm wrong here, because I always question myself on this. I know somebody had tweeted this from Riot a while back. Even if they were both 3 cost, 4 attack, 2 health, it's still going to be random if they were chosen there. Yeah, so in this case, Draven would have got it because it was higher cost. But so here we go. We are going to get an axe from a Draven real quick. And this is going to put Jay Tamunda ahead in life as well. But again, crucially going into turn 7 here, we have a Twin Blade Revenant coming down, and we're going to get a Scion that is already leveled, which I can't really tell you the last time I saw a non-leveled Scion come down. So things are looking pretty good for Storm right now.
Yeah, there are a couple of key factors in play here. Number one, let's say that both players have Scion as well as
Yeah.
the Arachnoid Sentry. So
Mhm.
Storm places Scion, Tamunda stuns it. That's all well and good. Turn 8, Tamunda plays Scion, Storm stuns it. Then we go into combat, turn 9 on Storm's turn. Both players have Scion. Storm has the Flame Chompers, and he can make sure that Tamunda's Scion is safely pulled away from the rest of the combat and isn't damaged, can't be killed by your own Noxian Fervor or something, and you get this massive life swing advantage by attacking with your Scion. You know, they attack, you take a little bit of damage, you block with your Scion, and then you have the attack token with the Scion Reborn. If you've got a little bit of burn in hand, that's how Storm can find victory here. I mean, he's not down too much in life at the moment, and I think that the Daring Poro does still represent a fair amount of advantage when we're talking about all these rallies that are going to be coming out over the next couple of turns.
Yeah, and so that mirror match that I was talking about at the other tournament, the OLS, so we saw something similar where it's this interesting thing when both people have Scion. It's not such an easy decision to attack or not attack because you have to think about the crackback with that Scion Reborn. So it's you know, we keep saying that turn 7 Scion, okay, it's going to be great for Storm. That's really assuming Tamunda doesn't have the Scion. If Tamunda doesn't have Scion, it's probably game for Storm, most likely, unless we see it the very next turn. And then there's some weird way that this plays out. But that's the advantage. That's the inherent advantage. Without a Scion, Tamunda is incredibly behind here. So we'll see with 7 mana. I mean, we have enough mana for it. We're roping. It's not looking good. Okay, we do have a stun, though. We have the Arachnid Sentry. Okay.
So that's part one. Part two is, does Tamunda have Scion of their own for the following turn?
Exactly.
And there is still going to be a little bit of damage pushed here thanks to the Daring Poro, getting us closer and closer to that 15-15 parity on the life totals. But mana advantage for Tamunda by 1 spell mana. I don't think that matters much here.
I mean, it's get excited versus a missing shot. And there it is. Yep, okay. So, you know, Tamunda roping that last turn, right? I think that's important. I think that really shows that Tamunda has thought out the next couple of turns, because that's what you have to do at this point. You have to think about, okay, what's my attack? How's my opponent going to block? After that, board resets. I'm going to rally. My opponent's going to rally. Then what does the attack look like? Then what happens after that attack? What are the life totals going to be at? So you have to basically look like 3 attacks out to figure out what the board state is going to look like, and then whether or not you have burn or whether or not your opponent's going to win on their crackback on the next attack turn because the attack token is going to go back over to them. That's a lot to worry about. It's a lot to think about, and Tamunda taking that much time, at least to me anyways, shows that they've thought it out, and I think Tamunda has a plan here, and I'm curious to see what it is.
Yeah, now it's Storm's turn to develop, though. You know, you can take the stun onto that Scion, and then maybe run out a Risen Rider or something. Like, it's kind of weird, right? Because you're either just playing a naked Fallen Rider 3-1, and we know that Tamunda is playing copies, or a single copy, rather, of Time Winder. So that could kill both your Risen Rider and your Poro. You could sort of throw away the axe in order to just get down another Twin Blade Revenant. I think maybe Storm is kind of adding up the damage, trying to figure out if this axe is something that we're going to need, because this is exactly what we talked about earlier. Going into this turn 9 attack, we're going to be able to pull this Scion out of the way with this Flame Chompers and kind of figure things out from there, how much Overwhelm is going through, all these kinds of different things. Turn 9 is really the one that we've been waiting for, that we've been setting up for, and we are almost there. Just need to see how Storm wants to round out turn number 8, or if Tamunda wants to do something absolutely crazy, like, I'm just going to Mystic Shot Ravenous Flock my own Scion now that it's stunned. Thank you for my Scion Reborn. And all that kind of crazy stuff. But it's so far out there, but I feel the need to mention.
I mean, it's doable. Right? That's a thing.
We'll see if Storm wants to play a 6th unit. That's really like the thing we're looking for this turn, is Storm going 5 or 6 wide.
So if we go, this is so crazy. So if we go out another attack turn, right?
Yeah.
Then now technically, if we look back to when Storm first played the Scion, the advantage was always with Storm, assuming they both have Arachnid Sentry, they both have Scion, because now Storm is actually going to be the first person with the availability to open attack with Scion going into the next turn, which is very, very big here, and I think that's probably what we're going to see. Maybe not. We'll see. But yeah, with the Fallen Rider being developed, I'm almost 100% positive that we're going to get an open attack here from Storm. And this is a really, really big deal. I think from here, Tamunda, I mean, unless we have, I don't even know, I mean, double Mystic Shot maybe to kill this first, or sorry, double Get Excited to kill this attacking Scion or something similar. I don't know what Tamunda can do here.
Even if you kill this attacking Scion, though, you know, there's still the Scion Reborn. Your
Yeah.
Scion is not dying because it is getting pulled to the side by the Flame Chompers. This is
Yep.
still 7 damage being represented before the overwhelm from the Scion, which is going to be another 8. So currently 15 damage being represented on the side of Storm. Tamunda going to line up a couple of spells, as you had mentioned.
Yeah,
And we'll see how much we can get done, but I mean, Storm has the flock for their own Scion, should it come to that.
And let's not like Briscoe. Oh, okay. Here's a Timewinder. All right. So Timewinder came in decently big. Okay, so it's saving a lot of damage, but I don't want to gloss over this Flame Choppers here, because this Flame Choppers is enabling so much to happen this turn, and this happened last week. The same match I was talking about with Flame Choppers pulling Scion in the mirror match. I think this might actually be the most important card. Flame Choppers might be the most important when it comes to closing out the game in the mirror match, so that you avoid your opponent losing their Scion and rallying. I think that's super crucial here.
So, here's something for you. Because Tamunda blocked the Scion with the Arachnoid Sentry rather than the Twin Blade Revenant, we currently have exact lethal with the 2 Daring Poros. No, we don't. The axe is not going to persist on the Scion Reborn. We would be 1 shy.
But we have Flock on our own Scion anyways, so...
Yeah, it's not lethal, though. It's actually 1 shy, because it'll only be 4 damage over your opponent's Scion.
Oh, I see.
I was thinking it's gonna be an 11-4. The axe does not persist. It is not the same entity, so no lethal at the moment for Storm. And Tamunda's open attack looking kind of scary. Not a lot of cards in hand that could be represented as burn spells, so I think that Storm is still in a pretty favorable position here. I don't think Tamunda's push is going to be as impactful as Storm's counter push.
Wait, though. So if we play Twin Blade, that's enough damage if Tamunda doesn't have any units, right? So if Storm plays Twin Blade, and then we flock, then we flock our Scion, we rally, and Tamunda doesn't have a unit, then that is still lethal.
Yeah. Yeah, Tamunda has just been passing and not playing out additional units, so we're going to see how it goes. We got the flock on the Scion. There's nothing Tamunda can do to stop that. Has to just wait for the Scion to come out. If there is a second copy of Arachnoid Sentry, though, this could be an absolute disaster for Storm.
What do we got? Oh,
get excited. Setting it up for a flock in combat.
Yeah. That's actually really big. Yeah, here we go. There's a flock.
The last 2 cards, get excited, and Ravenous Flock does mean Tamunda is going to hang on just a little bit longer. Own Scion now damaged, 1 damage push through. A lot of the board traded off, and I gotta say, Doza, Tamunda is looking really good for the remainder of this game.
Yeah, this is really close all of a sudden. This is why this mirror match is actually very interesting. And so we can prevent one of these attacks here with this Ravenous Flock and Storm's Hand. I mean, we could just block with like the Poro and still make it not die, but I'm not sure that's that great right now. I think you actually want the Poro to push through a little bit more elusive damage, possibly on the next turn. So we'll see if we opt to use the Flock here or not. The good thing here, we can actually play Lost Soul and a Boom Baboon, which I actually think is super, super important, because we might just go wider than Tamunda. So after this Ephemeral unit attacks, Ephemeral, obviously it's going to die. We have no units left. All right, there's a Twin Blade Revenant. If there's not another unit, this might be a world where Storm can close things out next turn. There's a Flame Choppers too. No way to discard it yet, but if we could find a discard, like a Rummage off the top, then that would be game on the open attack.
I don't even think you necessarily need game on the open, right? Like, Tamunda's just out of cards. Yeah. Whatever this last card is, it's a spell. It's getting lined up on the stack right now, which I think means it can only be Mystic Shot.
Yep.
Yeah.
There it is. So...
Oh, and we just hit okay because there's just not enough cards in Tamunda's hand for us to be worried about being down to 5 life. We have all the mana in the world to go as wide as possible.
Yep.
This should be a victory for Storm.
Yeah, we play, Twin Blade? Yeah, we just play out all the units besides Lost Soul, and we have it. I don't think there's any single card in Tamunda's hand. I mean, we are at 5, so if there was another question mark card, there could be like a Get Excited and a Mystic Shot, but that's not the world we're living in, and that's going to mean Storm takes it. I think Storm's just thinking like, okay, what's the one card they could have? It's probably nothing. Oh, okay, there's a Burst Summon. Does that change anything?
I'm inclined to say...
So. I think we still have lethal, because we can summon 2 more units. We can still summon the Flame Choppers, too. I think we're good.
Yeah, do math. publicly do math and let chat figure out if you're right or wrong. I will simply sit back and listen while you try to do this math.
Please don't do this to me. Talanova, please.
So we pull one unit out of the way. This means Boom Baboon blocks the 4/3, the Flame Chompers blocks the 5/4, and only 5 damage is pushed through by Storm.
Wait, 4, 5. No, wait. Yeah.
Okay, 1 plus
3,
1 plus
4,
3.
5.
It's 5.
I thought I had that one.
So, good math, Blevins. This is why I just listen.
See, you let me make all the mistakes, so then you could come in and swoop in and be like, but
in all fairness,
I am good at math.
You volunteered.
I know.
And now Tamunda is just 1 Scion top deck away from lethal.
Yeah. Oh,
and that's not a Scion attack. That is just a Twin Blade Revenant coming in.
And that's gotta mean game for Storm then.
This could be Rummage. Could find us a couple burn spells. We are still going to have the draw for the next turn.
Scion. Oof.
Yeah. Storm definitely has lethal on the open. It's a matter of whether or not Tamunda can find burn spells to respond.
Yeah. Another Lost Soul coming in hot. I remember when Lost Soul came out, I was like, maybe I should only learn one of this card because my hand's going to get gummed up with Lost Souls. How stupid was that?
Look at you. Okay, we now even have the out if Tamunda tries to burn us out. We top deck to get excited, so we have the answer. And now this doesn't really change much about the matchup, right? We knew that looking at Tamunda's lineup, it was very likely that Storm was going to pick up a win with the Scion eventually, be it in the Scion Mirror or against the Silver Auction. It's always been a question of, can this darkness do what it needs to do?
Yeah, and, Darkness, so we're going to see Storm play Darkness next here, and it's always going to be a longer game. So it's going to be a matter of, against both of these decks, the mid-range Scion and essentially mid-range Auction Silver, is can they actually aggro down the Darkness deck before it gets to, I don't know, maybe like turn 8 or so, right? If the Darkness deck can stabilize by that point in the game, there's going to be some trouble there. I mean, maybe there's some outs with like a rally or something with Auction Silver, but they're really Tamunda is going to have to be the aggressor in both of these games. So let's see if Tamunda can come back from 1 game down here and be the aggressor and take it back 2-1 over Storm.
And it takes the swap over to Silver Auction, feeling like he wants to get off of that Draven Scion. That match took a pretty long time for a Draven Scion matchup. So gonna just take the mental reset and see what we can do here. And Auction is a phenomenal way to start things off.
All right, Twisted Catalyzer coming down as well. Not going to be blocking because of the quick attack. Not going to get that strike off if we did. So Twisted Catalyzer actually very, very important for Darkness too. If Tamunda lets this go through, and it lives, that is bad. That is very bad for Tamunda.
Yeah, there's a world of difference between a 2 and 3 damage Darkness, even in a matchup like this, because it takes things like Shaped Stone off the table as a way to save some of these units.
Oh yeah, and not to mention there's not only a Vygar, but I always forget the name of this Stilted Robe Maker.
Stilted Robe Maker?
Yeah. 2 Stilted Robe Makers on top of already getting the Catalyzer hidden is insanely good for Storm. Now you're gonna have 1 mana Darknesses, right? That are dealing 3 damage, assuming this Catalyzer doesn't get another strike in and up into 4. This
shouldn't,
wow.
Because the Auction has quick attack.
Yeah.
Now, that's why Storm went for the double Vile Feast there, saying, okay, I want to get off another attack with this Twisted Catalyzer.
Yep.
Auction is just going to kill it with a quick attack on the following turn. I don't want to give Tamunda, 5 mana to play with to stop these Vile Feasts. Let me go for it now.
Yep.
Does have the Shapestone to counter it, and now totally out of spells in hand to try and stop this. But, the damage is kind of done, right? It's already been buffed up to 3. If Vygar comes down this turn, it'll be bumped up to 4 damage, and from there, it just kind of continues to snowball. But, 3 and 4, I think, 4 is really what you're looking for in terms of, safely being able to remove most units that Tamunda plays.
Well, Tamunda taking some time here. I don't foresee us to... Well, if Tamunda commits some mana, there's a pretty good shot we get Vygar down. But the problem is... if mana is open for something like single combat still, so this still leaves single combat open. Now, granted, there's only 1 single combat in this deck, so you could still take the risk and throw down Vygar here, which I don't hate. 4 cards in hand, 1 single combat deck, pretty good shot that it lives. Not to mention you have Seta for turn 5.
And maybe we just actually play nothing this turn if we're really looking to set up darkness in combination with Senna on 5. Turns like 4 through 6 are some of like the more awkward turns for darkness, where you run into situations like this, where like I have Senna on 5, but I don't have darkness, and I have all of these things that I still need to play in order to sort of, you know, throw a couple of more augments onto my darkness, be it cost reduction or anything like that. We are going to throw down the Vygar and check for that one of single combat.
And there it is, no single combat. So that means we're going to be up to 4 for darkness, which is insane. We can also reduce the cost this turn if we want. We can also use one if we want. I don't imagine we get Senna down for the same reason you just said. It's kind of awkward. You don't have the mana. That's one of the reasons it's awkward too, because this whole deck strategy focuses around this darkness spell. And during those turns, darkness is usually still 3, or even in this case 2, right? And you don't really have a whole lot of mana. A lot of these units, I mean, you're talking 4 mana for a Stilted Roadmaker, 4 for Vygar, 5 for Senna. This is not a cheaply costed deck as far as units are concerned. It is a late game deck. So it's very, very difficult.
It takes a while for the Stilted Roadmakers to actually pay for themselves, and we can already see, like, Tamunda has a lot of options now. There's nothing that Storm is threatening with this singular mana. We don't even necessarily feel comfortable attacking, depending on what Tamunda actually runs out here, because we might just lose one of our units to some kind of combat trick, and then Tamunda just has a stronger open attack. So while we do have a darkness that is ticking up a little bit, it was already sort of in the range where it can kill just about anything that Tamunda plays, even through a combat trick. So, you know, the higher the darkness gets, it matters, but it doesn't matter as much as it might in some other matchups where you're looking to kill 5 and 6 health units here. We're really capping out at like a 2 HP unit that got sharp-sighted, or a Sivir.
Well, yeah, and I think the only reason it would matter in this particular sense is, okay, how much faster can I level Vygar and kill my opponent with shots?
Which is
access,
relevant,
right?
you know, getting that sort of round start darkness does change things. And yeah, Cataclysm going to come out here, kill the Vygar. Things looking pretty rough for Storm in this game.
Yeah, not looking good now. I mean, next turn, we do have Senna that can come down and then actually make this darkness in hand fast speed. So there's that. We also have another Stilted Roadmaker, which will continue to increase the darkness. And honestly, so Stilted Roadmaker, one of the reasons why it's so good, it has 4 health. It's actually an incredible blocker into this board. So we might just get the Stilted Roadmaker. Yeah, and then next turn, we're now set up for a Senna into darkness, because if you throw darkness on the stack while someone's attacking, you get another darkness in hand. So that will clear, that'll do a lot to clear most of the board. And I think we'll be able to basically make it through this turn without taking much damage. We can throw the Spiderling under the Sivir. We can block the Akshan and the Brightsteel Protector and actually trade if we want, or force a combat trick out of Tamunda. We'll see if that's the route Storm goes.
Yeah, there's definitely room for Storm to stabilize from here on out. It's by no means over just because Sivir came down. Not sure how close the Sivir is to leveling. I don't feel like an insane amount of damage has been done, and it looks like Sivir is not threatening a level in this combat, as Storm is, you know, taking a block onto the 3-1 and saying, I'm going to trade because this is not a unit that is about to have quick attack from this Sivir level up. So still feel confident enough that this Sivir is not going to level here. But, I mean, a rally here could look pretty rough, but it's not going to happen if Storm saves this Akshan. So feeling okay on the side of Storm, but you know, a rally next turn is still pretty threatening. I don't know if that Sharp Sight now levels the Sivir, and it does, which means we're just losing the Spiderling. Yeah, so that was one of the reasons why I had mentioned throwing the Spiderling under Sivir. The other reason, because you got to think there's a combat trick. So the combat trick's going to level the Sivir. But the other reason is we took more damage. Like we could have only taken 3 damage that combat. Instead, we took 2 extra damage. And I do think that 2 extra damage is actually really crucial right now, because Tamunda is going to be looking to close out the game next turn. And it's very possible that that does happen. I mean, there's only 4 cards in hand, but honestly, Storm doesn't have many options either. So we really got to see how far this Senna can take us. We do have Rekindler into Vygar, too. That is something to know. I don't know if that's really the play this turn, but that is available. I don't think it's mana efficient enough. I think if anything, it would be like Vygar, play the darkness, play the Dark Ball Acolyte, play another darkness, and just try to like clear out the Sivir even through the spell shield. But that leveled Sivir is a big problem for the darkness deck, right? Suddenly you don't have as much use out of Senna in combat, where, especially in a hand like this, where we've only got the 1 spell, just darkness, right? We don't have something that we can kind of use to bait out the spell shield and then play something. And Tamunda offering up the pass, saying, I would love to just open attack you. That would that would just make my day.
That's a fantastic attack or pass. That is instant. I don't have to do anything. I'm in control of this game. You can go ahead, do something, commit some mana, and it does look like Storm's going to commit the 5 mana to the Senna, which if the Senna goes in for an attack, will mean 2 Darknesses. But again, like you said, that might mean 2 Darknesses onto this Sivir, so thank God it's at 4 damage with that Vygar and the Catalyzer pump from earlier. So again, those playing a big role if they are going to be able to save the Sivir, or sorry, kill the Sivir. But Tamunda could still have something to save the Sivir. There could be another Sharp Sight. There could even be a Shaped Stone that would be enough to save her. So, or an Absolver, which we see right here. So wait, why are we doing this now?
Absolver return.
We're rallying.
Yeah, we're rallying. We're drawing some cards.
Did we win with a rally? I think we win. I think we win.
I'm trying to like math out how this works with like we see the rally, we attack, we put the darkness on the stack to pop the spell shield, and then I don't think it works out for Storm.
Yeah, because even if Storm lives, I think Tamunda open attacks and we're good.
Yeah, I mean this isn't lethal as it stands. We can kill the Brightsteel Protector, and there's only you know, maybe you just say no block, because if you no block, your opponent can't play any spells, but then you are losing to just another Absolver out of Tamunda on the open attack. But as it stands, you know, lethal, not guaranteed for Tamunda on this turn.
Yeah, and the barrier, this is so this is so cheeky. The barrier onto the Sivir means that, because the attack's going to go back over to Storm now, if Storm attacks, plays the darkness on the Sivir, and then the Senna is going to generate another darkness, we actually cannot. We couldn't kill this Sivir if we wanted to this turn. No. Not to mention it's at 6 health. So this Sivir is alive and well. It is not going anywhere.
The roundabout point that Jay Blevins is making, Sivir's not dying.
that's didn't I said that right?
in a roundabout sort of way, yeah, you got there. But
I like trying to sound way smarter than I really am. That's what I was trying to do there. But there it is. Yeah, we're going to save a little bit of life there on the Brightsteel Protector. Do you still... Yeah, no, I was going to say, do you still attack with Senna? But no, because you need the blocker. The Fleet Feather Tracker is a pretty big deal if there's another unit. Yep, there it is. Treasure Seeker. Ooh. And we have... Yeah. Oh, my God. And
this is lethal.
Cost. This is lethal, yep. Wow. That's insane.
Is it lethal?
If you pull Senna,
it's at the very least, I think, lethal on the open.
It's lethal. Oh wait, no, it's not lethal because of the darkness in hand.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out. I mean, there could still be one more unit in Tamunda's hand. There could be any combat trick at this point. We're tapping out Storm, which is really the big thing here, right?
Well, if we play Sandstone Charger, like if Sandstone Charger represents lethal with a Fleet Feather pull, but any one unit dying to darkness is no longer lethal. So yeah, and I think that's why Tamunda is not playing it. The combat trick I don't think is ever lethal, right? So, but either way, I mean, we forget. I mean, Tamunda's attacking, but this was not Tamunda's attack turn. So we're gonna see this all over again next turn.
What's with this Wii nonsense? I remembered. So we'll see if there is a combat trick coming out of Tamunda for the lethal. We can have a lot of them available. We are still playing at that reduced mana cost for the turn. I think if you had played Sandstone Charger, all that really happens is like you trade that for the darkness, and then we're still in the exact same situation that we are here. But Tamunda, you know, I was about to say, if we're not presenting lethal here, then that means that our hand is like not a 3 mana or lower unit, and it is also, or probably a 2 mana or lower unit. Yeah, there's just way too many possibilities for Tamunda to have lethal, and they do have it. So, gonna tie things up 1-1, and we'll have to see if Darkness can fare a little bit better against the Draven Scion for game number 3.
Yeah, and listen, it's exactly like I said earlier. The Sivir Auction deck is going to have to try to close out the game by turn 7 or 8. I think that was turn 7 that we just saw. So, yeah, I mean, it right on time. That's exactly what Tamunda needed to do, and that's exactly what Tamunda is going to have to do with Draven Scion. It's the same thing, right? Scion's going to come down turn 7 or turn 8, whichever, if it's odds or evens attack turn, that's when you're going to try to jam that bad boy down. Now, the difference on playing it on turn 7, if you have the attack token, or really just playing it at all, right, is the Darkness deck does have a lot of removal. There's a fair shot that your Scion dies at an inopportune moment, and that's something that we have to keep our eye on as Tamunda tries to look to sneak down this big bad train a little bit later.
And this is an okay starting hand. Not really as many darkness buffers as you're kind of looking for. That would make this a lot better. But like, it's not bad. You know, we've got the mini morph already for the Scion. We've got the Vile Feast to line up onto whatever 1 HP unit comes down. Maybe a Boom Baboon. We've got a Darkness Generator. We've got Conchologist. Like there are things that we could ask for, but this is not like one of the worst hands that you could have as a Darkness player.
No, this isn't terrible. You know, having the mini morph early as well as kind of this little safety net. You know, and this is another way to get rid of the Scion that Jay Tamunda, you know, could play. Mini morph, right? So now, granted, mini morph would have been great in the silver matchup too. So we just didn't really find it. And actually, how many is there's two in Storm's deck?
Two.
Yeah. So, but already having that, knowing that you have it before turn 7 when Scion comes down, you know that you can check off, you know, one Scion. Okay, I've dealt with one Scion. That feels pretty good.
Stress Defense is also a really nice pickup. It won't kill the Scion, but it does really delay it for a turn. Scion is a lot worse of a card when it's a 1/6. But we've got to keep up with the aggression that's coming down. You know, like we have an answer. We can Vile Feast this All-Night Urchin. That'll give us a couple blockers. But one thing that Darkness doesn't do well is against Risen Rider, right? Unless we got down Dark Bulb Acolyte onto and had that Darkness available, we don't have our 3 attack unit. We don't have the Darkness to kill it. You know, no Twisted Catalyzer in sight. And 2 damage Darkness. It's not terrible in this matchup, but you really want to be able to kill Twin Blade Revenants as well. You want to get it up to at least 3. Now, luckily, not a lot that Jay Tamunda is going to be able to do to kill a Vygar. It's going to have to be like double Mystic Shot or Mystic Shot Get Excited, where even if you're using an axe to stop that, it doesn't feel great to trade 3 cards when your opponent's Vygar was immediately replaced by a Darkness. Yeah, and if
Vygar can stick around a while, it's definitely going to be trouble for Jay Tamunda. It's trouble for anybody going up against Darkness, right?
And Jay Tamunda is just currently saying, I have 2 Mystic Shot or my Time Winder Ravenous Flock.
Ravenous Flock.
That's really big because this is not a matchup where you're getting very good Arachnoid Sentry value. The top deck Flock.
Wow. Listen, as much as I, Jay Blevins, love Darkness decks, I love this deck. It's so good. Man, if this deck can't pick up a win versus Scion, Draven, or Akshan Sivir, there's problems because those are 2 very popular decks. Obviously, Draven Scion is probably the most popular deck. Akshan Sivir was the most popular. It's still very popular. I mean, those are 2 insanely good decks. And right now, I mean, we're seeing this Darkness deck really struggle with early game aggression from the last game. And now we're seeing it again this game. Now, granted, the Arachnid Sentry and the Raven's Fly, that was kind of, that was pretty good on the side of J-Tama. That's a good hand. But either way, I mean, you know, this is stuff that this deck has to always play against every single game or every single match, you know, competitive play. And it's just not doing too hot right now.
And it looks like we're just going to, you know, develop a little bit more of a board, take a few more blocks, see if there's anything coming out here. It looks like, Poro Cannon. Probably, just going to be used to push a little bit more damage by pulling one of these out of the way. And just no fast spells available for Storm. No Withering Wail. No Senna in combination with Withering Mist, though that would be impossible to obtain on turn number 5, so would be pretty irrelevant here anyway. But it looks like Jay Tamunda has just done a beautiful job of continuing to go wide around Storm's defenses, and a big part of that was being able to remove Vygar, specifically with Arachnoid Sentry Flock. Being able to develop that unit while removing another one is really big towards Jay Tamunda's victory here.
I want to point out something too. This is very important. You know, there was a decision made from Jay Tamunda there. We first pulled the Conchologist and then we pulled the Dark Bulb Acolyte. The Acolyte has Augment. So the idea first was that we want the Augment guy to, you know, basically have to kill itself because we don't want him to stick around. But then Jay Tamunda thought again, well, wait, I want to push maximum damage, which is probably correct in this particular matchup. And we don't want to give Storm the opportunity to push this Dark Bulb Acolyte up to 3 attack, which we're seeing right now, and then be able to block the Risen Rider here. So I do like that from Jay Tamunda. It's those little tiny micro decisions to push a little bit more damage that really, I mean, the best players do that, right? I mean, we see that a lot in competitive play.
And it feels like Storm is just kind of in this position where, like, you were playing very hard to dealing with the Scion and just didn't make it to the Scion turn.
Ixtali's pretty big, though. I mean, this is some lifesteal here.
Yeah.
This could help.
Yeah, It could help. The awkward part is that it's probably just going to die. Even if it attacks, it'll just trade with this Fallen Rider thanks to the Spinning Axe in Tamunda's hand. So you get a little bit of lifesteal back, but Tamunda still has plenty of mana to go wide around you. You're committing your turn basically to just like mini-morphing the Scion. You don't have any further development alongside that. You might be able to get to Darkness a unit, but because it's still only at 2 damage, it's not going to be able to kill, say, oh look, the Twin Blade Revenant that's in hand, and it looks like Tamunda has another.
Now, wow.
Oh, yeah, okay, that'll do it. I was thinking it was going to be a flock onto the Sentinel, but no, it's just get excited for lethal, and there's nothing that Storm is going to be able to do about that. Tamunda taking a very quick victory with the Draven Scion, moving on to the winners finals.
As a burn lover yourself, the taller Casanova, you should love the fact that ended with a get excited and not the flock onto the lifesteal. Like, let's be honest.
Yeah, that's my favorite thing. I love burn.
Don't sound too excited. So
I love it.
Jay Tamunda taking the victories there with Sivir Akshan. And hey, what do you know? Draven Scion, which you've already seen a few times today. And Darkness, my favorite deck, is not doing too hot today. That's all I can say so far.
Elegantly
I tried.
Jay Blevins.
I tried.
That was incredible. But yeah, it feels kind of weird because we come into the event. Oh yeah, it's fight night. Hi everybody, it's me. It's Casanova and Jay Blevins. Yeah, it's a very diverse fight night. There's not a lot of deck repeats. Then we have to watch Draven Scion mirror.
Yeah, we apologize for that ahead of time.
We lied to you.
Yeah, we lied a little bit.
Do you think anyone would do that? Get on the internet? Oh, sorry, Jonathan Blevins. Do you think anyone would just get on the internet and lie? Do you think someone would do that?
No, never. What are you? No, I never lie. Nope.
Thank you, very real Blevins, for confirming that people cannot lie on the internet.
It's impossible. Everything you Google is true, 100%. You know that. Right?
I don't know about that one. I was thinking about us, but we are going to get into Ian Amor versus Rick Diggus, and it looks like we are coming in as Ian Amor is absolutely popping off right now with a Shellfolk, as well as the Glorious Evolution already underway, and Rick did win game number 1, so if Ian Amor picks up this game, which it looks like they probably will, then we're going into a game number 3.
Yeah, and the winner will be able to take on Jay Tamunda here in the winner's final. Right now, just so you guys know as well, a little bit of an update, Teiko Salvaje taking down Kochua in the losers round 1, as well as TOF Pixar taking down Dragon Guy Who Died, which we saw a little bit earlier. Dragon Guy Who Did Die to Pixar in round 1. Now advancing Pixar to the losers quarterfinal to play the loser of this game.
Hold on, I gotta.
Wow,
that's
a big field.
Real quick, because
that's a big field.
Yeah. What is?
Let me get. Yeah. Mm-hmm. What
I was checking to see if these the draw 2 spell was main decked by Ian Amor, and it is not.
The draw 2 spell, which
the both players draw 2. I don't know. You see it right there in the hand, but it looks like it was just like gotten off a conchologist while Shellfolk was on field. So
that would be a thing, huh? That's
that'd be something. So we're going in for the lethal attack here. We've got quite a few 20 attack units that demand to be blocked, so the rest of this damage should go through. And with a 19 attack Loping Telescope, I think Rick Diggus hangs on here because we do have that Concussive Palm that I believe did not get pranked out of playability.
Mm-hmm.
So it's only going to be 9 damage pushed through when all is said and done.
That is a 23 attack Vi. Wowza. That's a thing.
Who's
dying?
She's dealing 0 damage. I imagine we'll get the Mystic Shot to pop the barrier on the Lee Sin.
Yeah, I don't see why not.
Yeah, just waiting for a little bit of mana to be committed on the side of Rick Diggus before we fire this off.
Yeah, knowing that lethal's presented, something has to be committed.
Okay, we're gonna Guiding Touch, see if we can find the Notify.
Wow, a little desperate for that Notify there, but I think that is showing that Rick is definitely out of sorts here, not in too hot of a spot. The tempo definitely on Amor's side. And yep, there we go. Trading the Lee Sin with the Vi there, and things looking pretty good for Amor right now. This is, I thought when you first were asking what was in the hand of Amor, I thought you were going to rub the fact that Glorious Evolution was played in my face. And so I dodged that for the time being.
Did Amor just message themselves?
Wait, what? Really?
I think so. That's what it looked like. found themselves on their friends list in game and just said hi to yourself.
So actually, hold on. I want to bring up something because you did lie. Where is this Urgot card you were mentioning previously? I would like to see. Somebody told me there was an Urgot card being released.
Boulevard said that.
Oh, that wasn't you? Oh, okay.
No, I'm Casanova.
Never mind. Okay.
Boulevard said that.
Wrong person. Casanova would never taller Casanova would not lie. Yeah, okay.
No,
yeah.
Taller Nova is an honorable caster who would never lie.
Definitely.
But this does mean that we're going to get a game number 3. Going to be Thralls up against Lee Sin here for the third game of seeing who's going to take on Tamunda in the winners finals.
Yeah, and very, very excited here to see who's going to advance. This beard. Remind me, you know what?
Just shave it off.
I have decided I am not getting a beard. I'm not. Just shave it off. I'll do it. I'll do it on stream. Is that what people do? They shave their heads.
If we can get to 500 followers right now, we can get him to shave his beard live on stream.
OMG! All right, we got Thralls. Here we go. This is actually a deck we were talking about earlier that we did want to see. So it's very excited that we didn't see. So we didn't lie. See, there's diversity. Thralls. We have Thralls. We're good. Talia and Lysandra. And hoping to see Talia get leveled here. We do have some early landmarks as well as the turn 3 Lysandra to get that frozen Thrall. So we'll see if that comes down early here. And honestly, going up against Lee Sin, I don't know. I haven't seen this matchup in a while. I definitely did before. This was a thing back when Thralls first really came to fruition as a viable archetype here. But I do think Thralls might be a little too slow if Rick cannot find, if Rick does find the Lee Sin, before, I can't speak right now, before turns like 8 or 9 or so.
Yeah, Thralls almost feels like, I know that one analogy you used to love to make about discard aggro was like, if you open the right cards, like, you just can't lose.
Yeah.
That's true to an extent with Thralls. Like, you can get smorked down before I summon all my Thralls still, but I think matchup like Lee Sin, it is possible. Like, if I had the appropriate hand, yeah, I can just summon like 4 Thralls on turn 5, and there's nothing you're going to be able to do about that.
To be clear, this is not it.
Not have that
yeah,
hand.
this is
very far away from that hand. We have like very, very minimal Thrall generation. Like, we're going to be able to summon one here on turn 3 with the Lysandra, but we have absolutely no countdown available, no real threats towards the Lee Sin or the life total of Rick Diggus to say, hey, I can kill you or stop you from getting Lee Sin down in a very safe manner. Ooh. And the Preservarium draw of the clock hand not speeding things up here.
Okay, Curator.
That's fine, but it's not the preservationist we're looking for.
Yep. Well, what I will say, so this is why I mentioned finding Lee Sin before 8. What I'm seeing in the hand of Anymore right now is we have the clock hand and we have Talia. Going into turn 5, if we can duplicate the Frozen Thrall, when we do hit turn 8, we are still setting up for a very strong turn 8.
You think we're going to hit turn 8?
Well, that's what we're going to find out.
A promising future?
I'm just saying.
we have the Entomb. We have Lysandra's Entomb to stop a potential lethal from Rick Diggus. We even have a second spell in the Ice Shard in order to ensure that, like, Bastion isn't going to upset that or anything, but there is still the possibility of Deny coming out. But there's no Lee Sin on the side of Rick Diggus just yet, so let's not get ahead of ourselves. We'll just continue to sit back, chill, let Zoe probably level up. Honestly, I don't think we're stopping that either.
That's unfortunate.
I think we could kill it if we commit a lot here between like Ice Shard to pop the spell shield, Avalanche it, and then Blighted Ravine it. Probably not worth it. I think this Zoe is just going to level, and Ian No More is not going to really be able to do anything about that. And our predict is looking.
I think you skip this.
Okay here.
I don't know.
It's either Curator or skip. I think those are really the only options. The awkward part is you probably want to Talia the 1 countdown Thrall next turn.
Yep.
Or you could just count down it now, if it is going to 2. It's not much else you're going to do with that remaining 5 mana. It's either play Talia or pop a spell shield on the Zoe, so...
Yeah, here we go. So I do think we're going to get Talia here. This is what I was talking about earlier. I mean, this is not terrible, but this all hinges on Rick not having Lee Sin. Yeah, if Rick... there's really no easy way for Anymore to deal with Lee Sin. We do have the Entomb, like you mentioned earlier, but there's a good shot that by the time that all comes to fruition, that Rick has a response to that, whether it is a Deny or a Spell Shield even for the Lee Sin. So we'll see, but there's going to be at least an attack coming next turn from Anymore, as the attack token is going to be on their side of the field, and we don't really have any other units that seem great to summon. We can get a Tavern Keeper down if we want, but that's about it.
Oh, we got a Moon Silver onto something, so
Uh-oh.
reduced cost. We still haven't seen what came out of the Solari Priestess either. Oh, there it is, the Falling Comet onto the Frozen Thrall. So very good that we were able to double that up with the Talia this turn and ensure that we are still getting, at the very least, one Thrall.
That shows me, though, that Rick does not have Lee Sin, and Rick's not necessarily in a great spot. I feel like, because that shows me that if we're that worried about getting rid of that Frozen Thrall, that any more might have been able to close things out if both actually stayed on the field, especially with something like Clock Hand if we found more. But we're going to start with the Ice Shard here. That is going to clean up the lifesteal. It's going to not really do much else, unfortunately, for now. We can actually... Oh, okay, there's no... I was going to say we could follow up with an Avalanche, which would have been nice.
A little bit. It's kind of a weird situation where... I mean... Yeah, it's like, it's pushing down the Zoe a little bit. It's pushing down Eye of the Dragon. It's pushing some damage onto our Lysandra. But, like, so we really want to keep Lysandra alive. We want to be able to have access to Frozen Tomb. And it looks like here we're actually considering, like, please, do something. Kill my Lysandra so that I can play another one and get another Thrall. I want to have a Thrall going into this Clock Hand turn. But, you know, no matter what HP Lysandra's at, she's still susceptible to, like, the Sonic Wave Resonating Strike on a Dragonling. So the health on her doesn't really matter too much.
Well, we're getting a Gifts from Beyond here. We'll see what we're going to get. I wouldn't even be surprised if we actually grab like a Gravitum instead of a Crescendum, just in case. Just based on the Falling Comet onto the Frozen Thrall. Maybe we're worried about the Thrall in the next attack turn, so we grab a Stun. So we're not playing it yet, but there's one of the Thralls coming out. There's a Three Sisters is not bad against Lee Sin if it does eventually come down. Deep Med. Yeah, so probably playing a deep med like that, I gotta think still no Lee Sin. So any more, if we can set up, like you said, some more Thralls, that's really the ideal situation. But honestly, the hand right now, if I remember, I forget what that top deck just was, but I don't think there's any Thralls. That's right, there's Three Sisters. There's no Thralls in hand. Yeah. So
we would have to block the Dragonling here and then Avalanche to kill our Lysandra, and then we can play another one. And it looks like that's exactly what Ian Amor wants to do. The Behold the Infinite does pose some problems. This opens us up to Falling Comet and Supernova as options to get out of the Celestial Pool, as well as just elusives, right? Like, a Great Beyond is a threat.
Yeah, Great Beyond's still a card. It didn't go away. I know people think it went away, but I swear it's still in the game. It still does things. And, here we go, clearing it out. Honestly, you know, the leveled Zoe might actually just be the nail in the coffin here. I mean, you would basically have to continue to miss Behold the Infinites with,
I mean, there's, what, like 14 options or something? 12?
Yeah.
22, something like that?
But, I mean, like, I could see missing one, but then missing two. Like, I don't see Rick missing two. And then, honestly, that's assuming still that we don't draw Lee Sin. So I think Rick in a decent spot here. But we'll see. I mean, we got the Clock Hand now, too, coming out on turn 8 here. So we should have a pretty decent attack. And, actually, what's Talia at? Are we one away from leveling Talia?
Yes. Because it was 3 Thralls and the Preservarium. So we are at 4 out of 5.
Okay. Be nice if we could get her leveled before the attack, but I don't foresee that happening.
No, it'd be kind of hard if we're already kind of committing the hand to clock turn. Committing? What did I just say?
Committing the hand to clock turn.
Committing the turn to clock hand.
That doesn't sound like something Taller Casanova would say.
Taller Nova's having some tongue problems over here.
It's it's the permanent marker. I told you. All right, let's see what we get here. Is it going to be the Supernova? If it is, that's going to feel bad because we have enough mana for it right now. What do we got?
Still, that only stops 1 Thrall.
Yeah,
okay,
there it is.
Gravitum. And the second Thrall comes out at burst speed, so we're going to just be able to attack straight away from Ian Amor here.
Yeah, so that tells me they probably missed Supernova. They still don't have Lee Sin. So I really feel like, a lot of the plays Rick's been making, I do think Rick is on the back foot here. Like, we're assuming Rick is in a good spot because they're at 20, because they're a Lee Sin deck, they can end the game in 1 turn. But no Lee Sin means no win. And it's looking like any more, especially with leveled Lysandra. I mean, even she could close out the game if we get Rick down a little bit lower here.
Looks like there's something else coming out here. This is a lot of damage. That
Ooh,
concussive bomb
okay.
makes plenty of sense, but it still feels like Rick is, pretty far away from winning the game. We haven't seen Lee Sin up until this point. Maybe there was some kind of invoked elusive off of that Zoe spell, but maybe if we can give the whole board elusive, we'll be close. But I mean, the tough nexus is not something that Rick is going to be able to handle very well here. Okay, yeah, Golden Sister. There's that elusive, and lifesteal does mean that's going to be a little difficult for Eonomore to handle, to punch through.
Yeah.
I'm trying to count up this hand. I don't think we have enough to stop a meaningful amount of damage, but we're not dying, right? What is that? 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 damage that Rick Diggus is threatening here because of the tough nexus. So really not in danger of dying. We have Entomb as well as 3 Sisters for a flash freeze if we were worried about dying. But Rick is going to go back up to 20 if this is the case.
Yeah, let's and that's really the issue here, right? Now, I will say, so we have the Ice Shard, and then we also have Blighted Ravine. That's almost a board clear.
Yeah.
That's spooky. So, actually, it is a board clear if we play both Ice Shards that we have.
It'll level the Talia as well. She's sitting at 4 out of 5.
So
this is going to stop a little bit. Double Ice Shard.
Okay, yep. So this okay.
This will stop the Tail of the Dragon
as well. Yep.
As well as maybe stop, maybe play around like a nothing.
I don't think there was ever a world where
I was like, maybe we Pale Cascade the Dragon, but I don't think anyone was ever really concerned about that. So we are just going to fire off both of these. One of them's going to get notified, which I think is still fine. The big thing here is that you're pushing through 1 damage to get the full board clear with the Blighted Ravine. So yeah, things still looking really good for Eonomore.
Yeah, that notify is big because it saves the Zoe from the Blighted Ravine. I think is the biggest thing there. There was never a world where Eonomore prevented them from going to 20 though, right? So
yeah. I don't know how much Zoe's about to do against this attack, though, Doza.
Oh, no. I mean, the next turn, if Zoe gets to attack again, that's when it would matter. But no, I think Eonomore might actually just win the game next turn, depending on what's in Rick's hand here. I think we can open attack as well. We could even count down the Blighted Ravine now if we really wanted to.
Might as well just wait until the start of the turn, right? None of our units are dying here. Okay, we're going to get a Guiding Touch onto the eye, so that survives. But, we still have Ice Shard to stop Dragonling from effectively blocking something. Our Talia will be in danger of dying to it, but we can use this 3 Sisters in order to push through, a Fury of the North on one of our larger units. I think that Eonomore has a really, really good shot at lethal next turn.
Yeah. Yeah, and again, I feel like a broken record. We didn't draw Lee Sin. We don't draw Lee Sin, we don't win, and that was the issue here. We're getting to turn 9. We did make it to turn 9. We weren't sure if we would make it Boulevard, but we did.
Yeah.
All right. This is really interesting how this is played out, but when I think back to a lot of the Lee Sin matchups of old, we've seen this before. That's a Come to Cold. I didn't realize Eonomore was playing that. That's neat. I've always liked that card. It's kind of a niche Thrall's card. But yeah, seeing this matchup again after so long, at least for me personally, this makes a lot of sense. Either Rick draws Lee Sin early, or Eonomore draws the nuts early, like we were talking about, and gets the double countdown on some of the Thralls and stuff like that early for turn 5 or 6. Or neither happens, there's no Lee Sin drawn, and we make it to turn 9 or 10, and hey, what do you know? There's a level Lysandra. Hell, maybe we even went with the Watcher at some point. I don't know. That's an option too.
There's still, and I think that Eonomore has enough freeze in hand that we're not really worried about a Zoe win condition, getting a Great Beyond or a Scourge or something like that, and having that, go after our dwindling life total and say, oh yeah, I noticed that you have a tough nexus. It's a 8 life. That's all well and good. I have an 11 attack Great Beyond. How does that feel? We have enough burst speed things to ensure that we are going to be able to stop that if for some reason Ice Shard plus Entomb was not enough.
I guess the consideration here is playing Ice Shard first, but then you open yourself up to some sort of removal with those Behold the Infinites, whatever they've gotten.
Yeah, what kind of removal are you worried about? got to be exactly Supernova, but you're getting the Celestial off the field with the Ice Shard theoretically, so I don't think that's online anymore.
Yeah, because then you'd still get, 4, you'd have 10 with Talia. You still have lethal even if both thralls are Supernova. Oh no, your Talia dies, never mind. Or no, because then you could save her with Fury of the North. I'm pretty sure if you play Ice Shard and Fury of the North Talia.
It's a pretty big mana commitment.
Yeah, but then I think
what else are you really doing with the turn, right?
Yeah, you guarantee winning though, right? Because the only thing you lose to is Supernova.
I don't know about guarantee.
I think so.
But I think we might have it anyway, or at the very least, we're going to be in a position where like Rick Diggus just can't get out of this because we have so many tools to survive the next turn.
Yeah.
Even if we just push through a bunch of damage here, clear out the board, that's all well and good. I don't think Rick is finding lethal next turn.
No, no way. And actually, now that I'm looking at this too, because you're going to get 6 to the face. Now, granted, if Talia dies somehow, the 3 shots do not go off. I was going to say maybe this is still lethal, but the lifesteal means it's not. So yeah, we're going to throw it on the stack. Now the overwhelm goes through, and this is lethal. Okay,
is threatening lethal. See what Rick can pull out if they want to stay in the upper bracket here and go on to face Tamunda.
Or sorry, I think I misspoke. Not if Talia's on the board, the blocker. Oh,
I don't even know the context for that anymore.
Well, yeah, well, it's because of the ice shard. So, but Will of
no matter what though, this Will of Ionia is going to stop everything.
Yeah, yep.
And that does mean that the Lysandra, I think, is dying here. Yeah, I can't see her health, but I imagine it's less than the 5 attack that Zoe has, which means we are going to lose Entomb. But because we still have 3 Sisters Flash Freeze as well as the Succumb to the Cold, again, not really feeling threatened by whatever Rick Diggus plays.
See, so this is what I mean, right? You by doing the other play that I had mentioned with Fury of the North on Talia and then proactively ice sharding, that would not have prevented lethal there, the Will of Ionia, and neither would Supernova. And neither would Concussive Harm. Or not, like, there's all these other cards that wouldn't have prevented lethal. I mean, I feel like that might have been a good option. Now, it might not matter. But, I mean, hey, this is one more turn that Rick can draw Lee Sin. And if there's one thing I know about Lee Sin decks, we've seen this before, Talanova. I mean, they can rip a Lee Sin off the top and suddenly win the game coming back from absolutely nothing. So, see if Rick's got it.
Well, it looks like we're going to start off with, I don't know if that's Eye of the Dragon or if it's a Gravitum to stun the Thrall on the next turn. Looks like it's Crescendum, so we're going to go for the Eye play.
Yeah, I do like this now. This makes sense. Because you are going into your attack turn, so.
Probably just going to replay the Thrall, right? Might as well slam that down. We got 10 mana. It's not going anywhere.
Wait, does that mean our Watcher costs 0? Wait, what? Huh? What happened? I don't get it.
Did we need... It's probably some math to do with how many spells we need to play next turn. In terms of Entomb, Succumb to the Cold, and the 3 Sisters, we needed all 13 mana.
Are we still... Or, technically, this does play around the Supernova a little bit? Like, they either have to play it now or pass, or you get to develop and then open attack. Like, so maybe this just guarantees that one of the 8 attack thralls now gets to attack. So if they play Supernova here, you play a thrall. Whereas if you already developed it, they could Supernova both thralls and you have no overwhelm unit to attack. So very interesting if that's the route anyone was going with here. But I think, again, if there's no Lee Sin, I'm pretty sure anyone just wins.
Even if there is a Lee Sin, it's still got to get overwhelmed, right?
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, we need all the equation. I mean, you got to think there's probably one in hand. Okay, that's a card. That works.
Destroyer. Yeah, this is Ice Shard to pop the spell shield, though. That's going to be followed by some kind of Frostbite effect. Probably a trade onto it as well, since we do have so many big units.
We have Frostbite. We have so much Frostbite in our hand, too. That ain't nothing. That ain't... Destroyer ain't nothing right now.
It does have the... Ooh.
That's okay. That's something.
Okay.
That's something.
That's a little scary. It's not that much damage, though, right? Because we do still have the Frostbite for this Destroyer. That's only 1 damage from the Zoe. It's only 1 damage from the Dragonling. And we're just going to go ahead and run out our Thrall here. Say, I'm at a point where all I need is this 1 freeze.
Yep. Man, I was really hoping Watcher could come down after that. Man, it would be able to come down if it wasn't nerfed, but now it's nerfed. That deck is bye-bye. All right, here we go. So we're going to take a whopping 2 damage. Oh, yeah.
Nice.
I love that Tough Nexus. Nice. Man, I'll tell you, when she does level up, that Tough Nexus actually, that's a huge effect. Like, you really survive a lot longer than you would having a tough Nexus. Who would have thought, right?
Who would have thought, right? What are you talking about? It's strictly better
I know,
than a non-tough Nexus.
Yeah, well, my Nexus has lifesteal. What now? All right, yeah.
What an interesting thought you had there, Doza. So what we need to do now is we just need to entomb something that is blocking a thrall, because everything getting overwhelmed, or everything getting lifesteal rather, on the side of Rick Diggus does actually make the math a little complicated here. Yeah. But if we can just sneak through and entomb, and we have 2 shots of doing so because we still have the 3 sisters as well, then we will find the lethal, because I'd imagine that this is not it. We'll see if there is a deny for this entomb. Bastion won't do it because we still have Ice Shard.
This might be where Rick turns it around, though, because this, I think, has got to be one of the last pushes. Yeah, there's the deny.
There's deny. Still Hush, a potential.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, we're using up all of our defensive spells here to try and push through for lethal, which is not a play that I mind. But it does make things a little bit scary if it does not work out.
Wait. Oh, okay, we went for the entomb. I was like,
yeah, what did you think of it?
I don't know why I thought Flash Freeze. Yep, there we go.
That's it. Eonamor wins.
Eonamor. Wow. I was not expecting that to end like I thought a couple turns ago we might have, but that was an interesting way for Thralls to win the game there. That was
it was a bit of a back and forth there in the last couple of turns for sure. Really struggling to push through the lethal there on the side of Eonamor, and just no win condition anywhere in sight for Rick Diggus. Eventually finds the Destroyer, but you know, it actually looked promising, right? Like the Destroyer comes through and we're like, yeah, I might actually just be able to find the elusive lethal here with Zoe, but it was not the case. And now we are going to have Glorious Evolution, Shellfolk, and Thralls going up against Jay Tamunda's Draven Scion and Sivir Akshan in the winners finals. Going to take a look at the journey of how we got here. Where did all the other chips lie? Who is going to be moving on to try and face them still?
Yeah, and you can see, I mean, it's been a day. It's been a day so far. We've had some stuff happen. You do see Kochua there in the bottom bracket, unfortunately, taken down by Taiko Salvaje, and going up against Storm next. And then our boy Rick, who we just saw, going to be taking on TOF Pixar here in the losers quarterfinals. I do think those games have started, so we'll see what happens with those in just a bit. But the next one we're going to be getting into, Jay Tamunda and Eonamor. I mean, Eonamor had to take down Taiko originally, who is still currently in it. So we'll see if they get to re-meet at some point a little bit later on in the brackets, or if Taiko's going to be out of it for good in the losers bracket.
Yep, so obviously the next match that we're going to watch going to have to be the winners finals. Wouldn't do it any other way, but that will be coming after a very short 5-minute break when we get back to more Fight Night Legends action. We are cresting into the halfway point of the fight night. We are getting into the winners finals here very soon between Tamunda and Ianamor. One of the more standard lineups of the tournament up against one of the more sort of off-kilter, the more creative in this Glorious Evolution Shellfolk alongside the Thralls. Jay Blevins, how you feeling about this this matchup coming up?
You know what? Thanks for asking me, Taller Nova. I am feeling like there has been an absolute bevy of action today. It's been absolutely astronomically awesome. Very excited we could be here to watch it all go down. And honestly, I'm pretty excited to watch Ianamor and Tamunda. Again, we've seen a lot of Tamunda since the beginning of Legends of Runeterra. One of my favorite players personally. And like you mentioned, you know, we have some interesting decks here. We have the Glorious Evolution Shellfolk, which this one I would actually say is Glorious Evolution because I think there was somebody that we watched earlier that was playing GE, quote-unquote, Shellfolk, but there was only one Glorious Evolution. And, yeah, I don't really think that's a Glorious Evolution Shellfolk. And then also the Lissandra Talia, which we just saw take a win versus Lee Sin. Surprisingly, I thought that was a pretty interesting way how that game concluded. Very excited to see Thralls again, especially against something like Akshan Sivir and Dravenstein. I'm actually curious to see it against both of those decks.
Okay. So, I mean, yeah, really not much to say to that, but...
I try. You know what?
The top hat, I still can't get over the top hat and the beard. Like it looks good though. It does look good. I'm glad that you decided to wear it out tonight.
My dog keeps trying to eat my beard because it thinks it's a dog toy. I think like one of those. Dog
ropes, is it a dog toy?
It might.
Because you haven't. I asked you that earlier, and you never gave me a straightforward answer. So.
It might be. It might be.
All right. So. Anyway, we still have a couple of players fighting through the losers bracket, which we'll check up on a little bit later to ensure that we can find out, you know, who's going to make it into the losers run, who's going to play the winner or the loser from the winners finals for the grand finals. There's still a lot of Runeterra left to be played tonight. Like 4 or 5 rounds. We're here for the long haul, everybody. Welcome to the Halloween weekend edition of Fight Night Legends. As you can see, we are all in costume here. My name is Taller Nova. This is Jonathan Blevins. I said Jonathan earlier, and I think
I'm rolling with it.
I don't know if I should go with Justin Blevins or just Jay Blevins. I'll try to stick with what I can.
I like Jay Blevins. I slipped up a couple times in the beginning, so yeah, it's all right.
Stick with Jay Blevins. The problem is I'm going to call you that after this. Like, the next time we speak, I'm just going to be like, Jay Blevins, Jay Blevins.
Well, the question is it Taller Casa or Taller Nova?
Like, Taller Nova, 100%. That was the day one meme was Taller Nova, so we're going to stick with that.
Production agrees, so we have to go with it.
Yeah, we have to stick with it.
All right, but yeah, Tamunda and Ianamor next. Right now, Rick, Diggus, and TOF Trials of Faith, Team Trials of Faith Picture, are going head-to-head, and then there's also Storm and Teiko Salvaje going head-to-head right now as well in the losers quarterfinal. So like Taller Nova said, we're going to have this winners final up next. The winner of the winners final is going to actually kind of wait for a little bit in the grand final as we go through the bottom half of the bracket. So we're probably going to be doing the losers semifinal as well as the losers final. And then, yeah, so a few more rounds.
You don't have to talk about the bracket anymore. Great job stalling, Jay Blevins, as always. But now we are going to get to see a full game of the Glorious Evolution Shellfolk underway. I have no metric on judging this opening hand from Ianamor. It doesn't look particularly great into Sivir Akshan.
Yeah, I mean, we have some Mystic shots for a little bit of removal here, like if Akshan comes down. Problem is, I mean, Tamunda probably won't just play like a naked Akshan or anything like that. There's probably going to be one
you
or
say
two
that, what?
Man, here it happens.
Naked Akshan.
Never mind. I am wrong. And there comes the Mystic shot. Man, all right. Well, I was going to say maybe he waits until, you know, there's a sharp sight available.
Now this hand? Now I know how to evaluate this hand. This hand looks great. We already killed the Akshan for no value on the side of Tamunda. All we got was the Warlord's Palace out of it. We even have this Otterpuss to block the Fleet Feather Tracker. Ooh. I don't know how it continues to snowball from here, but I would say that things are looking pretty good. Vi, something that is a little difficult for this deck to handle on the side of Tamunda. Even Concerted Strike can have a bit of a tough time dealing with it, because with this current board, Concerted Strike is not killing Vi.
Yeah, it's essentially 6 total damage that needs to get done for a Concerted Strike, and that can be tough sometimes. And yeah, I got to agree with you. This hand's looking great. Even the hidden pathways, you know, as we start, we're slowly trading away the board. Mystic shot for a Fleet Feather, Mystic shot for an Akshan. Well, hey, now that we're trading a little bit, why don't we go ahead and use the hidden pathways? We can refuel our hand and keep trading. We don't have problems trading because eventually Tamunda will run out of cards, and Ianamor, the whole point of this deck is to not run out of cards. We have plenty of ways to create card advantage especially if we find the shell folk. So, yeah, plus we're going to get to turn 5 with the attack token. I think that's huge that Anymore has the attack token on 5 so that this Vi can do work once she hits the board.
And work she will do. Tamunda's just been curving out so far, not banking any spell mana for any of those combat tricks. It's not necessarily indicative of the fact that he just has none. It might just be a playstyle choice and saying, yeah, this is a deck where I need to curve out. I'll just kind of take the removal as it comes, and then I'll go for like a big swing with a Sivir later on. But now we actually are going to bank a little bit of the spell mana and just forfeit our attack turn to stop any development out of Ianamor.
All right. Here we go. Yeah, and like you said, even Concerted Strike here. We have 8 mana on the side of Tamunda. Concerted Strike going through. Okay, now we have Concerted Strike with 6 damage on board. This would be enough to do it. Let's see if we find it. Nope, we don't find it with the prank. We still might have it in those other 2 cards, though. And it looks like we're going to go. I think there was the +2 cost in the Absolver there, which makes sense.
Yep.
Let's see if we got it. Concerted Strike. There is only 2, FYI, not 3. So, yeah, no Concerted Strike, it looks like. I don't see any reason not to play it there.
All right, so we pretty much have perfect information of Tamunda's hand at this point, right? We've got the 1 unknown card. There's going to be one more unknown. It is about to change a little bit. The Warlord's Palace is going to pop pretty soon. And then we get that predict plus that draw. I don't imagine Tamunda's going to go for any other sort of mode on this thing. But Ianamor stalling out pretty well, still sitting at a very healthy 20 life total here on the 6th turn of the game. Tamunda can go really aggressive this turn. You know, we have the Brightsteel Protector, which would level the Auction and give us a few more draws in order to try to play things out. And actually, is that a... Yeah, that was a non-revealed Brightsteel Protector.
Wow. I mean, listen, I haven't been crazy about this 3 Glorious Evolution version of the deck. But seeing it go up against Sivir Auction right now, I mean, I'm liking its odds. Tamunda has a very threatening board, I'm not going to lie. But, you know, going into turn 6 here, having 20 health, having these options in hand, having the refuel even with the hidden pathways, and the Vi pretty solidly on board here with seemingly no way for Tamunda to deal with the Vi just yet. Yeah, I mean, things are looking okay, I think, for any more. We do need to start drawing some things, though. Group Shot, I think, is going to be a huge help from this Gynecologist here.
We will have to discard something to the Poro Cannon in order to actually get a 4th unit to really turn the Group Shot on, unless we're just going for, ooh, boy, let's see how you
all right, here's Sergeant. Here's the Sergeant coming in clutch, the upgraded Badger Bear recently.
That one of Sergeant we were talking about a little bit earlier on in the day coming to fruition. We'll see what we can draw here, but I don't think there's anything that's like impacting the way this plays out. I think we're just kind of, I mean, Sump Work would have done great here to try and remove one of these units. But yeah, this is going to have to be a lot of blocks on the side of Ianamor. We can still use Group Shot to pop the barrier, which doesn't matter because... What are you surprised by?
I don't know. Maybe not, because I guess banking the 3 spell mana makes a lot of sense now that we have Poro Cannon. So maybe I just kind of zoned in a little bit there. I was going to say...
Yeah, because this is... We're trying to look at lethal next turn, right?
Yeah.
This is the ideal turn 7 Glorious Evolution. Here comes Poro Cannon. We've got a couple of 1-mana cards that we can play alongside it. That, of course, will be 0 mana.
Oh, wow.
And Otterpuss, probably the ideal top deck.
Oh, my God.
Don't forget the Otterpusses have a tune, and that means that's going to be a little bit more mana back in the pocket of Ianamor.
Wow, which means we can play the time trick. Wow.
Yeah. This very well could be lethal from 0 mana from Ianamor this turn. This is exactly what the second.
This is the combo.
This might be a rally. Yeah. There's the rally.
Oh, wow.
And I think...
Wait, we can still put down an Otterpuss, though, and be fine, unless there's a buff. If there's a sharp sight.
There's the 4-mana Absolver that we know about.
Oh, wow. Is there no way for us to deal with that at all?
Trying to think. I'm not coming up with anything. We cannot get our Group Shot to 2 damage quickly
If we
enough.
Otterpuss into Time Trick, does that find us something? Or unless... Wait, we can prank! Oh, no, we can't because it's focused.
No, we can't prank.
I was going to say we prank it again and up the cost.
Yeah,
so what can we time trick? What can we time trick? Nothing. Nothing with...
We could time trick into... yeah, I'm not thinking of anything off the top of my head. I think that's just it.
Yeah, there's just trinket trades, which don't do
I think the rally's just lethal.
Wow. Tamunda, I was getting impressed with this 3-up Glorious Evolution.
Is Trinket Trade focus speed?
Yeah, yeah.
It is?
Oh, wait, oh, no. Trick or Trade is burst speed. Trick or Trade's burst
Okay,
speed.
so we could find something like a Mystic Shot here. Now it's not even
No,
going to do
Mystic
it, right? Because
Shot's...
the Absolver is still going to...
Well, because the Predict costs 1 mana, then you're going to go down to 0, and then Mystic Shot.
Oh, no, I meant finding it off Trinket Trade. Trinket Trade doesn't just grab Otter Post.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, well, let's see.
But because there's an additional health onto
Trail of
it
Evidence?
doesn't matter. There's nothing we can do here.
What does this get?
Oh, it's Conchologist, and that's not enough. Man, we were... The first time we were finally going to get to see this Get Excited Lethal actually play out. Jay Tamunda steals it away with the rally, and going to move us on to game number 2. I mean, we were right. The game ended that turn. You can't say we were wrong there.
I mean, yeah, it did still end, but wow. Yeah, and I got to agree, though. Like, I was just finally getting on the side of the Glorious Evolution deck.
Yeah, we almost had you. We almost had you there on our side for the Glorious Evolution, and you're just like, no, you're still a hater.
Still a hater.
That's okay.
I kind of wanted to see it, too. I'm not going to lie, because that whole hand looked so beautiful. You had a Glorious Evolution. Everything in hand was 1 cost. Well, now it's going to be 0. That looks great. That's the dream, but...
Yeah.
Wow, that was... I got to give credit again. Jay Tamunda, there's a couple times we've seen Jay Tamunda tonight.
He's been playing phenomenally.
Been playing great. A lot of micro decisions that have led to macro wins, I guess, if you want to call it that. But even right there, like, you could tell that was planned out. I mean, he knew he had lethal for a couple of turns going into that, knowing he had that rally. So very impressive stuff from Jay Tamunda. Now we're going to get the Draven Scion going up against Thralls. Looks like Eniamore is going to go ahead and swap it out here, get the win with the Thralls. I'm very curious to see how Thralls does up against Draven Scion.
I don't know how this matchup goes. I will say that it is probably better for Thralls than it was last patch, now that Draven is another unit that gets cleaned up by avalanches and bladed ravines. I don't think that makes it significantly better, but it is just one of those things to kind of take note of.
I am taking note of the early promising future, which he seems to be hovering right now. So, yeah, we're already... You get promising future that early with Frozen Thrall. You're like, I want to play it. Like, let's play it now. Let's play it. But yeah, there's the Avalanche you're talking about. So if something else does come down, this will be a pretty nice board wipe. So I like the pass from Eniamore. See if Jay Tamunda commits anything. And just going to be the Flame Choppers.
Yeah, it's going to be a burst pass. It's going to be a pass back from Eniamore. And now it's a matter of, like, I would imagine Jay Tamunda doesn't want to just lose their entire board to Avalanche and is being cognizant of that. And Eniamore actually just going to play the Kindly Tavern Keeper because of it.
I like this. I mean, the Kindly Tavern Keeper mitigates a lot of damage. It also represents a fearsome blocker for this Risen Rider that we're seeing. So you're still at most... Or actually, sorry, never mind. Because of the Flame Chopper, you're going to be taking 7 damage possibly next turn. So... if Jay Tamunda open attacks, that's a lot of damage early on from Eniamore. And how many Kindly Tavern Keepers are we playing? There's 3. So there's a fair amount of heal.
It's going to be a pass. No attack offered up from Eniamore, saying, I really don't want to trade this for the Boom Baboon, and gets the Ice Shard top deck. Wow. Exactly what you were kind of looking for, to not try and take a risky trade like that. And saying, yeah, you know, this is going to get pulled by the Flame Chompers. I'll trade it for this Risen Rider a little bit later on. Might not even use... Yeah, isn't even going to use the Ice Shard here and just say, I have other things that I need to do with my mana on this turn, and that is Blighted Ravine.
Yeah, and this is good because you heal, you net 2 health when everything's said and done, which is nice. You also prevent further development from Jay Tamunda, lest he invest more damage into anything that he develops. So this is looking decent for Eniamore. Now, the dream is... like, we can play Promising Future. The problem is we don't really have anything to accelerate the countdown of the Frozen Thrall yet. So the dream is finding some countdown acceleration. And just as I say that, it might not be acceleration, but it is duplication. And Promising Future on this Thrall, and then having it duplicated with the Promising Future on it, does work. How do you think it does? We're going to get a lot of Thralls coming down if that's the case.
Yeah, and there's still the 3 Sisters in hand for the Frostbite, so Eniamore does not have to fear the Scion at this moment, and Jay Tamunda has not been able to go wide enough to really pressure Eniamore in the way that you usually pressure someone who is just playing too hard around the Scion.
And we get the Preservationist. So I don't think we can get the Talia Preservationist and Promising Future and get that dream there, but I do think we're going for the Talia duplication here. With the Promising Future this turn, because we do have exactly that much mana. That's going to be great, because then Preservationist next turn can at least accelerate one of them and get 2 Thralls out on turn 7.
And this This pressures Ianamor to play one of his units now, which you can just get the Thrall. Don't love that, since you don't have another Frozen Thrall available, especially not one that is close to being counted down.
I don't like that pass.
This is actually not that much damage being pushed onto Ianamor this turn. Yeah, we have the Avalanche plus Ice Shard for the full board clear, which means we take 1 damage when all is said and done, unless there's a survival skills coming out of Tamunda. Which I think would have to be Get Excited or Poro Cannon, but
silly J Blevins. I'm zoning in on this like super awesome comp. I just want to see Promising Future duplicated with Talia.
Yeah, there are. I just want that to happen. Ianamor has to worry about than just cracking as many thralls.
Like his Nexus health.
Yeah. There are other factors at work here. There is the survival skills that we had mentioned, which means Ianamor is going to fall down to 10, but should have a pretty safe time getting down these thralls on. I believe their next attack turn, which
this is 9 mana.
We'd have to like
we can
crack a few here.
We can Preservationist and Promising Future this turn if we want. So forget Talia, we can actually get we can get 2 thralls this turn, which is going to really start to that might pressure lethal in a second. So depending on what Tamunda can throw down here.
It's so weird looking at how revealed Tamunda's hand is. There's so many Poros, there's the Flame Chompers, but we're going to start things off with a Scion and say, hey, this is my turn. It's Scion. Does actually have a lethal potential with Mystic Shot and Ravenous Flock killing their own Scion if Ianamor goes for, like, Talia this turn.
Well, I think you always go for
I don't think that's true either. I think we'll be one shy, but...
Because you don't have a way...
here looks like pretty good.
You don't have a way to like summon the thralls next turn if Tamunda open attacks.
Hi, J Blevins. Is Preservationist lethal? Do math for me.
Oh, I don't want to do this. No, don't do this to me again.
Please do math. I don't want to do math. I need you to do math.
I think it.
I don't think it is
not. Well,
my gut says no.
No, it's not because Tamunda is going to rally with the Scion. So we're by nature just rallying. We're going to have to attack. So
rallying doesn't mean it's not lethal.
No, because it's not lethal. Because I see what you're saying. It's on the block. Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah.
I think you're right.
I was looking for a yes or no answer.
No, it's not.
Vector calculus.
Well, because I'm thinking
that's all I needed. All I needed was no, it's not lethal.
Did you say vector calculus?
Can you prove I did?
Is that even a type of vector cal? I guess vector.
Yes.
Yeah. But yeah, I was just thinking the Scion.
I'm sorry. Did you think I got up here and invented a type of math?
Yeah, for a second. Hey, we invented words when we had our English lessons. So.
I think you just don't know a lot of words, but we are getting the full swing here from Ianamor, and that is going to be 12 damage push through.
Yeah, and then the Scion, my original point I was trying to make, is going to end up trading with one of these 8/8 thralls. So.
Yeah, we're going to have to block with the thrall, go down to 8. We're getting something here. Get excited on the Nexus, summoning the Flame Chomper is going to be lethal for Tamunda.
The cheeky get excited. What? Oh my god. That's sexy. I like that. That is a really nice play with 3 mana left to take home the game. Wow.
What I've learned here, J Blevins, is that every time we ask if Ianamor has lethal, the answer is Tamunda actually has lethal. First, it was the rally on the on the Glorious Evolution turn, followed by this Get Excited Flame Chompers play on the turn that we hatched all of our thralls. And that is going to be Tamunda moving on to the grand finals from the winner's side in a pretty dominant fashion, taking a 2-0 over Ianamor.
Yeah, that's the first 2-0 that we've witnessed, I believe. Ianamor actually took a 2-0 over Keiko Salvaje, but these are the only 2-0s that have happened throughout the tournament thus far.
Tamunda 2-0 Dragon Guy.
Never mind. Yep, yeah, you're right. Tamunda did also 2-0 Dragon Guy who died, which we did see that game as well. So
yeah,
but that makes me so sad that Darkness and Thralls just got. They're not really in the tournament anymore, and those are 2 decks that I wanted to see go far, especially Thralls.
Wait, what are you talking about? He's just going down to the. There's a secondary bracket where look, this is up here. This is Tamunda versus Ianamor. Boom, boom, boom. Oh, he beats him. He just knocks him down a peg. He doesn't kill him and throw him.
Oh, that's right. All right, he's gonna be in the loser
Runeterra for Ianamor to play.
This is my
Ianamor
first.
Has to win.
This is my first visit.
And we're back in.
First visit to Fight Night. There's a whole bottle.
Now it's all laid out. Ianamor is currently missing from the graphic, but he's underneath of Tamunda in that bracket, like him, the empty one. We're going to see who's playing Storm. It'll be the winner of Rick Diggus and Pixar. Winner of that will play Ianamor. Winner of that moves on to the grand finals against Tamunda again.
All right, and we are just getting word now that Rick versus Pixar is currently in game 3. I'm hoping that means that we're going to be headed over there in just a second. It'd be very nice to be able to catch up. I don't think we've caught Pixar yet today, correct?
That sounds correct. And
here we
are
go.
Straight away into it. Pixar. What deck is this again? This is Bandle Pirates.
Yeah, Pixar. So Pixar playing Bandle Pirates. So two different decks we haven't seen yet today, which is weird because it's Bandle Pirates. So there's Bandle Pirates and also playing Zoe Aurelian Soul Dragons. Demacia Targa, which has made a little bit of a comeback lately, thanks to Aurelian Soul's unnerf or buff, whatever you want to call it. So, and
I think you were the only person I've heard try to refer
unnerf.
To yeah.
I always, I don't know, cards that they just revert back, I usually say unnerf.
I would be on board with you if it happened recently, whereas Aurelian Soul was nerfed over a year ago, I think.
Yeah, but that's how you show that you're an OG, though.
Oh, okay. That's how you confuse the new kids.
Yeah, you flex on the new people of the game. You're like, you don't even know that.
We're not supposed to be flexing on the new people. We're supposed to be teaching them
things. Oh, sorry, I knew that. All right, Swain. Hey, there we go. Leveling up. Which we have not seen a lot with these Swain decks as of late, but this one doing a good job of getting towards that level there. There's the other champion in hand, i.e. the Lecturing Yordle as well. We'll see if he gets involved a little bit. But good to see Rick still in it here with this Swain deck. We didn't really get to see too much of it earlier. I'm hoping, I don't know. I really wanted, I told you before too, taller Nova. I gotta think every time I say that. I wanted TF Swain to be a thing, but it just doesn't really seem like it's coming back into the format. It's just these weird amalgamations of Swain decks that we keep seeing.
I wouldn't say this is like that weird, but yeah, I mean, it is nice that there is at least one Swain deck in the meta, right? Because previously, it was just TF Swain or bust.
Yeah.
Like, if TF Swain's not in, there's no Swain presence at all. Sometimes people will show up with, like, a one-off Sejuani Swain or some kind of Freljord Swain and be like, oh, look. But it was never, like, meta, right? It's only ever really been TF Swain. So it is nice to me that we have the possibility now of a new Bandle City Swain deck, be it Teemo, be it Riven. Doesn't mean too much to me. I'm just happy that Swain is around.
All right, and Swain is alive and well on the board right now. Only at 5 health, though, so should be able to block one of these if we so choose, which, honestly, if we don't, we're going down to 3. It's not looking too hot if that's the case. We could also Ravenous Flock. We could Death Lotus, so we have some options here. We can even Death's Hand this Twisted Fate to take care of him off the board. So lots of options to avoid taking damage. Looks like we are going to go that route, and we're going to save the Ravenous Flock, which I don't hate because we can see here, too, especially going up against something like Bandle Pirates, it looks like the Bandle Pirates is running out of steam a little bit right now.
I think Rick Diggus is trying to bait the double up here.
Oh, okay.
In order to counter it with their own Ravenous Flock, and just really wants Pixar to commit the 5 mana into that. Because otherwise, we could have like blocked the Twisted Fate and then used the removal spell on the 3-attack unit, not been in double up range.
So just a quick update. We made a slight mistake there. It's actually Pixar up 1-0 right now, currently as the series stands. So not 1-1. Not 1-1. Not baited, though.
I don't remember
also
ever saying anything about that, so I don't know where you got we made a mistake.
I said 1-1 before we went into the game.
I didn't, so where was the we coming from?
Okay, we're a team, okay? Taller Nova. I know this is the first time Jay Blevins and Taller Nova have casted together. But
yeah, team is a strong word, man. I don't know if I ever want to see you again or talk to you again. Like, this is kind of just a one-time thing for me, you know?
Wow, I'm really feeling the love tonight. This is
Whew.
Yeah. I'm going to go shave my beard now.
No, you have to keep that. You're not allowed to get out of this. There's the double up.
Oh, there it is.
That we were talking about. I think
yeah, there it is.
Rick would have been a lot happier to see it on the previous turn before the development came out, but I mean, this is still going to be, you know, a complete nullification of that double up. We still get the Yordle Grifter, Lecturing Yordle. I don't even remember which one Yordle Grifter is. Yordle, I'm just always confused with Lecturing Yordle.
I do the same thing, yeah. The Plunder Yordle. Yeah.
Anyway, could get the Leviathan down here unless we feel the need to wall up with House Spider, but that's same amount of units, right? The Lecturing Yordle's Poison Dart would just pick off the 1/1 Spider. So I think that it will just be the Leviathan. Makes the most sense. Grab another Swain, and Pixar, it's looking rough. 8 is a lot to ping your opponent down from when there's nothing in double up range. It's unlikely that Rick is going to play anything that organically goes into double up range. You got a lot of work cut out for you here. Luckily, there's nothing that stops a gangplank. Is sort of the one big thing that Rick does have going, or that Pixar rather does have going for them.
Ooh, another hidden pathway. So actually a lot of refuel from Rick. So we can definitely find the tools we need to win. The question is, does Pixar have the tools to deal the rest of the damage? We have 2 on board represented by the Poison Dart and the Impact that is about to come out, if they don't get prevented somehow with a Hidden Pathways draw. Otherwise, Swain comes down. Leviathan stuns the board, and I'm pretty sure Rick can take things home next turn. So...
yeah, the concern, I think, is really the only thing that's going to be on Rick's mind is, can I play around double up? Which, at the moment, this Lecturing Yordle is going to fall into double up range once we hit it. Like, if Pixar chooses to hit it with this Poison Dart.
Yeah, I was actually wondering if we Pokey Stick to Death's Hand there just to prevent the impact from coming through. We didn't. I know it's
down into scary ranges here.
Yeah. That's why I'm so curious to see if this one impact damage is going to make a difference.
It very well could. I mean, this deck is deemed Poke City or Ping City sometimes for a reason, and there's a non-zero amount of mushrooms in Rick Diggus' deck. It's not impossible for Pixar to find the fast speed lethal, but Rick Diggus definitely has lethal on the open.
All right, here we go. I half expected the one drop of the landmark that deals 1 damage to come out in a second.
And the more units the Pixar plays, the less likely it's looking that they are going to find that fast speed lethal. Yeah, I don't think there's anything Pixar can do here. Nope. It's going to be an open attack, and there's no double up target immediately available. 4 shrooms off the top is not impossible, especially while Jay Blevins is on the cast. And we're drawing cards.
Oh, there's one. Wait, why didn't we play out our hand to go in for a wide attack?
I don't know why you think I have these answers.
That was good. We had a lot of units, so that's going to be Rick taking it home. But I mean, granted, Rick could have had a lot of removal. Like we saw Death's Hand, we saw Lotus, we saw all this stuff that could have dealt with a wider board. But there's knowing what's in your hand. And knowing that was probably your last turn, because you could see it on board. Like, your opponent just drew its way in with the Leviathan. Leviathan's down. You might as well just play your hand on the board and go in for an attack. Unless you're trying to bluff something for some reason. But I don't think there was a situation there where you needed to bluff representing damage in your hand when you just know you're going to lose next turn anyway. So that was a little bit weird
think it matters at all.
It probably doesn't. But that is going to tie it up now. So that does mean we're going to go to a game 3. Between Rick and good old Pixar here. And I think you actually said, so it's Pixar? I'm pretty sure you said Pixar earlier, which I didn't.
Definitely did not say Pixar.
Oh, yes, you did. I did a double take. I was like, wait a second. Does this guy have Pixar as a name?
I would never say that.
Oh, that's right. Sorry. Taller Nova would never say that. Okay,
no, certainly not.
No.
Definitely said Pixar.
Yeah.
Get the wax out of your ears, Jay Blevins.
Oh, man. All right, so here we go. We get some Dragones here. Oh, sorry, no, this is Lee Sin. Never mind. We didn't.
I'm sorry. Hold on. Okay.
I don't know why I said that. I don't know why I said that.
Because one, you're gonna come at me for potentially saying Pixar, then you're gonna say Dragones.
I said Dragones, actually. So.
Yeah, that's even worse.
That's
I think you say
worse.
Dragones. Then you turn around, you look at Eye of the Dragon in hand and say, "Yep, that's Dragones, baby. That Zenith Blade. That's a Dragone card."
I saw Targon. Okay, I saw Targon and just thought Dragon.
And you're like, surely that can only be dragons. On the side of Pixar, though, going very wide with these stone stackers. A little bit of a nerf, but not one that ultimately affected the play rate of the card. It's still doing exactly what it was doing before in terms of the decks that it's played in and the amount. Probably not going to take the block with the Eye of the Dragon here, as putting it down to 1 HP is very scary against a deck like Pixar's. The Make It Rains, the Parlays, the Pokey Sticks. There's just so many different ways to deal with a 1 HP unit.
Yeah, and both of these stone stackers here are going to live to fight another day and potentially impact another day as well. And that's a big deal, being able to get those multiple procs. So it's kind of like when you have, in some of the Noxus burn decks, Legion Saboteurs are back in the day with Boom Crew Rookie. When you had when you used to have
favorite card
bevies of Boom Crew rookies on the field, and if they were able to get multiple attacks off, then you were you were in good shape. So same deal with these stone stackers. If we can get another impact on both sides off, it's going to be basically some free extra damage there for Pixar to start taking it home.
This is a bit of a weird turn for Rick. As beautiful as this meteor shower looks to kill both stone stackers, it does not give you a dragonling for the next turn, which there's still no clean way to get a dragonling here. It's going to look a little awkward no matter how you do it. I'm trying to think if the dragonling was even more worth it than the meteor shower. We're just going to double Zenith Blade. When was the last time you saw a double Zenith Blade Eye of the Dragon?
I mean, I used to see it all the time.
Yeah, but when was the last time?
Oh, man, probably like 6 months ago.
Yeah, it's been a while. This 3/7 Overwhelm 2-drop is coming for you, Pixar. Here comes the Dragonling. I don't imagine there will be any development out of Pixar. You've got the 5 whiteboard and the landmark. You might as well take the damage where you can get it. So I don't think we're going to get a pre-combat meteor shower. There's still going to be a lot of damage pushed in.
Yeah, this is looking on the up and up here for Pixar. I mean, we do have a concussive palm if we wanted to stop one of these stackers from coming in, which seems decent. I don't see any reason not to play that this turn, to be honest with you, on the 2/3 stone stacker. And nope, okay, we're just gonna take all of this damage. I mean,
that's gonna put us at man,
that's
impact makes me difficult. I think it's putting us at 5.
That's not good. That's not okay.
Oh, yeah, Make It Rain gonna make this even harder. We're probably going to have to protect this Dragonling with the. Oh, I was thinking we might have to protect the Dragonling with the Twin Disciplines.
Okay, yeah, it looks like we are going to go that route. Okay.
Yeah, options available for Rick Diggus here. Can either protect the Dragonling or take the stun.
Feels bad that we have to protect it with some health, though, when you would have ideally liked to have used that on some additional lifesteal at some point. But
yeah, and now I think we're down to 4. Yeah, we are just now in double up range, which is very scary because we don't have we would have to Will of Ionia a Dragonling in order to stop a double up. Never mind, pick up a Twin Discipline.
There we go. That's what we
a little bit easier to deal with that, but this single Eye of the Dragon has a lot of work that it needs to do still in order to bring Rick Diggus back into this one, who, again, just unable to find a win condition here.
Yeah. Oh, you mean Lee Sin?
Which I don't think it would matter. Even if you had Lee Sin in this hand, I think this is the kind of hand where you need to play to not lose.
Yeah, and here we go. Okay, this is going to be helpful. All right, we get rid of impact.
Assuming this connects, here comes
and
something.
It doesn't connect.
We have an answer.
Yep.
We can use the Twin Discipline. But that does still mean you know, double up is a real scare. And it not only is it a scare card, but it's something that could be lethal. Not this turn. Yeah, I guess it doesn't really matter. I was going to say, you know, like this Dragonling is falling down to 2 HP here, but you are getting the lifesteal from the Dragonling, so kind of ignore that. But still, a very wide board on the side of Pixar, and more units going to be played out here.
And a keg, and we're going to get an attack here. That is, I think, way too much for Rick here. All right, wait. We have technically double palm, actually. And we do have 2 gifts from beyond.
Lecturing the Yordle is a bit of a problem here. That is exactly what Rick Diggus did not want to see.
Okay, wait, though. Wait. I think Rick actually might be okay. Rick might be okay.
Lay it out for me.
We can play...
Write it on the wall. Show everybody. Paint me a word picture, Jay Blevins.
All right, here's
this man survive?
Here's the picture. It might be in crayon, but here's the picture.
All right, lay it on me.
We have Concussive Palm, most likely on the Yordle. If we play it here, right, that's going to give us 3 blockers. We can take a couple damage. That's not a big
how math
deal.
Works.
But if we play...
Blueprint.
Here it is. Gifts from Beyond coming out with another Eye of the Dragon. I think we're golden. We're going to get the Eye of the Dragon train rocking and rolling here for next turn, and I think we're good. I think we are golden. And I think Pixar is way out of steam. Way out of steam. There's no way Pixar is able to come back from a bunch of lifesteal here. No possible way.
I don't know if there's going to be a bunch or really any lifesteal here. We can't just kill this Dragonling with the Poison Dart. And if we do go for the Eye of the Dragon here, it doesn't summon a Dragonling on spawn.
No. I mean next turn. So next turn, we're going to start getting lifesteal.
Next turn, it's a bit of a problem.
And that's the problem, right? If we don't end this turn, then I'm pretty sure Rick comes back. Now, Pixar could top deck like a double up, and now we don't have a way to... Actually, Will of Ionia is any unit, right? So
Yes.
we could Will of Ionia a unit that with the double up. So I think even double up we're safe from. So I'm pretty sure if Pixar doesn't close out, we're fine.
But so I know that you had mentioned, like, yeah, you go 3 units wide, all that. If you block with this Eye of the Dragon, it dies. It's down to 2 HP. I know it started at 7. It stacked a couple of Zenith Blades on top of each other and looked unkillable, but it is down to 2 HP.
Well, you block the Crackshot Corsair, you block the Dreadblade.
And if it doesn't attack?
Then you don't block with it.
Oh, man, that's a scary prospect.
I know, that is scary, because then if you just block the 2-1 Chemist, you go down to 2. You go down to 2 health.
Yeah,
oh,
I don't think
risky.
that Pixar's out of this just yet. I think that there is... Like, it's a small window for sure. The Dragonlings are going to start to do a lot of work here, especially since we are already very low on, if not out of, Make-It Rains. I believe 2 have been played so far, so there might still be one in there. But that's really a lot of our Dragonling removal. And it feels bad to throw spells at Dragonlings rather than the Nexus. So something like Make-It Rain, where we get to throw it all around. You just toss it in the air, funfetti style, say where it lands, that's where the damage goes. You're fine throwing things like that at Dragonlings. Okay, another keg that's just going to be, sort of not gotten here.
Oh, wait.
Is this lethal?
No.
You're the one doing math.
No, but this forces the block from the
Dragonling?
3-2.
Yeah.
So this will get rid of one Eye of the Dragon, which will mitigate future turns without all that lifesteal, but
yeah,
I do still think Rick comes back.
Well, very notably, Rick's fallen to 1 here.
Yeah.
Oh, nope. We're losing a Dragonling instead of falling to 1. Yeah, I was going to say, you can have the Dragonling survive and fall to 1. You are just dead to Pokestick at that point.
Oh,
I don't like that. As long as you go for the open attack, you are only dead to Pokestick.
Yeah, I don't think you leave yourself open to Pokestick, so I like this. I think you got to do what you got to do and sacrifice it. You could always win the long game as the Lee Sin player, so this is A-okay. You go down to 2 here.
2, yeah. You still have the second Eye of the Dragon that you can get off of the Crescendum, so you're not going to get as much life this turn, but you are going to have a fair amount on the following turns.
And you're still safe from double up with the Will of Ionia. So yeah, I think we've talked about it before. Lee Sin players, they go down to 1 health, they go down to 2 health, and all of a sudden, a couple turns later, they're back up to 20. So
okay,
see if that's the case. Zoe too is going to be pretty good. Yeah, I think we even have a Hush too. So like if a Gangplank comes down.
Can't do anything about that. I mean, you would be able to get rid of the Overwhelm, but you won't be able to actually kill it.
There's a game plan.
This might be the Will of Ionia, followed by Concussive Palm when we replay it on the next turn on Pixar side. Because this is a very scary amount of damage coming through just off of the Gangplank ability, and it will nullify your Dragonlings.
Wait, we're going with Crescendo.
Well, this does give the spell mana, so we can still Will of Ionia the Gangplank, which I believe Rick has to do to survive.
Here we go. Yep. Yeah, we got it. Okay.
Scary prospect still. While you return the Gangplank to the hand, sure, let's say you can Concussive Palm it next turn. Great, you don't have to worry about Gangplank.
That's 2 kegs.
That's a lot of kegs on the stack. Which...
Ooh, Guiding Touch is big.
Yeah.
Guiding Touch is big. Yeah, see, and this is the thing. So even though Pixar's doing a really good job of mitigating a lot of the lifesteal that Rick could have had, like killing that other Eye of the Dragon and stuff like that. Ooh, and it hits. That's rough.
So that's rough. Actually, I think this is actually best case scenario for Rick. Maybe it would have been fine if it hit one of the Dragonlings. But I assume that Pixar might only attack with Lecturing Yordle this turn.
Actually, no, I think if it hits one of the Dragonlings... Oh, no, because a Guiding Touch is not lethal. So, yeah, this is best case scenario. Oh, yeah.
Okay, we get the Hush onto the keg to survive the Dragonling. Or to survive the Eye of the Dragon as well as not take as much damage.
Sorry, wait, do we live, though? Because we're not getting the lifesteal. Oh, wait, no, we died. Then we're dead.
So what?
Aren't we just dead to the Overwhelm and the, like...
The Gangplank can't attack.
Oh, it's getting stunned. Okay. Wait, 3, 4... God, this is why I don't do math. This is why I don't do math.
What are you looking at here, Doza? Maybe I can help you out. Here's basically how it goes. If you attack with all 3 units, Rick Diggus gains 3 life.
Yeah, okay. Never mind, because we do still have both.
I think it is just the attack with the Lecturing Yordle to try and pick off... Well, it's kind of weird now, right? Because you can't actually pick off either of the Eye of the Dragons. You'd just be sending a little bit of damage at Nexus and getting the Shroom. But that...
Wait, that trade doesn't... That's not worth it. The Shroom, I guess the potential Shroom damage is worth it.
you're trading potential shroom damage for a little bit of HP on your lecture, which is just like, you know, that's fine, I guess. Rick Diggus is going to have to draw a lot more cards before this game ends if they are going to find a win, so it's definitely not a play that I mind. I think that the value is there. What
a close game. What an absolutely close game. Now, this is big, too, because we can now pull the keg. I do like this Daybreak here. Falling Comet is spectacular.
That's a golden sister.
Yeah, but I think this Gangplank is priority number one here. I do like the Falling Comet. And now we can pull the kegs even, hoping that there's no damage coming out of Pixar here, like a
It's
Pokey
a big
Stick.
hope. I mean, we're back at a point where Pokey Stick is just lethal because there's just 3 kegs stacked up under the Gangplank. But yeah, that Falling Comet was actually pivotal in giving Rick Diggus just a little bit more hope, a little bit more time to hang into this game and not fall in this third game here to Pixar. Can line up the blocks a little bit.
With that said, Pixar's only in this game because of that Gangplank top deck a couple turns ago. Like, if that was not the draw, Pixar would have been... This game would have been out of control by now. Rick would be much higher health. But we're going back up to 8, which is still pretty good on the side of Rick. We're going to go pretty wide on the side of Pixar.
Big thing to note as well. Rick Diggus is not proccing eyes this turn.
Okay, so kind of trading that to use this Fallen Comet.
Yeah, we have a fair amount of blockers, so it's not like we're really under threat of dying, but like if there's another Gangplank top deck, just forget about it. Just pack it up, go home.
Oh, okay. That was played so quick. I was like, is this Gangplank?
Lecturing Yordle is going to be able to potentially clean up one of the blockers, but yeah, now the Meteor Shower is going to get value, and I think... I mean, Rick Diggus has been doing a good job of hanging on in this one and stalling out and drawing towards their inevitable win condition. But if it's just buried really deep down, Pixar does still have game-winning top decks like Gangplank. And I believe, yeah, there's a Dreadway in here.
Oh boy. Dreadway would be a huge top deck. Wow.
Yeah, there's also a lot of dead top decks, though. You know, we talk about all these one-drops. While those aren't necessarily available, there's still a few of them in there. There's, like, Monster Harpoon.
There's also some shrooms.
What are you doing a Monster Harpoon?
Oh, wait, should we have played the Pale Cascade on the block? Yeah. Or unless we wanted to heal up, I guess, if we want to heal the Eye of the Dragon. Okay, there
have been a lot of lecturing Yordles coming out of this game. Do you send this at face, or do you send this at the Zoe? I guess face is the place. Can't argue with that. Sound logic.
Yeah, we have a very slim margin to win this game now. I don't think you can invest it in units. Oh, there's the Lee Sin. There's only one off the top. Yeah. Okay, wait. Okay.
I'm waiting.
A double up wins.
Double up been lethal for a minute.
No, we had like Will of Ionia and stuff before, but double up wins. Double up wins. Let's see if we got the double up off the top.
Really pushing through for Pixar here, huh? Trying to bless it.
I know. Yeah. Sorry. I'm not the one who likes burn. I should really... All right, never mind.
Yeah, how dare you? Double up is lethal here. It's a fast speed decimate. I love it.
Such a good card. What do we got? Are you going to make him sweat it out, Pixar? You're going to make him...
I mean, Twisted Fate here is something that you might need to consider on, like, do I need to gold card the Lee Sin, or can I take the juicy red card that I know is available here, kill these Dragonlings, kill this Zoe, push a little bit of Nexus damage, or, like, am I actually in danger of dying to this Lee Sin right here, right now?
I think if you have Twisted Fate, you go with red card, because you have to try to win the game, not just, like... I think you have to try to win, not lose.
Not lose, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm so good at Legends of Runeterra, dude.
Oh, we went with the gold card.
I see the pause. I know it's the Twisted Fate. How does he do it, chat? How does he do it?
Yeah, taller Casanova is just so good. Oh, man.
You having yourself a giggle, mate?
Oh, I am.
That's so funny. You want to share with the class?
No, just you know, this Twisted Fate. It's just a funny card.
Oh, just a funny card, huh? I think Cowboys are funny, do you?
Oh, the Cowboys are definitely funny. The Cowboys is definitely funny. But I don't know if I think I like red card. I think red card would have actually won Pixar the game.
It's possible.
And I think gold card just makes it so that they live another turn, but that doesn't do anything. You don't like the lifesteal here is insane. All right, maybe it doesn't matter. We draw a Dreadway and another piece of burn off the top. I don't know. Dreadway. Slam it down. All right, that's
Gangplank,
not,
but
it's close.
there's a Zoe spell.
Yeah.
Gonna be able to stop the Gangplank in its tracks.
Red card. Red card would have won it, I think.
Well, you know what they say. Hindsight's 50-50.
Yeah, is that what they say?
That is what they say.
I will say, actually, so thinking about that too, if there was a red card, that means 2 Lee Sin kicks would have came in. Yeah, so actually we were alive through 2 Lee Sin kicks as well. So, interessante. But
Yeah, 15 was a bit of a tall task to kill through. I think it would have had to have been Twin Discipline and Zenith Blade as the last 2 cards.
Yeah.
And now we're even going to take the kill onto the Twisted Fate with the second half of the Zoe spell. That's right, folks. It can hit units that attacked this turn as well as stunned units. You almost never see that side of it, but it is how the card works.
We promise.
All right, here we go. 8 mushrooms off the top for Rick Diggus, just what the doctor ordered. One time, it's not going to happen, but yeah, no, instead we get healing off the top. That is the exact opposite of
it does draw, though. It does draw.
Yeah.
So I think Rick still doesn't have lethal?
No, we have no way to buff this Lee Sin. We'll get a little bit of Zoe damage through. The Dragonlings, even if they get through, I still think we're a few shy of lethal here. I don't think we're going to try and draw some cards with, like, the Messenger. Okay, yeah, we're going to level up the Zoe.
And we grabbed Messenger, so...
Yeah. If that was Trickster, that would have just, I think, been lethal. We top deck Zoe. We can overwrite Zoe with Messenger and then play Zoe and have an elusive lethal.
Do we see it? Yeah, I know. Yeah, you are correct, sir. We don't see it, though. Maybe we see it. Rick, take deep breaths. Think for a second.
I don't think Rick is losing if they don't go for lethal this turn.
You never know. We have a Gangplank on board. That's all I'm saying.
I mean, Gangplank, Gangplank does have a hand, but what does that really matter? You just replay that as Pixar.
Yeah. Dreadway, too. I mean, Dreadway could come down.
Yeah. Drag on the GP. No additional damage going to come out of it, though.
Oh, I really want him to go for this elusive lethal now. Why not? Oh, man. Because that doesn't get punished,
the only thing that stops it. The only thing that stops it is double up, because anything else just gets nopified. And there's no elusives in the deck of... Is this double? No, it's the Pokey Stick. We have the Nopify. Which, you probably Nopify this, if for no other reason than to stop the draw.
Yeah. Feels bad. Alright, well... Pixar's alive, but that is more lifesteal coming in. We're up to 14 health now, and that means things are not looking good for Pixar. Now, we will get a keg, and we can open attack with the Gangplank, assuming that Behold the Infinite doesn't find us like a Fallen Comet or something like that. So let's see what we rip from that first. Or we can just not play it.
Yeah, I think we want to have the possibility to give... barrier to the Lee Sin this turn is what we're thinking.
All right, well, there's another spell anyways.
Yeah, has it available with the Deep Med and the Behold the Infinite. Of course, don't want to block with Lee Sin. It would just die because Gangplank's Powderful Explosion would push through the barrier.
And just for anybody out there watching, I actually made a video on this, so I know so much about it. The back row units attack effects actually get put on the stack last. Or, well, sorry, I should say Gangplanks gets put on the stack last, which means it goes off first with the keg. Anything not attacking would not get the keg. So Gangplank usually will just always be the one getting the keg off with the Powerful Explosion. So, gonna get that 2 damage AoE. Quite nice there. And now we have a choice. But I think this is, I think it's over now. This is unfortunate. Pixar really, like, wow. Talk about a long game that, honestly, you know, a game goes this long with a control deck. You usually think the burn deck just, like, never had a shot. But in this case, Pixar's actually kept it very, very close until just, like, a turn or two ago where it finally seemed like it's out of Pixar's grasp. So, very interesting aggro versus control matchup here going far past turn 10.
Yeah, and I don't think there's any way that Rick doesn't just take this on the next turn with the Zoe swing. You know, we'll have enough units once we get this Dragonling, then we have, okay, we're just going to play the Zoe now. We still have Infernum. Our opponent's also only at 5, so, like, we just have it. And that means I think Rick Diggus is going to move on to face Storm in the loser semifinals.
That is correct. Yep, there it is. There's the elusive victory finally. And Rick taking down Pixar in one heck of a long game. Wow. Woo!
Yeah, that was a bit of a doozy there, Doza.
Yeah. Doozy does. Okay, never mind. Anyways. Hey! Oh, you slipped up finally. I don't feel so bad now. I almost didn't catch that.
Get me out.
I almost didn't catch that. All right, so we got Rick, Diggus, and Storm going to go head-to-head now, like Taller Nova just mentioned, in the winners final. Jay Tamunda still sitting there pretty, waiting in the grand finals. Going to be a little bit longer of a wait as we get through the losers semis and the losers final. But before we get to that, we're going to go to a short break, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with a Halloween version of Fight Night Legends.
It's Halloween, almost, everybody. And you know what that means. It's time for Fight Night Legends, because it's Friday, and that's what you do on Friday nights, as you watch Casanova and Blevins as they bring you all of this great Fight Night action. Now, we are into the losers semifinals, where we are going to have Rick Diggus, who just picked up a win off of Pixar, going up against Storm, Jay Blevins. Take it away.
Yeah, I was going to say, you said it wrong. You said Casanova and Blevins. This is very different people here. We have Jay Blevins and Taller Nova, okay?
I'm so sorry.
But, yeah, we've had a day thus far. We got Storm and Rick Diggus about to get going here in the losers semifinal and the losers bracket. One thing I want to point out, because we were talking about this earlier, there is a lot of diverse decks here today, and this particular matchup, we will not be having any mirror matches because they all brought, there's 4 different decks here, right? So we have, on the side of Storm, we have Darkness, which you saw earlier, which you're right, Darkness technically still has a chance to take it home, so it's still in the tournament.
Technically your favorite
my
deck, so
favorite deck.
I'm
keeping it in mind, all right? I'm pulling for Darkness.
Good.
So we got Darkness still in it. Storm also playing Draven Scion. So Draven Scion is a no-brainer. A couple people brought that. It's a popular deck as of late. On the side of Rick Diggus, though, we got Lee Sin, which we've seen from Rick today, do decently. I'm pretty excited about Zoe Lee Sin right now. It's doing pretty well. And then Riven Swain, your favorite deck, Taller Nova.
No, my favorite deck is Championless Burn, and my favorite card is Boom Crew Rookie, because that's just the kind of player I am, everybody. But yeah, I am pretty excited to see this Riven Swain in action, as I had mentioned earlier. It's exciting that there is a non-Bilgewater Swain deck that seems to be gaining a little bit of traction. The ladder stats for this deck are looking good. It's really starting to pick up, and I'm excited to see it in action, because I don't think we've caught a full game of it yet. Every time we've popped in to see Rick Diggus, he's already been at the point where he's slamming down Leviathans, and we've never seen Riven. I don't even think we've seen any of the Blade Fragments. Actually, yeah, that's a good point. We haven't seen Riven the entire day. Just goes to show you how great Riven is, right? And honestly, and the deck hasn't performed terribly, but watch. Now what's going to happen is Riven's going to hit the board, and now the deck's going to lose miserably because Riven actually finally hit the board. I mean, the deck has picked up a win in every series up until this point, right? That's just how the bracket works. So we know that it has been winning games, as much as you might not like to admit it, that Riven's a Tier 1 champion. Whoa!
I wouldn't go that far. We're going Tier 1
I wouldn't
now?
go that far either, but no, I think I'd put this in Tier 2, but that's neither here nor there.
Whoa! Tier 2? You're going to Tier 2 now?
It won a tournament last weekend. What do you want me to say? I can't, like...
I'll give you a Tier 2.
Hey, I was like, look, I want to put it lower, but it won a tournament. I'm not supposed to talk shit about it, but yeah, it looks like that is going to be a deck that's going to be sticking around for a little while, It's persisted week to week. I don't know if this is necessarily the final evolution of it. Nobody seems super sold on what that champion that you're pairing with the Swain needs to be. Maybe it even changes from a 2-deck to a 3-deck format. Not necessarily from Riven or Teemo, because what other Riven or Teemo deck are you going to run? But I like all of this experimentation that we're getting out of. Like, there's more Rivens and Victors than I've seen previously on many of Fight Night, and with Victor picking up the win in EU, why can't Riven pick up the win in AM?
Man, you're just going for like the trifecta. You just want all the weird champions to win.
I'm just trying to keep Sparkling Iced Tea happy. I don't know if he's still in chat or if he
went does that mean Vladimir and Braum are in the finals? What? What's happening right now?
Let's not keep him too happy. We're trying to keep him like moderately pleased. We want to give him a bone here. We don't want to give him a skeleton.
So, I do want to look at the Vygar Senna, the Darkness. All right. We saw this deck earlier go up against Draven Scion. And What was the other mid-range deck? It was
Sivir Akshan.
Sivir Akshan. It got wrecked. It got like there's no better way to put it. This deck got trounced on 2 games.
I think it died on turn 6.
Yeah.
I don't even remember if we made it to the Scion.
So what are some of the like strong matchups for this? I mean, this Darkness right now is going to have to go up against Zoe Lee Sin and Riven Swain. I feel like if there's 2 matchups that supposedly would be better, it might be those 2 matchups just because they're a little bit slower than Akshan and Draven Scion.
Yeah, if you're not getting rallied on, stonks go through the roof, buddy, when we're talking about matchup charts. There's no rally, boom, I'm in there. I can actually play the game a little bit, and because the deck does take a little while to get going. I mean, we saw it last time where You know, we saw just a lot of the cards that buff up the darkness coming down at weird cadences. We didn't have enough time to set all of it up. But it looks like we are just waiting on the players to get in the game. It's going to be a little bit. In fact, it's going to be such a little bit that we are going to throw it to another quick break. Hey everyone, did you miss me? I know you did. So, I am Taller Nova, joined here by Jay Blevins. We are uprooting your usual casters for this very special fight night because it is the Halloween special. As you can see, we're all in costume. I am dressed up as, I don't know, and Blevins is dressed up as Davy Jones from the Pirates of the Caribbean series. So, we threw it to a very short break because Rick, Diggus, and Storm were taking a little long to get into the game, but we should be getting into it just about any second now. And, Blevins, so, how are you feeling about this matchup? This Darkness Scion up against the Lee Sin and... Riven Swain.
I was actually told that they got complaints, so they wanted us to go off cast, but I don't know. Somebody must have lied to me then. Anyways, so yes, I am very excited about this. Darkness, honestly, I just want to see it win a game. Is that cool? Can we do that? That would be nice today.
Well, not everyone. Just here's what you're going to do. You're going to go hand. Pull up your hand, right? Put it on your mouse. Boom. Pull that over to your next monitor, open a new tab, go to youtube.com, type in LOR World Championship, and you can watch Darkness win to your heart's content, baby.
Enough.
That's all it
That
did.
was then, though. This is now. Then was a different patch.
These Americans. They don't know how to handle the darkness like Japan does.
So we're just gonna blame it on NA. Okay, that's fine.
I mean,
honestly, yeah, because now I'm gonna be mad if I don't get to see a victory. All right, like, come on.
There's no victor here. You should have watched Europe earlier today.
No, I did. Sorry, I should rephrase
that. Victor ease. Anyway, we're into the game, and we are going to see Darkness for game number 1 up against the Riven Swain.
And right there in the starting hand, Des and Ada. I got you.
I still don't know how you came up with a Da.
I don't know, man. I'm a weird person. Vigar and Senna in the starting hand, and a little bit of removal, and there she is coming right back. That feels bad as Nate dropped, seeing that early on again. But yeah, so let's see if Darkness can in fact pull away with a win here finally up against Rick, and it's gonna have to do it against this nice another Swain amalgamation here. This one with Riven. See if we actually get to see Riven this time, too.
Yeah, so things not looking great for Storm here in the opening hand. We have almost no way to buff our Darkness. Our Vigar is probably not long for this world against the mass amount of removal that something like Swain Riven is packing. And in the meantime, you know, when we don't really get our Darkness online in an impactful way, it can be really difficult to remove other things. For example, if a Riven had come down last turn from Rick Diggus or a Lecturing Yordle this turn, that's not going anywhere anytime soon.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah, that is one sticky champion. That is for sure. And here we have an actual champion coming down in Vigar. Let me get that Darkness right quick.
And even this Vigar isn't necessarily safe because there are Ravenous Flocks that can be paired with this and the Poison Dart. Now, we do have Stress Defense to save it from the Flock, which is likely to be what happens here on Storm's side. I think you do want to tick up the damage here since you didn't open with any other Darkness buffers. So yeah, going to put this Vigar up to 2 HP now after this Flock resolves, and then we'll see if Rick Diggus wants to throw this second Poison Dart at the Vigar to knock it down to 1, or if we're going to send it at the Nexus, or even worse, second round.
Oh my god. Yeah, I want to point out something important too, especially for anybody who's new. Setting it to 6 health doesn't necessarily heal it, quote unquote, right? I mean, if you had Guiding touched it, it negates the Flock. In this case, it's setting it to 6, but as a damaged 6, so 2 Flocks still takes care of it. Very unfortunate, but we do have the Catalyzer to come down to still, hopefully, tick up this Darkness that we have in hand. And we
just
have
don't get Death's Handed. Okay, Pokey Stick. Not a great start, honestly. Nope. That should worry you a little bit. But we're 2 Flocks down. We're 2 Flocks down, Doza.
Okay, well, hold on. Let's back up, though. This is...
To where?
All right.
What point?
This had trouble. This Darkness deck had trouble versus 2 aggressive mid-range decks. Now we have a little bit of a slower deck, and now the removal of the slower deck is posing a problem because it's getting rid of things like Vigar and Catalyzer.
Have you considered this?
That this deck is bad?
No. Consider this. Shut up. Just shut up.
I never consider that. You know I never consider that.
Yeah, no, it looks like we are going to lose the Twisted Catalyzer without ever getting to take advantage of its strike ability. It, of course, will just fall to the second Poison Dart here from Rick Diggus. And Storm actually just taking the pass, knowing that Rick wants to play this before we go into combat. But no, Rick going to say, you have given me an opportunity that you should not have, where now I get to go into combat. I don't really care if your pitiful little Darkness goes up to 3 damage. I am pushing a lot of damage at your Nexus. And actually, I'm just going to finish it off with a group shot. So, nana boo-boo.
This would have set up for a nice Withering Mist here, getting rid of one of the Yordles as well as the Conchologist. But instead, we're just going to double ping the Conchologist here. Get that off the board, save a little bit of damage. But damn, we're already at 9 health after this. Or actually 10, thanks to the heal from the Vile Feast. But, I don't know. It's not looking too hot.
No, and Swain leveled now because we did get the 2 flocks down a little bit earlier.
Yeah.
Stilted Roadmaker is going to be able to buff up the darkness a little bit. We've got some lifesteal potential with that Ixtali Sentinel as well as that Withering Mists that's over on the right side of the hand. But Doza, it's not looking great.
I think, so this Senna is going to be really crucial. A lot of removals already come out, so I'd like to think anyways that Senna possibly can stick to the board for a little bit. But you can see here that Rick is now switching gears to, okay, everything's going phase. Yeah. I don't even know if we're really switching gears. It's pretty much just been the plan the whole time. And by the time we get down a Senna, I don't think that's going to be fast enough to actually bring it back. Rekindler off the top can grab a Vigar. It looks like we're going to go with that.
It's very difficult for Darkness to deal with Lecturing Yordle decks.
Mm-hmm.
It's hard to get the Darkness up into Lecturing Yordle range. Okay. It is an inefficient unit to mini-morph. Your deck just does not handle this unit particularly well.
So hold on, let's back up. So what I just heard from you is Darkness does not deal with 50% of the decks in the entire game right now very well.
You come to fight night, and there's only 2 decks, and only one of them can have Lecturing Yordle in it. So that's kind of where we go from there. But it is going to be very upsetting if Storm does bow out of this tournament with Darkness having an 0-4 performance on camera here in game count. But again, we're going to go for the Vile Feast Pokey Stick to clean up another Conchologist and make sure that we stay relatively healthy. But if Leviathan comes down here, cool, we drew Mini-Morph. Yep, we don't have Mini-Morph mana. We're going to take a little bit more damage from these Lecturing Yordle's Poison Darts, and if there's a Leviathan, then we probably just lose, and that is what it is. It's fine. You fall down 1, reverse sweeps are possible, recommended even.
Well, what I will say is we do now have the Withering Mist set up on the 2 Yordles.
Aren't you supposed to be shilling for Darkness, not me? Isn't this your favorite deck?
Oh, wait, sorry. Yeah,
I need you.
Yeah, this deck is so good. But, okay, listen.
It's
Taller
heavy
Nova.
Lifting over here.
This is in the bag for Darkness. We got this.
There we go. That's what I want to hear. Give me some good old-fashioned copium.
Honestly, I don't think it's impossible for Darkness to come back from here.
Okay, now you're getting a little carried away there, Blev. I don't know about not impossible. Those are some really concrete phrases that you're throwing around pretty lightly, I might add.
Yeah, never mind. It might be impossible.
Yeah.
Well, okay, hold up. Maybe Decinata is really what's going to swing the... Actually, no, because what's our Darkness at? Like 3?
3?
3? Yeah, never mind.
2? I think it might still be at 2.
I'm like imagining in my head that this card is like a Ruination, but it's not really unless it hits like 5. So,
yeah. I mean, there are decks where a 2 or 3 damage Darkness will be, a Ruination. Lecturing Yordle decks, probably not one of them.
No, definitely not. And especially not with Swain and Leviathan,
This deck has a pretty high premium of high HP units. Leviathan, very far outside the standard range. Swain, extremely healthy unit. Lecturing Yordle, even Riven as a 3-mana 3/4 is a lot higher than a lot of the other 3-drops that we see in the meta.
And now we have a Fearsome Attacker. This might just be game here because we do not have a blocker.
Yeah. We even get a stun.
Stun from the Shroom. Yeah. Wow, and there's the surrender. That was one heck of a quick game. Rick Diggus taking down the win. You know what we didn't see there?
What?
Riven. Again.
Yeah, well, Darkness can still win, so it's all in the bag.
Okay, wait, hold on. So now Darkness has to take on Zoe Lee Sin.
Here's the good sign. Follow me here.
I'm following. I'm listening.
Darkness does not win. Boom. 0-4. Terrible deck. Does not belong in this particular fight night. Just had a bad day with it. Whatever. Riven Swain moves on. Maybe we see some Riven in the losers finals. There's still potential for us to get our cake and eat it too. It's Halloween. Isn't that what it's all about? Getting your sweets and eating them?
Yeah, wow. Yeah. I can't remember last time. When's the last time you trick-or-treated?
Been at least a decade. Probably longer.
You gave me a look like you were ashamed if you went trick or treating 2 years ago. Like what's wrong with trick or treating as an adult? Come on. That's not terrible.
When was the last time you went trick or treating?
If I said last year, would that be?
It's weird? On site. It's on site, buddy. You better not show up to the LAN. I'm swinging. What do you mean you went trick or treating last year?
Oh my god, dude! Pillowcase and all, man.
Pillowcase. That's okay. When you go Here's what I'm imagining happened. You didn't go trick-or-treating, right? You drove around your neighborhood, and anytime you saw a bowl of candy on a porch that said, please take one, you bagged it. And that's not trick-or-treating, J-Doza, that's stealing.
Wait, what? Nobody ever told me that.
Oh, man. You're a criminal.
Well, you know what's criminal is how much this Darkness deck is losing tonight, and hopefully we don't see that happen again here.
Well, here's the good news. Number one, we have double Catalyzer.
Yeah.
Rick Diggus is probably not going to be able to deal with these particularly efficiently. Maybe we could get an Equinox off, but that's not happening this turn, so we are going to get at least one strike, and then, oh, look, there's another one. On top of that, how's Rick Diggus supposed to handle this Vygar, Blevins? How's he supposed to kill that, huh? This damage is going to go to the moon.
Oh, man. Yeah, and well, you know what, too? We've seen a lot of games, actually, with this Catalyzer actually, like, getting drawn early. Like, I think, what, maybe 3 out of these 4 games we had Catalyzer on turn 2, if I'm remembering correctly?
I think you might be misremembering, because if we had Catalyzer on 2, things surely would have gone a lot better, because Darkness always wins when you draw Catalyzer on 2. So if we had done that, then...
Sure. Okay, now what's going to happen if we lose? What are you going to say then, Taller Nova?
Give me some... Spare some copium, Blevins. It's your favorite deck.
All right, two Catalyzers early on. We have this in the bag for Darkness right now. We even have the Vygar on turn 4, and look at that. There's a second Vygar off the top and a Rekindler. We have a train of Vygars. Now, wait, what's triple Vygar? I gotta think of that one when that happens.
Hold on. What do you call a group of mushrooms?
A patch?
Yeah, a patch of Vygar.
What? Jesus. Oh, my God. All right, well, we're looking to get 2 strikes off. Let's see if we can do something about it. Probably look for a concussive palm here.
Yeah, this is one of those games where the Twisted Catalyzer, I think, is actually going to matter a lot because Storm really wants to win the game through Vygar. And
quickly, yeah.
Yeah, like there are certain matchups where like you win the game through like Senna controlling the board. This I don't really think is one of them. You just mini morph the Lee Sin or you don't. That's really the only way that you're going to look to kill it. Maybe we can string together a Vile Feast to pop a barrier and still push through Darkness. But like you really just want to level this Vygar as quickly as possible. And having your Darkness already in range to one-shot the Lee Sin, that's a huge deal actually.
Yeah, listen, if Darkness can't pick up this win here with this setup, I don't know what to do.
Well, you know, I wouldn't go that far.
This is all right.
This is the game.
Listen, Taller Nova. Yeah, this is the game. This is where we can only
supply so much copium.
Yeah, exactly. There's a limited supply of copium, so
but we're already using it at LOL Worlds. We don't have a whole lot to spare here at Fight Night.
We don't have any cost reduction on the Darkness yet, which I guess is a little bit unfortunate, but I don't think we're too concerned about that just because of how high it's already gotten. I think, what do we have? 1, 2, 3, is that 5 so far? So it'll be at 6 next turn, and then we have the capability of buffing it even more. So this might actually be an incredibly quick win here in a second. Solari Priestess, let's see what we find. Do we find an answer to the Vygar? I think at 3 mana there's nothing, right?
No, and we're even throwing down the Darkness here just to get the blocker off the field, as well as, you know, push a little bit towards that Vygar level up, because we do have the Dark Ball Acolyte. We have a way to get another Darkness, but here comes another Zoe from Rick Diggus. But, I mean, this is just going to be 2 more hits with the Twisted Catalyzers. The Zoe might even have to block, but...
Yeah,
Moonglow. Are we going to try to level this?
And you know, I don't think I have seen a Vygar level off of 2 Darkness, but I think that's what we might get.
I've seen it level off 1, but that's because it's just Des and Ada hitting like an entire board for like 3 or 4 damage.
Yeah.
Which like kind of counts, kind of doesn't, but
Meteor Shower though, that's a nice
there's
pickup.
There's another Vygar though. Doesn't really change much. One thing worth noting though, the Spell Shield will actually protect the Zoe from the first Darkness, which means it doesn't get the damage for the progression of the Vygar level up. And you know, if anybody other than Rick Diggus was piloting this Lee Sin deck, yeah, I'd say there's a chance. But Rick Diggus has not been good about drawing Lee Sin. I don't know what they're doing to not be in tune with the Blind Monk, but they are just not on the same page tonight. Yeah,
I got to agree with you. There's been a lot of games, even the ones that Rick has won, it's felt like we've had to make it to quite late in the game to actually draw the Lee Sin. So just not finding them at the top of the deck. Ixtali Sentinel going to come down. Always feels bad when I play this deck and I have to waste like acquiring a Darkness, but sometimes you got to do what you got to do just to get the tempo back on board. And here we go. Yeah, we're going to get a Zenith Blade, which will also progress Zoe towards the level up. So I think this is definitely Rick saying, okay, we are pillaring on Zoe, so be it. And this might actually just start to end the game anyways. Does this level...
How much damage is that darkness? It's a lot, right?
I think it's 6 or... is it 7? I think it's 7.
That just might be 7 to the dome, setting up a lethal open attack.
Which, in the first one was 5, so this actually doesn't level Vigar? I think.
If the first one was 5 and this is 7...
Oh, no, it does.
12, yeah.
Okay, no, so it does.
Yeah, this ain't Azir or Aurelia. We don't need to get to 13 or 14. 12 is...
Oh, no, it was 10.
10.
It was 10. That's why it's leveled.
How were you so far off?
I don't know, man. I can't
Do you
count.
like this dynamic where I push the math onto you, and then when you get it wrong, I just flame you, even though I never attempted to do the math? I'm enjoying it.
It's so much pressure. It's so much pressure.
So Storm might not even go for the open attack. Might just be like, hey, I'm going to throw a darkness at your face. Is that lethal? If anything happens to this Vigar, we have Mist's Call, but I can't imagine Rick Diggus finding a way to kill it this turn. So it'd have to be like deny onto darkness, in which case we still have Dark Ball Acolyte to get us another one.
Do we just play the cheeky pokey stick first before doing anything? I would have loved to see the pokey stick first.
I think the pokey stick's being saved for in response, but I think I'd still rather see Dark Bulb Acolyte get second darkness, try to cast that, and then we still have pokey stick next turn for the lethal on the open attack from Rick Diggus.
Well, we got deep med, so now we could still get a Nopify darkness at 3 cost. Let's see. Storm got to feel really good that this darkness deck is picking up a win here.
It's picked up a win every series.
I know. I just feel like this thing.
We get the silence onto the Vigar so that the darkness cannot target Nexus. We can still use this to kill Zoe. Vigar will still give us a round start darkness. We could also use it to kill the Dragon.
This is still
I mean, we have Pokey Stick, right? It's just lethal.
Yeah, this is still just lethal. Doesn't matter.
It doesn't really matter. Anyway, as I was saying, let's go, baby, darkness. Tier 1, Tier 0, Tier 0.5, whatever you need to call it.
Tier S,
is the deck of the century, darkness.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm just not near. I mean, yeah, darkness. Woo, yeah, best deck. Yeah, let's go. Yeah, darkness. Pokey stick for the win. That's how darkness wins.
Yeah, Pokey stick and Lusher Yoda. Bandos Heady.
This is how we win. 1 damage. Poke. Ping. Oh, okay.
That's what I want. So that was a good, 2022's coming around. COVID, obviously done with. Totally eradicated it, so lands are going to start up any moment now. That's what I want you guys doing in the crowd when we're at lands, right? I want you cheering like that for every stick, for every Bandle City deck. I need to see some hype out there. I don't want to see you guys whispering to each other with your notepads out. No, I want to hear some screaming.
Yep, I agree.
But that is not the end of the set. We do still have to pick up a win with Draven Scion into the Lee Sin if Storm wants to advance on, and I gotta say, we talked about this earlier. Lee Sin, one of the bigger counters to Draven Scion.
Yeah, we'll see if that's going to be the case here. Noxian Fervor in Storm's version too. That was something that wasn't necessarily always in these Draven's, Scion decks, but recently, usually a one of. We've been seeing a lot of these Noxian Fervors now, so which I like. It's that little extra bit of reach that you might need, even though you do already have Get Excited and Mystic Shot. But having that 7th spell that can go face is sometimes a difference maker. Sometimes even in the mirror match. So. We'll see if it's going to matter here. And we do have a pretty decent starting hand, too.
It's a cool secondary effect to also just kill your own Scion, right? Or even if you just, as we see here, we have Flock and Noxian Fervor. That is a nice little combo to just kill your own Scion from full HP, as well as push some damage into the opponent's Nexus.
Yeah, and then there's always the lifesteal. So in this particular matchup, Noxian Fervor, if it's not being used to kill a Scion, it probably has... some sort of lifesteal combat written all over it, where Dragon Lane blocks, so you sack your own unit to prevent the lifesteal.
Yeah. The more traditional use of Noxian Fervor. Dodging Eye of the Dragon.
All right, we get a stun. Ooh, wow. And oh my god.
Attack here.
Yeah. This might force a block. 4, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. I can do that math.
It'd probably be a block with Zoe, right?
Yeah.
I don't think you can really afford to lose the Eye here. The Zoe level up is cool and all, but it's very far away from happening, and the Eye is, one of the champions of this deck. More of a champion than Zoe in most matchups.
So are we trading the Zoe with the Zonite Urchin to get the, the value trade, or are we just blocking the sub treasure?
I feel like in a lot of situations, if you feel forced to block with Zoe, you are not taking the value trade.
Okay, yeah, I tend to agree. So
we also still need to play a second spell this turn, so if we can get something like a Tail Cascade onto the Zoe, we could even do absolutely nothing with that, but a Twin Discipline, and we could block something a little more impactful.
Awesome segue, taller.
Yeah, yeah. You know what I mean, man. Nope, gonna be the Zoe spell. And now I don't think we feel as forced to block.
Yeah, no, I got to agree. I mean, the Reborn Grenadier just dies thanks to Ephemeral. Okay, I guess we could take the value with the Eye of the Dragon.
Yeah.
It doesn't feel terrible, but it is going to die now to something, whether it be Ravenous Flock or literally anything else.
So you would think, but Guiding Touch exists, which would actually be a really nice curve for Rick Diggus if you can Guiding Touch to prevent a Ravenous Flock and then still get off your
another spell
star chart with the Zoe. Really not a lot going... how do I want to say this? It's like Rick is in an okay spot, but there are 2 more Risen Riders in the Hand of Storm, but Storm doesn't have a way to discard them. And the 3-1 versus the 4-2, like, you're missing out on quite a bit of damage if you play these as 3-1s over the course of a couple of turns of, like... Because they're probably going to get in multiple hits, right? So, like, you do lose out on a pretty significant amount of damage by not being able to discard these. And we actually see Storm just not even committing them to the board. And that's not even counting if there's some kind of Pale Cascade or something for a Dragonling to be able to stop your Fearsome Wall here. Kind of curious what Storm plans on doing with this banked spell mana. Noxian Fervor looks pretty good for dodging the lifesteal, as you had mentioned a little later on.
All right, Moonsilver on something here. Still holding up that 2 mana, like you're saying, for the Guiding Touch. Yeah. And yeah, I gotta agree. Even have that Lost Soul in hand for Storm, right? Yeah. So everything just not looking too hot. But, honestly, Storm, we're just like one rummage away from this hand being fantastic or some sort of discard effect.
I think what Storm has been waiting for is for Rick Diggus to play a second spell and saying, hey, it's probably going to take all 4 of your mana to do so. Because you're probably not going to like Star Chart, Equinox, any of this. Anyway, I'm trying to get you below 2 mana so that I can Ravenous Flock your Eye of the Dragon. And because Rick Diggus found Moonsilver, they don't have to do that. So we might see Storm take a complete 180 on how they were playing the turn previously and just run out these units now. Still going to take the Flock. I don't mind this. I think it's pretty reasonable.
Yeah, I don't mind it either. I mean, because then if you're going to commit the Fearsome unit anyways, you're going to have 2 Fearsome attackers, and the Dragonling won't be able to block regardless.
Yeah, it's one of those like relatively low risk plays, in that like yes, there is a chance that it gets stopped, but if it works, you are suddenly very advantaged to win this game. And if it doesn't work, then like this isn't really a deck where you were getting an insane amount of Ravenous Flock value. Maybe you can find a better time to play it a little bit later on when you have a more guaranteed kill onto the Eye of the Dragon. But that is the primary target for Ravenous Flock.
And it works. And I got to agree with you. Taller Casa, I mean, this is going to be really good for Storm here. Messenger actually picked up too, though, which is fantastic for Rick. I mean, that's a great jump blocker here, at least for the 4/3 sub treasure. It still doesn't help against the Risen Rider and Fallen Rider.
How good is it when Rick Diggus draws a card? Because his Lee Sins are not in the top 25 cards. I know that. Surely at this point, Rick must be aware that Lee Sin is just, you are not playing a Lee Sin deck right now and tonight. You are playing an Ionia Targon deck that has Lee Sin somewhere shuffled in there, but they're not within Messenger range.
Well, I'll tell you this much. Draw isn't going to matter at all right now because Storm looking to put down a very nice Arachnoid Sentry in a second. And this is going to get this whole swing back from this Concussive Palm. We're just got
5 damage in our hand between Noxian Fervor and Mystic Shot as well. Really limited interaction for Rick Diggus on those spells. There's Deny, Notify, but in terms of like stopping a Fervor without canceling it, I think it's just a one of Will of Ionia.
Yeah, this is so Storm can't close out this turn, but possibly next turn, depending on how things turn out with that Fervor and the Mystic Shot. And we'll see if that Rick commits the Zoe here to the block, right? I don't know what Zoe's at. I don't know if she's at like 8 out of 10 or something. I'm trying to think if she can level before she blocks and dies here, because then we might consider sacrificing her if we can also get the level up, I feel.
I don't know if you want to fall down to 3. That's kind of sketchy.
4. Yeah, that's rough. That is rough. But then again, this is Lee Sin, so if we can get another Eye of the Dragon, but again, the Noxie Fervor and the Mystic Shot. So we know going down to 10 is probably a losing play. Rick probably thinking, okay, do I have to take this risk in order to win the game at this point? Like, how much pressure am I really feeling from Storm right now?
Am I winning the game with, like, I winning the game if I block with this Zoe, right?
Mm-hmm.
I would imagine we move this over to the fearsome blocker or the fearsome attacker rather, so that we have easier blocks with Eye a little bit later on if we can find a copy of that. And it looks like Rick has said, yes, this Zoe is my path to victory. I need to take the risk here and keep this unit alive if I'm going to win this game.
Scion off the top, though.
Yeah. And Storm is just going to mash that pass button until Rick Diggus commits something to... either this Scion, like Storm gets to take their time here, and if Rick Diggus wants to tap down to 3 mana or 2 mana here when the Crescendo comes off, there's like this small window for you to fire off the Noxian Fervor in a universe where like Guiding Touch could be the only thing that saves them. There won't be Deny available or anything like that. Just seeing Storm continue to take these passes, and Rick Diggus probably has to play this Crescendo and get the Eye this turn.
Yeah, which means we're going down to a very dangerous amount of mana where we might be able to just get this Noxian Fervor off zero problems.
If there was a Get Excited in Storm's hand instead of a Mystic Shot, I think this would be guaranteed lethal on this turn, but there is still a window to stop the Noxian Fervor, and then Mystic Shot is not lethal.
Well, let's see what Rick decides to do. I think no matter what, I mean, listen, we're going into turn 7.
It's a very strong attack coming out of Storm next turn.
Yeah, like... even if we have a concussive palm or something like that, it's still going to be an issue for Rick to deal with this.
I think that's where Storm is going to make a big decision here, where it's like, I'm looking really good with this wide attack next turn. Do I really want to sacrifice one of my own units with this Noxian Fervor?
There's the Nopify. The answer was there. So this might be the point where Rick can turn it around. I mean, we've seen this time and time again with Lee Sin.
Yeah, and this is kind of scary because now with the Zoe leveled, you are getting lifesteal onto your entire board on the next turn, and that includes the fearsome blocker of the Tail of the Dragon.
So I guess the question is, does the Scion attack still pose lethal? Regardless, right? Because we're just going to have so much overwhelm damage coming through. There's no way to force the kill onto it, though.
Yeah, there's more game left to be played, because even if Storm doesn't find the lethal this turn, Rick still has to deal with Scion at some point. Like that's just going to go in for another open attack on the next turn. It's rough. Oh, we're just going for the Overwhelm. And we're finding Get Excited. Okay. Yeah, there's one way to do it.
All right, here we go. Yeah, I mean, that's 5 burn.
Fearsome Overwhelm. The Mystic Shot actually now does represent a fair amount of damage because it can not only stop the lifesteal from one of these units, but push through the Overwhelm from the Sump Dredger. I think you go Sump Dredger first.
This is such an interesting line to go for. I mean, are we considering... Okay. All right, we're gonna... Okay.
Okay, well, let's test the waters with a Get Excited here.
Okay.
Let's see what you've got for that one before I start,
yeah, because there could be...
things a little bit easier.
Jeez, that feels so bad. Both Nopifies. And there's only 2 in the deck, so both Nopifies early on there. See, we can draw our Nopifies, we just can't draw our Lisa. So... But both...
and Star Chart, gonna see if we can find Crescent Strike. Or really anything, right? I mean, just another unit would be cool.
Yeah, another Twin Blade Revenant coming down, I imagine, this turn. Who's Mystic Shot. I mean, we could just Mystic Shot. Maybe it makes more sense to Mystic Shot the Tail of the Dragon and then just go in with both Fearsome Attackers.
There is a consideration to just Mystic Shot whatever blocks this Sump Dredger.
Yeah, but then
there are combat tricks that can get around it.
Yeah, but then can't you can assign the Tail of the Dragon to block a Fearsome, and then you can assign the Dragonling to block the Sump Dredger. Yeah,
and then I Mystic Shot the Dragonling.
Oh, and then you're saying the Overwhelm, if you put the Sump Dredger first, the Overwhelm goes through. I see.
Yeah, it really depends on if you're attacking with the Overwhelm or the Fearsomes first. If the plan is Mystic Shot, then you line up Overwhelm to the left. But, like, it's a risky play, right? Twin Disciplines and Pale Cascade is going to have something to say about that if Tail of the Dragon is the one that is coming out as that blocker.
Well, and Well, Rick could also just assign the Eye of the Dragon as well.
I think that's, yeah. It's weird. I think that you are going to be able to get some kind of combat trick out of Rick by just moving the Overwhelm to the left, because like they have to Pale Cascade something to like block one of the Fearsomes. Also, if Rick loses the Eye here, I think you're actually in a pretty okay spot. All right, going in with the Fearsomes on the left and the Overwhelm on the right. Probably not even going to attack with this 3-2. Got Tail. Need a combat trick to be able to block this second Risen Rider as well. I don't know if this is lethal or not. CX3, I don't think it is.
So, yeah, we actually put the Sump Dredger all the way to the right. I tend to agree with what you were saying earlier with putting it to the left, so this does seem a little bit weird to me. Unless the thought is now we're still going to Mystic Shot the tail, and now the 3 goes through with the Fallen Rider, plus 3 from the Sump Dredger, so...
Mystic Shotting our own Risen Rider to ensure that the damage goes through on the second one for lethal.
Wow. Okay, so this plays around Twin Disciplines.
There are a lot of things you can Mystic Shot here. This is the one that does not lose to combat tricks.
Yeah, yeah.
So there are still things that Rick can do here. Guiding Touch, I believe, still gets him out of it. Storm throwing out the GG Shen. Rick has outs. Deny does it. Guiding Touch, I think, does it.
We already saw 2 Nopifies, so there's no Nopifies.
Nope. Concussive Palm, Will of Ionia.
Guiding Touch does... Oh, Palm does it. Mm-hmm.
Palm will do it.
Yeah.
I believe you live at like 1 here.
Yeah, 2.
2? Yep.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Whew.
Wow. So Guiding Touch would have done it too. Yeah, there was a lot of outs.
I feel like the game is now over.
Yeah, it is.
Because Rick Diggus has a wide lifesteal board. And,
that.
I was going to say, and the fact that Storm discarded their Scion to try and go for this kind of play.
Yeah, that was a concession that we understand Scion's not going to win, so I have to go for it a different way. And if I win, I win. If I lose, I lose. So, yeah, this is...
and Lee Sin just comes down to be like, hey, by the way.
I'm a thing.
Yeah, Storm going to scoop it up there. I mean, this is how the game was expected to go from the beginning. Lee Sin being very favored into Draven Scion, but man, that was a pretty intense turn there. That was
it just really well played. I think from both sides, even the recognition from Storm to say, okay, Scion's not gonna. I was not expecting the Scion discard, so for the game to shift in that direction, I think was really, really interesting. So that was cool to see, and then Rick as well, seeing at the end there that concussive bomb, able to take away the game with Lee Sin, finally drawing the Lee Sin as well. Again, not as early as we'd like to see sometimes, but there you have it right there. Rick taking it first with the Bandle City Noxus deck, and then Darkness. We finally, Taller Nova. We got to see a win on cast with Darkness. It happened. There's a thing.
And then still falling in the third game, and I got to say, Rick Diggus has been terrible at drawing Lee Sin, which speaks to the caliber of Lee Sin player that they are, that they have made it all the way now to the losers finals, having to play that Lee Sin deck every single game. And Rick, fresh off of their top 32 at the Beyond the Bandlewood Seasonal, was playing Lee Sin through the Swiss rounds of that Seasonal. Was one of the 12 players to make it on that, alongside Spooky Viego and Darkness. So, yeah, absolutely crushing it, Rick Diggus. Really showing up on this Lee Sin.
Awesome, and I do think we are going to go to a quick break, and when we get back, we're going to get back into the losers bracket for the losers finals of Fight Night Legends.
Welcome back to a very spooky edition of Fight Night Legends. I am Taller Nova. Joining me is Jay Blevins. We've been here for a few hours. You've probably been with us. It'd be such immaculate timing if you happened to tune in just as the break came off and that was the first thing that you saw. So, in case you missed it, we are in the losers finals. It is going to be Ian Amore on Glorious Evolution Shellfolk and Thralls up against Rick Diggus, who has been piloting this Lee Sin without finding Lee Sin very well, and Riven Swain Bandle City.
Yeah, and just to that point, you mentioned it earlier too. The mark of a good Lee Sin player is how well you play the deck without drawing it, and Rick been doing pretty decent. Also with that Riven Swain, I still like this matchup especially. I would love to see the actual Riven on board doing something, anything. Just a little bit. Come on, Taller Nova. Come on, please.
Rick is unable to draw at least one champion in any given deck. In Lee Sin,
that's
it
the
is Lee
rule.
Sin. In Riven Swain, it is Riven. And despite this restriction that somebody has cursed him with, he has still made it to the losers finals. And this is that Riven Swain that you were talking about. Not going for like Blade Squire or anything. Riven is just kind of a value card here. We're not really looking to level her up or get that blade off. It's just like, hey, if we can get the +2 attack blade, cool. If we can get the overwhelm blade, awesome. Like all of the individual blade fragments are good. We're not like ambushing the Riven, right?
No, yeah, exactly. I agree 100%. Now, on the flip side, for any more, we have Thralls, and we also have the I know you don't want to call it GE, but GE Shellfolk Glorious Evolution. So this Glorious Evolution deck, let me pull this up real quick for 1 second. This is playing 3 Glorious Evolution, so this is what I would actually consider. I think we'd both consider an actual Glorious Evolution deck. I mean, we almost saw it actually do its thing a little bit earlier today.
It was
right?
We were about to watch it
So
pop
close.
off, and then Tamunda hit him with the rally and killed him.
Yeah, and it just didn't quite do it. And to be honest with you, we haven't seen Shellfolk actually hit the board yet. I'm sure it happened at some point today, maybe a game that we didn't see, but we haven't really seen that advantage train go off just yet.
Ooh, thank you, production, for the scroll down. That is nice. I was about to touch on those last 2 cards hidden away there. The Pathways and that signature Glorious Evolution that we've been talking about. Really looking to combo that with the Poro Cannon, fire off a bunch of cards in one turn, and let that Augment do what it needs to do to get those into Nexus killing range.
Yeah, a lot of people opting against the Ezreal now, too. For the longest time, it was Vi Ezreal, and then now pretty much, I'd say most people agreeing that just 3 Vi is kind of the way to go with this deck. So
we also have the Sumpwork map in there. I don't think that's standard for this deck, but it is. It's always kind of cute to see the Sumpwork maps make its way in. See if we can get that 10 attack Vi off. Every time I think I've ever made a Vi deck and I posted it anywhere, people are like, "Where's Sumpwork map?" And I'm like, why would I play Sumpwork map? They're like, Vi has 10 attack, put a Sumpwork map in. I'm like, thanks, Reddit.
Well, it's not even that, too. I think that, with something like Glorious Evolution, if you have something like a Conchologist on field that, you now have Augment and you've gotten boosted up, you can now make it elusive if you need that additional elusive attacker. So I think it has a few different uses here, but we are going to go ahead and get into the game. Any more versus Rick Diggus, and it looks like we're going to get started here with Zoe Lee Sin versus Thralls.
This is something that we saw a little bit earlier, right? Ian Amore was the one that knocked Rick Diggus down into the losers bracket, and the Thralls game was pretty close.
Yeah, I've enjoyed watching Thralls today, so this should be an interesting match. We do have a Frozen Thrall early as well as the Clockwork Curator. So this, actually 2 Curators and Time in a Bottle. So I think this is going to be the fastest we actually see a Thrall come out this time around. This should be pretty interesting, Talarnova.
Yeah, it's going to be really unfortunate and maybe a little funny in a macabre sense if that Thrall does come out as quick as we've ever seen and then just like immediately gets hit with a Will of Ionia. And these Eye of the Dragons are going to do an amount of work here. Not like an insane amount of work. Obviously, they don't do very well against the Overwhelm, but it is probably one of the better recurring blockers that you're going to find. And then if Rick Diggus can continue to make 2 Dragonlings on offense and defense, you're going to have a decent amount of survivability against the Thrall. Especially if it's just that one single Thrall like it looks like it's going to be.
All right, and we got 2 more turns left. Technically, we can Time in a Bottle to basically burst summon it for an open attack here. So this would be pretty nice. Or we can save the Time in a Bottle. So it depends, because it does do 2 turns. But nope, we are going to go ahead and rip it off here.
Promising Future or another... I mean, Promising Future really doesn't do you much without a landmark, right? Probably going to go for the Thrall, unless you are looking for a very specific Blighted Ravine Promising Future combo in order to clear out these Dragonlings.
Which is not terrible. Your Thrall will stick around for a while, even through those Blighted Ravines. The Blighted Ravines would kill your Curators, though, which would be a little unfortunate, but they're going to get blocked, possibly?
Yeah, Rick Diggus is thinking, like, you know, this is an avalanche. Oh, no, why did I say anything? There's the Will of Ionia for the fastest Thrall of the day. Turn and put it back in your hand, Ianamore. You're going to have to wait 4 more turns to play with that one.
Oh, man. We jinxed it. We jinxed it. We shouldn't have said anything.
I'm out.
Yeah.
Get normal cast back in here. I'm done. I've done too much. I've said enough.
Oh, man. Well, yeah, now we're going to have to wait another 3 turns till that bad boy hits the field. This hand's looking pretty jank now.
This is not looking good for Ianamore, right?
Nope, this lifesteal going to come in. You don't want to block him, obviously, but it's not going to prevent the lifesteal. So, all in all, this is pretty much just a bad situation for Anymore. And really started out decent with kind of that turbo Thrall, which is what this deck is supposed to do, getting it nice and early there on turn 4. But that's it. We gassed out after that. There was absolutely nothing left in the tank to go ahead and keep that Thrall train rolling. And it's really unfortunate.
So now we're going to play this fun little mini game where Rick, incapable of finding Lee Sin, very far away from all the other Thralls that could possibly come out. So strap in, everybody. Get your seatbelt, buckle in, don't go anywhere. We are going to be in here for a bit of a long haul. But I mean, Rick might actually find the Lee Sin relatively quickly and finish this one out because there's a very limited amount of interaction in Ianamore's hand. It's just, are we doubling up on Blighted Ravines? Or now the Avalanche is actually not terrible if we are looking to just clear out these Eye of the Dragons and the Dragonlings and say, I'm tired of taking all this damage. Please stop hitting me in the Nexus with all these tiny little dudes. And there's third Eye of the Dragon. This is as good as your board wipes are going to get, and you're not doing anything else with your mana.
Yeah, wow. I can't believe this is a complete wall. Now, all right, I will say.
Say it.
Because we have the 2 Blighted Ravines and we have the Avalanche, if we do manage to clear this board, I mean, that's all the Eye of the Dragons gone.
Oh, yeah, they're all dead.
So that might be a little bit of a window here for Anymore. I mean, unless there's already the Lee Sin from Rick, but I don't think that matters one way or the other. If he's got it, he's got it, and it's just going to be game anyways. So, yeah, I like this. You lose your Clockwork Curators, but I think you're okay with that.
If you're trading it for 3 Eye of the Dragons.
Yeah, and then I think you can actually attack with the Kindly Tavern Keeper here, because I don't think Rick's going to want to trade one of the Eye of the Dragons and then play the Blighted Ravine, and you should be pretty good.
Yeah. The downside here is if Rick is able to save multiple Eyes, be it Guiding Touches, Twin Disciplines, anything like that, then you have used a lot of resources to kill a lot less value than you thought you were getting. But we do have a second Blighted Ravine, which should definitely clean up all 3 Eye, right? And next turn is turn 7. We're not playing the Thrall until 8. We're really not doing anything until then. Here comes the first copy of Twin Disciplines. It looks like we are just going to save the 1 Eye of the Dragon.
Not sure why we didn't attack first. Yeah, that was... I don't know why we didn't attack first. We could have potentially gotten 3 damage in. There's the emote from Rick. Yeah, this second Bladed Ravine, I think, will clean things up. And then at least, so now we play the Bladed Ravine this turn. That will certainly make sure that there's no, Dragonlings coming out on turn 8. And turn 8, we do have this Thrall that we can play down now. So
yeah, cool. We got a Thrall.
It's one solo
let me
Thrall.
tell you, man.
Oh,
there are better cards than 8 mana 8/8s with Overwhelm in Legends of Runeterra. We don't play them. We don't play those. We don't play them on turn 8. That is a bad Farron.
Yeah, and actually, you know what? I take it all back because...
Can no longer Bladed Ravine this Dragonling.
Wow. So much for that. Okay, all right, Talia in the house.
Talia would have been cool on, a turn where we didn't want to play our Thrall. Anytime sooner, really, would have just been...
Okay,
mwah.
New game plan. We go for the Watcher WinCon. Watcher WinCon. We got this.
The who? The what?
That thing that used to be a thing and now it's not a thing anymore?
Oh, right. I see. Playing to the out of, Rick Diggus. I've noticed that your...
You do not draw
your
Lee
Lee Sins are buried within your deck. I shall cast them all aside. With your Eye of the Dragon's dead, you have no more win conditions, you poor fool. But in what universe? Because the Thrall still need the Lysandra was nerfed so that you need 5 8+ cost card units in order to get the Watcher down to 0 mana. So even if we get the double up off of this Talia onto the second Thrall, that's still only 4 Thralls that have come out. On top of the fact that we still need to find Lysandra, so we still need to find Lysandra and a fifth 8 cost unit to play.
Promising future,
which is
baby. Promising future. It's a promising future. I'm just saying this is a very promising future for this game.
Yeah. Rick is good at drawing deny. So
yeah, that's a thing. Yeah.
I don't know where that promising future is coming in, but this is actually a really nice looking turn now where we have the Clockwork Curator into the Talia. A little awkward that the Thralls would end up being summoned on Rick Diggus' turn, but that just kind of is what it is.
Yeah, it feels bad. That's one of the problems with this deck. It's never not going to be a problem with Thralls. Lining up when you want to summon those units can sometimes be hard. And really any landmark countdown deck, it's kind of difficult to line those up perfectly. But here we go. We get the Gravitum here. Going to stun out the Thrall. And I think, are we just trying to go for more damage here? We're saying, hey, we know we don't draw Lee Sin, so let's try to push through damage.
Here comes Lee Sin. That's why we're going for the Gravitum on the Thrall, because Lee Sin is making way for himself so that we could... not grab the Thrall.
Yeah.
This is probably very indicative of the fact that Lee Sin is not anywhere in the hand of Rick Diggus. Otherwise, you'd probably just kick the Thrall back to hand. But then you'd be playing right into Eonamore's hand of wanting to replay that Thrall 5 times, summon the Watcher. So who's the real...
Go ahead and Will of Ionia.
Yeah, go ahead. You can return my Thrall as many times as you please. I will keep slamming it down for 8 mana because I don't have anything else to do.
We really don't. That's the sad part.
Yeah.
And hey, look at this Dragonling again, poking for 2 lifesteal because we can't do anything about it. So yeah, this is and this is kind of when we first saw this this potential matchup. This is kind of how we figured it would go, right? I mean, but this is. I feel like a broken record when I keep talking about this with Lee Sin. It's like if the Lee Sin player doesn't draw Lee Sin against a deck that can close out the game on like turn 8 or 9, then this is what happens. The Thrall deck gets the combos together. It ends up having a ton of Thralls by turn 10, and then it can win because it has a bunch of overwhelm units. This
is such a change of pace for you, Jay Blevins. I don't know if you're really leaning into the character of Blevins, but in every grassroots tournament you and I have cast together, it's always, oh yeah, there's 100%, like, there'll be 5 cards deep, you're like, 100% they have Lee Sin. Absolutely gonna win. Like, they'll be at 20 life and have 2 cards in hand, and they'll be like, oh, this looks bad for Lee Sin, and you'll be like, oh, what are you talking about? His 3 cards are Lee Sin, Zenith Blade, and Deep Meditation that'll draw 2 Twin Disciplines. Like, I always have to get you off this Lee Sin copium, and now you're just dogging the deck like nobody's business.
What can I say? I've been watching somebody not draw Lee Sin all day. So now every time I get on a fight night, this is Lee Sin players. I still remember Kevor versus Yost. Oh wow, that sounds like a good
mirror. 25 cards deep, no Lee Sin either player.
Yeah, I just assume that Lee Sin is not in the top half of the deck now. Like, it's just
we got.
Ooh.
We got Hibernating Rock Bear. We got
probably not going to do a whole lot.
Peak. We got
Start to Peak might be the best one, to be honest with you.
Oh man.
Start to Peak, yep.
Yeah, I mean, what else are we really going to grab? I mean, the Rock Bear might have been okay just to get another body on board, but Start to Peak does potentially represent like Messenger or even Crescent Strike to try and push through lethal a little bit easier.
Start to Peak, if anything, just gives us cards to play.
Yeah.
We just need
got all this mana.
we literally just need things to do at this point. So here
comes oh, no Talia attack, no Talia attack.
Okay, I guess you could walk straight into you know, to Indiscipline or something like that. But here are all the thralls. There's a little late promising future there. I guess you could try to get a deny out and just try to promising future the star tip peak at this point if you really want to. I mean,
I feel like you've got a better shot at finding a cheeky lethal with the Blighted Ravine getting doubled up.
Yeah, that's a good point.
That last 4-bit of burn.
Yeah, that's a good point. I feel like we probably play Blighted Ravine this turn too. I mean, you keep passing. I like this pass because Rick has to commit something because this open attack with 3 8/8 overwhelms plus Talia, which is essentially kind of like a overwhelm sort of thing.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen this a lot out of Mr. Emotional, right? Where you just do not do anything until your opponent has played 2 spells for the Eye of the Dragon.
Yeah, yep.
This Rick, that's not a Lee Sin. That's a
that's a
Tail of the Dragon. And it's about to get frostbitten.
There we go. Now these 3 sisters coming in real useful.
Yeah, that was a lot of resources committed into this Tail of the Dragon. It's like, I'm not saying that it was a bad play. I'm sure that with Rick Diggus' hand, that was the only option, was to try and take a kill onto one of these thralls, as unlikely as it was to work out.
Man, I'll tell you, Lee Sin just doesn't seem like it does too well without Lee Sin, huh? It's
gotten them this far.
I would have never guessed. I really would have never guessed, but it just seems like this deck really needs that card. All right, well, Trickster. I think we...
Yeah, okay, yep. Double up on the Blighted Ravine. That's going to clear out the Trickster, as well as the Zoe push a decent amount of damage into the Nexus.
You know what I love about that card too? Just a nice little interaction here.
About that card.
It doesn't add another landmark, so it doesn't take up board space, which is very nice in situations like that. Just want to shout out real quick.
Yeah, shout out to promising future, I guess.
The card of cards.
Yeah, we'll see what Rick can put together here in terms of surviving. I think it only takes like 1 stun effect to survive. That doesn't sound right.
I think he just lives no matter what,
Blevins,
possibly for
do the
8,
math.
16.
Do the math, buddy.
Oh, no. This is lethal. This is lethal.
Grab the Albicus. This is lethal. All right,
yeah,
you heard it here first, chat. This is lethal. We have certified mathematician.
Okay, here we go.
Jay Blevins.
Certified.
Right, is this still lethal?
No. This is not lethal now.
This actually is lethal, but...
Oh, no, it is still lethal. Yeah. What is it? By 1? Is it 17? Yeah. Jesus Christ.
How do you keep falling for it?
Why do you do this to me?
This is still... oh, wow. Is this lethal? Surely not, right?
But I think we live at 1. Oh, no, this is lethal.
Same thing.
So 8, 16, 17... Yeah, this is lethal.
Yeah, this is lethal. I mean, it's as simple as looking at this and saying there are 2 units attacking for 16.
Yeah.
They are at 16. There is no lifesteal coming through. So, Ianamor going to be able to pick up the win with the Thralls over the Lee Sin yet again for the 2nd time tonight, and it looks like he might be the undoing of Rick Diggus, the only one to stop them so far and really punish them for not being able to draw the Lee Sin. That was a weird game of Runeterra, Doza.
I feel like all the Thralls games that we've seen so far have been very weird. I don't know.
It's a weird deck.
Yeah, it is a weird deck. I will say we're going to see another weird deck in this Glorious Evolution Shellfolk deck in a second.
If we go to a Game 3, I get to see 2 Shellfolk games. Oh, I know it's Halloween, but happy birthday to me.
Wow, I didn't know you had that much love for this deck. All right.
It's fun. It's fun to watch somebody play 15 cards in a turn for 0 mana.
It would be
nice. It brings me back to my Force of Will days.
It would be nice if we could actually see that happen, but I'm not so sure we will. With 2 Glorious Evolution to the first team, I don't think
you think
this deck is...
Rick Dig is going to reverse sweep Ianamor here. Is that what you're saying, Jay Blev?
This deck is proving my point, Taller Casa. This deck is proving my point. See, it's the 10 cost. It's a 10 cost spell. It's just bad.
I would love to watch you talk about Feel the Rush, which costs 2 more mana.
But that's 12. It's different. That's good. Math, because math. Oh man, sloping telescopes. And Kakala just go, what the heck noise? Is it a lawnmower?
That was me screaming with my hands cupped because I am suffering. I'm actually going on Mobilytics right now and seeing if there's ever been a playable 10 cost spell in Legends. The Harrowing was playable at 10 mana.
Okay. Wait, was it?
Was it?
Was it ever really
was it
good,
9
though?
and then it went
Was
up to
it
10
9?
and then
No,
it was 9 again?
It was not originally 10, right? It was 9. It was playable
I
at
think
9,
so.
but now it's not playable.
Well, it was still played in Anivia at 10.
At 9.
No, at 10. It was played in Anivia at 10.
Well, I remember it at 9, so let's agree to disagree.
Let's talk about how about Living Legends. Boom, 10 mana spell, probably one of the most grabbed.
Doesn't count because it's not an actual card, it's a Celestial. Got another one?
No, there's like very few 10 mana spells in Legends of Runeterra. Treasure Trash showed up at Worlds, I think.
Yeah,
right after Worlds.
Yeah. Sure, you
I know that
imagine what I call
someone
that
was playing it in Ziggs Poppy, but Ziggs Poppy wasn't really around at Worlds, so it had to be after Worlds.
Ziggs Pop, oh man.
I'm just saying, Real Key put Treasure Trash in
I know, I saw it. It was great.
But that was definitely after Worlds. So okay, yeah, you know what? You win this time. 10 mana spells are unplayable, 12 mana is the way. So if Rick Diggus can prank the Glorious Evolution, then Jay Blevins will believe it.
Yeah, you have to prank it. Then it's good. Because you know what happens? We have to wait until turn 9 to play it, which means we don't lose so much tempo early on in the game. Oh. I'm so good at cards.
Chat, put a 1 in chat if 10 mana spells are playable. Put a 2 in chat if they have to be 12 mana.
Jesus. Oh,
so
man.
we are going to see a kill onto the Lecturing Yordle thanks to the Vi, and thinking about a Mystic Shot onto the Messenger, putting it back, playing around, seeing how it feels. What's the mouthfeel on this bad boy? And it looks like it feels good enough to just fire off.
All right. And we are, yeah. I mean, generally speaking, I will say, whenever I've seen this deck play, turn 7, you almost are just always jamming Glorious Evolution. Unless it's like, I don't know, if you're playing like an aggro deck against an aggro deck or something like that. We are in no means... Yeah, you probably are.
If you're not dead, slam it.
We are by no means threatened right now, though, so...
Yeah.
We're in good shape.
No Swain coming out on the side of Rick Diggus. It's just been Lecturing Yordles, which are... You know, they represent more damage than your average 4-drop, but not as much as Swain. Swain's going to push out 6 when he gets through that Nexus Strike. This guy's only pushing 4.5, I think, is the math on the shrooms. Something along those lines.
Yeah. Yep. Mm-hmm. Well, don't ask me about the math. I'll tell you that much.
Okay, well, I've been asking you about math all night. You should have told me that before we hopped on the broadcast.
Oh, we're so bad at prepping for these. All right, Shellfolk. Could potentially come down here. Shellfolk could potentially come down. But
that would upset the turn 7 Glorious Evolution, which we need to cast this game in order to disprove the haters.
Okay, Otterpuss is not bad.
This Glorious Evolution looks kind of poo-poo. Just in terms of like what it does for the immediate, without Poro Cannon, we have absolutely no threat of lethal. So like it's just going to be a value Glorious Evolution, which you need to get it down on 7 because if you lose all that tempo on turn 8, Rick Diggus just responds with a Leviathan and you're in a rough spot.
All right, I'm not gonna lie, I really am pulling for this Glorious Evolution to come out, but yeah, here we go.
We're actually not going to play it on 7. We're going to play the Vi instead. I mean, looking at the hand, the Glorious Evolution really doesn't do much, and you don't really just want to let Rick Diggus run away with this Lecturing Yordle.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I mean, because we saw this earlier where we kind of did have the dream realized. There's not a whole lot. There's one Otterpuss, but there's not a whole lot of 1-cost or 2-cost spells that are actually going to close out the game.
Yeah.
So there's really no need for it.
A bit of an awkward hand, not only because of the double Glorious Evolution, but also because of the Sumpwork map, which is a card that, you know, it's got its cheeky uses, but ultimately its criticism is that it will sit in dead hands like this.
I will say, I mean, maybe this is where we try to get the Shellfolk down. I mean, the problem is going up against this Riven... Oh, there, yep. The problem with this Riven Swain deck is there's so much removal, right? I mean, you have this Shellfolk, but it's even 6 health. It has a pretty good chance of getting removed. I mean, you could Death's Hand plus Flock, and boom, it's gone. So Shellfolk is going to be a really hard unit to actually stick to the board for anymore right now. Okay, there's hidden pathways. We can also pull the Yordle with the Vi next turn.
Yeah, we elected not to do that last turn.
Huh.
Which I thought was a little interesting.
Yeah. There's...
Okay, well,
that's the thing. Now you might as well play one because you only
this
got...
is what it takes. This is what it takes for Glorious Evolution to fall, is the triple Glorious Evolution in the Sumpwork map. Because, I mean, here our follow-up is An Otterpuss.
Well,
oh, snap pass back from Ian Amore. That was a big pass that Rick Diggus offered up, saying, hey, I know that I am in danger of dying to the Poro Cannon. I need all of my mana on deck in order to survive this. And now we can play a second Glorious Evolution, baby.
Wow.
I don't know if that's the play. It's probably Shelfo, but...
Well, see, it's sometimes certain cards are the play when they're the only cards in your hand, Boulevard. I mean, we've pretty much just had Glorious Evolution most of the game, so here we go. We're on 10 mana. I mean,
it's only 9 mana. What do we need 10 mana for?
I'm just saying.
There's a flock. I mean, so the cool thing about Shellfolk here is that while Rick Diggus will almost certainly be able to remove it, it's very difficult for this deck to remove it in one go, right? Like, you need to ping it and then hit it with an execute, unless you just fire off your mini.
Here's your shot.
And now we're out of mini-morph range.
Yeah, this I think is your shot. Yep, here we go. And now we can go off with all these pranks. This is going to be great for Inamore right now. All right, we have the opportunity to get another Otterpuss. Oh, wow.
Yeah, this is going to be
That's
a
huge.
Decent amount of pranking here. Plus, yeah, I mean, this Otterpuss is going to the moon.
Yeah, by the way, everything's got augment, so.
Yeah.
This is a bevy of Otterpusses right now. Hitting the field.
So clever.
I try it. I love that word.
Okay, here's the bad news. Are you ready for me to spoil the fun here?
Wow, I want good news. Really? Come on.
I'm gonna say 2 words.
Okay.
All right. Death Lotus is a one of in Rick Diggus' list.
So this is the one use case this card has.
This might be the entire reason Rick Diggus put it in the deck for this tournament.
That would be amazing. Oh boy, that would be amazing. All right, well, I guess we'll see in a second. We do have a lot of pranks, so we do have the opportunity to potentially prank it out of use.
Yeah, we might even just have lethal here with, like, even if Death Lotus comes through, can we get the Shellfolk to 20 attack with the Sumpwork map?
Yeah. And the answer to that might be yes, to be honest with you. There's a stress defense that could even... well, okay, I was going to say the Leviathan, but I think everything kills the Leviathan once we play out all the cards anyways, so...
Yeah.
All right, we're going to go Pokey Stick. See what we draw. Get some nice free damage there. We'll get off the top. Oh,
Sump Fumes.
I'm going to be able to kill this Leviathan now.
If we can steal something off the prank, I know that there was... Oh, House Spider, not terrible here, right? Just continue to go wider.
Yeah, I don't mind +2 costs on that. I don't really think you get much by the -1 power and vulnerable on that. Yep, yeah, so...
Yeah. I think it's more about the card that you grab rather than what you're necessarily pranking. And this, this is not Inamore's attack turn, so there is a universe where you say, I mean, there's no universe where you say Arachnoid Sentry the Leviathan, right? Because then you are getting hit with an Arachnoid Sentry in response, and you know that theirs is going to be a little bit more impactful than yours is.
We were 1 draw away from the Poro Cannon being on that turn.
That would have been nice.
Yeah.
I don't think it matters, though, because what it's going to come down to is either Rick Diggus has Death Lotus or they don't. And the Poro Cannon really changes nothing in that regard. And I think we might have lethal even without it.
No, because if we threw the Leviathan underneath the 3/2 House Spider, the rest dies to Death Lotus.
So I'm thinking we stress defense one of our own units to save it from the Death Lotus and then pump out as many spells as possible with the augment. And I think that would still get us there.
It might. Oh, we finally see Riven, and she's burned off the
overdraw on Riven. Wasn't this fun, Jay Blevins? Didn't you enjoy watching this?
What a great card Riven is. She did so much for this game.
I meant the Glorious Evolution. You've been talking a lot of smack all game about, oh, look, 3 Glorious Evolution. There's no way that anybody wins this game. But no, it looks like Inamore still has found the path to victory. We need to play, I think, one more card, and then we've got lethal.
Did somebody just play Cyberstein or something? And just, like, won the game?
Nice little vintage reference there.
Oh, yeah.
You're so funny.
I try.
Jay Blevins.
I try. Yep.
It's a treat, as always. But that does mean that Inamore is going to pick up the 2-0 victory. Rick Diggus finally going to fall in the tournament 2-0 to Ian Amore, who did knock them out of the upper bracket. Now going to knock them out of the lower bracket and move on to the finals for, I believe, a rematch against Jay Tamunda, where Jay Tamunda had a clean 2-0 victory in the upper bracket. So
yeah, this is exciting stuff. I'm very excited to see Jay Tamunda versus Ian Amore here, if only because Jay Tamunda is playing some more typical decks,
traditional?
yeah, I guess you could say. So, but before we get to that, just a quick review: the results of Amore versus Rick Diggus here. You can see the Thralls helping Amore in the 2-0 victory here, which is pretty cool. It's good to see Thralls and something like the Glorious Evolution in a lineup kind of taking over a little bit here, getting a lot of wins under their belt. So it's going to be the typical lineup versus the atypical lineup. Who will win? Who do you got your money on?
Let's see. Jay Tamunda 2-0s Ian Amore out of the upper bracket. Do I think that Ian Amore can win 2 matches against Jay Tamunda, get the bracket reset, and become a Fight Night champion? No. I think Jay Tamunda is going to take it. He's been playing extremely clean tonight, and he's got very powerful decks, but we're going to throw it to a quick 5-minute break, and when we come back, we will find out who will actually be the champion of this Fight Night. Oh, I didn't see you there. Welcome back to Fight Night Legends. We are getting into the grand finals of Tamunda up against Ian Amor. We are very close to crowning our 45th Fight Night champion here on the American side of things. I am Taller Nova, joined by Jay Blevins. Got the side wrong. Yeah, Jay Blevins, we're in the final stretch. How you doing? Let's skip over whatever you wanted to talk about and take a look at the format.
Wow. I just wanted to talk about the bevy of action that we've seen, but that's fine. That's fine, Taller
Talk about the
Casanova.
bevy of money on the line.
So this is the format and prize pool. You guys can see it's a double elimination bracket with 8 invited players, spectacular invited players. All matches are a best of 3. All the players are bringing 2 decks that cannot overlap regionally, and to win a match, a player must win with both decks. Now, the way this plays out, because it's double elimination, if the grand finalist from the lower bracket wins, a bracket reset will occur, and finalists will play one more best of 3 match. And that sweet, sweet prize pool over there, $200 going to the winner. And
35 to third place and 15 to fourth place. Then taking a look at the bracket, how did we get here? Who's going to be in the finals? It's Tamunda versus Ian Amor. Now, Tamunda was the one that knocked Ian Amor down to that lower bracket in a pretty dominant 2-0 fashion, getting some quick wins in that one. So this could be a very fast finals. This could be a very long finals. Just because he got the 2-0 in the beginning doesn't mean that that is exactly how it is going to play out again. After all, no matter how the stats may look, there is a reason we play it out. There is variance in card games. Anything can happen here, especially on Fight Night.
Yeah, anything can happen indeed, Taller Nova. Very, very excited, though, to see this matchup because we have 2 different decks, like we were talking about earlier, versus 2 pretty typical decks that we're used to seeing in Sivir Akshan and Scion Draven, right? So we'll see if that can get the better of this Thralls and GE, or Glorious Evolution, Shellfoe deck, which it looks like we're going to start off with, and hopefully we can get, actually, we just saw it last game. Finally, we saw the Glorious Evolution win. But this time, it's going to have to take down the Sivir Akshan getting started here.
Yeah, so for those of you that weren't here earlier, maybe you only tuned into the grand finals. I don't know how you knew what time the grand finals started. Maybe you had someone text you. You started making popcorn. Here you are. What happened the last time we saw this matchup? Tamunda curved out very early and killed Ian Amor with a rally on the turn that the Glorious Evolution came down. So this game, unlikely to play out in the exact same fashion. So maybe Ian Amor can find a little bit of a better footing here. We do have this Sump works that can be lined up onto the Auction this turn. See if we can, at the very worst, get a Shaped Stone out of our opponent.
Yeah, and here we go. There it is. There's the Sump works.
Sump Fumes. I just blanked on.
Yeah, I know.
You
just confused me too, calling it Sump works. But
yeah, sorry.
There's the Otter was going in for the attack there. There's so many cards that are like similar names. It's ridiculous.
There are. Do you know how many cards are in Legends of Runeterra?
I don't know, actually. No.
997, and that is not including Celestials.
Okay. So we are over 1,000 if we include Celestials.
And treasures and
all that
cards that can only be generated. Yeah, every time I go to Mobilytics and I click on cards, it's the first thing it shows me is 997. So, yeah, I forget a name every now and then, all right? You don't got to make fun of me for it.
Well, oh, wow, that's a card I haven't seen pop up in forever. Servitude of Desolation.
Never would have guessed Servitude. Like, that's another one. You put that in your hand? Thank goodness I can read.
Oh, man. And we got the Sergeant on the field, too. We keep seeing... keep seeing this pop up. It's a one-of in Tamunda's deck, and we've actually seen a lot considering to level. It does a lot. Like, we saw it do work one game, getting the +3/+3 across the field.
It was pivotal in his previous win against Ian Amor. Pushed through a lot of damage with the 4 Demacia, and then was able to finish it off with the rally. Also because all of his units survived, its trades with Ian Amor's board, because they all had this big +3/+3 buff. And now it looks like there's no more removal in Ian Amor's hand. This Auction is going to stick around.
Now we are going into turn 5, so Ian Amor could get this Vi down in just a second. There's the Glorious Evolution, nice and early. We could go 5, 6, 7 Vi Shellfoe Glorious Evolution. I don't know how realistic that is, depending on what Tamunda has, but it is an option if we want to go for that early Glorious Evolution. And this hand definitely looks like it can do a lot with an early Glorious Evolution.
The awkward thing about the curve you just described is if you play Shellfolk on 6, then it just kind of like does nothing on the turn that you play it, and then you have to wait for the Glorious Evolution to go off, which will be J Tamunda's attack turn.
Yeah.
So unless J Tamunda goes for the open attack on 7, which I think they are going to realize that like my opponent's win condition is Glorious Evolution, if I just open attack, then they are free to just Glorious Evolution if they survive, and then they'll probably have units to play between like otter posts and things like that in order to stop me from just like rallying and killing them. So we see J Tamunda starting off with the Waking Sands. Aggressive posturing, curious to see what comes through.
Ooh, okay, we're going to get the pass immediately from any more. I mean, Aloof Travelers doesn't seem terrible either. Just to get the additional body down, it's a really good blocker into most of this board. So, I mean, that might be an option if we do see additional development from J Tamunda. We could still get a Sivir to come down from J Tamunda right now, which is actually, I mean, if you look at the deck, Sivir is only protected by Radiant Guardian, Vecron Bruiser, and Concerted Strike as more expensive cards. So, I mean, I feel like Aloof Travelers might not have been too bad a choice right there, but we are going to get the Merciless Hunter first. And now this has to be... Okay, this has to be something. It looks like we are going to go with the Vi on curve.
Which I'm curious if we just take a value trade onto the Treasure Seeker here, because if you're going to block either the Merciless Hunter or the Vanguard Sergeant, then like one pump spell just kills the Vi. So it looks like we are going to value sort of our unit quality rather than our life total and say, I can get 2 units out of this Vi. I'm just going to block the Treasure Seeker. I don't care what combat trick you thought you had. And I mean, Ianamort sitting at a pretty healthy life total should do a pretty good job here of making sure that the board stays small on the side of J Tamunda, so we're not just getting overrun by another Fort Demacia. But it is still going to be a struggle to find time to get down that Glorious Evolution.
Yeah, and that's, you know, I think I had mentioned this earlier when we were talking about Glorious Evolution, Taller Nova. We, you know, the problem versus a deck like this or even Draven Scion is come turn 7, a deck like what J Tamunda's playing in Sivir Akshan is trying to already close out the game. So if you play Glorious Evolution on 7, you are probably just conceding the game at that point. Because there's no way that you have enough tempo on board to keep up with whatever end game push Sivir Akshan is probably going to try to do on this next attack turn. So yeah, we are going to go with the Shellfolk instead, which represents a blocker as well as a lot of card advantage going into next turn. So we'll see how the next turn plays out. But this is a free 8 mana that J Tamunda can just do whatever they want to develop going into the next attack turn.
Luckily for Ianamort, there's no leveled champion on the side of J Tamunda just yet. That Akshan will probably get there sooner rather than later, but it does mean that we're not worried about like an Absolver return rally into next turn. Oh, look, I just play another Absolver return and just win the game, right? As you had mentioned, the Vi Shellfolk curve is coming to fruition. If Ianamort can actually survive whatever J Tamunda is doing with this 8 mana as well as however much mana they have on the following turn, then yeah, Glorious Evolution gets to come down. Shellfolk will actually net us like 2 Otter Pusses. Never mind, we're just going to go for it right now. And that means Evolution is just totally off the table on the next turn. And we can play these Otter Pusses, right? It's going to be 0 mana. We're just going to get that mana back anyway.
Yeah, so actually not off the table next turn. It's, you know, I do the same thing all the time. Yeah, because the otter pushes, well, because you figure it cancels out because they cost 1, but a lot of times you're getting 0 cost otter pushes. You're actually gaining mana back. So this is exactly what's happening here. We are going to get, this is such a nasty combo. This Sivir with Cataclysm, oh my god.
This does mean we'll get to kill a different unit, though, because the Otterpuss has turned on our Sump Fumes. We can't kill the Sivir. Spell Shield does make that pretty impossible. But we could take the kill onto the Akshan and at least stop the Warlord's Palace or Warlord's Horde, whichever one leveled Akshan gives you, from coming down on the following turn.
Yeah. And let's see if we do go with the Sump Fumes. Nope, we're not going to do that. So... at least not yet anyways. Here's the prank.
Nope, gonna prank. See what we're looking at in terms of things that are threatening to kill us on the following turn. And Absolver return. We did prank it up a little bit more mana, but it is still going to be online as this Akshan is leveling. You put it up to 6 mana, though. It does feel a little bit less online.
I want to point something out, too, with the Fort Demacia in hand. I had mentioned Aloof Travelers earlier as we get this Akshan level up. One of the good reasons that Vanguard Sergeant is so successful in this deck is, yeah, sure, it's a great little upgraded Badger Bear here, but we get protection from aloof travelers with for Demacia over Sivir. So nice little synergy there.
Quick question before this becomes relevant. We pranked twice.
Yep.
We saw the same 2 cards. Do you ever make the read that is because the other 2 cards in hand are champions?
Oh man, that's an odds question.
I don't think you have a rally because I know that these other 2 cards are another copy of Sivir and another copy of Auction or some combination of that. Is that ever like a read that you feel comfortable making?
No.
And maybe playing around the rally a little bit less?
No, because it's actually not that low of odds that you get the same 2 cards, only 4 cards in hand. Like, I feel like there's a decent percentage chance that you just happen to select the same 2 cards, you know?
I think the odds of it happening twice in a row is less than 10%.
Yeah, and I'm not comfortable with that. I'm not.
You're not comfortable saying that it's a less than a 10% chance? Okay.
No, not with the game state what it is now. Sure. So,
so it looks like we are going to take a kill onto a unit straight away. Then we're going to be able to develop another blocker in the Otterpuss, and I'm pretty sure we're just not dying. I'm not confident in that now that I see everybody actually gain their stats. But with 3 blockers, we should be safe, right? Surely with 3 blockers, we're good.
I think 3... Well, here's the Concologist. Probably looking for another 2 cost. None of those are interactive spells, which kind of feels bad. We could...
I mean, what interactive spell are you looking for, right? I think got 5 HP.
Yeah, good point. Not too much going to be killed right here. But yeah, all these blockers, we should be fine. We actually go down to 1 like this, which means we have to sacrifice the Shellfolk because we have to play around Sharpsight. So that feels bad. Ooh, Absolver.
We are going to save the Shellfolk.
There we go. And actually
or
trade.
At least force the combat trick out. Yeah.
Yeah.
And we're still going to have mana for the Glorious Evolution on the next turn, if that's a route that we're going to go. I'm not sure how good that would actually be for us. It looks like we would only be able to play Otterpuss after the fact, at least in a meaningful capacity. But we would also have
iterative improvements.
A 0 mana iterative improvement, right? Which will get us a 0 mana Otterpuss. We can actually net a fair amount of mana if the Shellfolk survives.
And it doesn't.
And that's the way the cookie crumbles.
Yeah, and the Sivir levels as well, which means we're gonna... Oh, man. Everything's gonna get quick attack. I don't think that matters. No, it doesn't.
Here.
Yeah, never mind. Well, I mean, I guess... no, it doesn't. I was gonna say the Spell Shield, but we wouldn't have targeted anything.
But we do lose our Glorious Shellfolk combo. Not going to be able to just push out a lot of Otterpusses on the next turn. Poro Cannon off the top means we've got a lethal potential, but Jay Blevins, my heart's just going to break if we see a rally out of Jay Tamunda here.
Oh my god, this is insane too, because now the Poro Cannon plus the Otterpuss gets you mana back, which means you can play the 1 mana iterative improvement. This might be game.
I'm pretty sure this is lethal from Eonomore if Jay Tamunda does not have a rally. And if Jay Tamunda just rallies twice in a row in response to the Glorious Evolution, then I'm just convinced that is the way that this matchup always goes. And as soon as you play Glorious Evolution, you have a beckon to rally into your opponent's hand, and you deserve it.
Oh my god, this might be lethal. Let's see.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of what Jay Tamunda can do to survive this. I mean, Sharpsight will come up. I don't know if we need 2 Poros or 3 Poros to find the lethal here. Auction Spell is still on the table as well. One of those unpranked cards is still sitting in hand. One of them was the single combat, but there is still that other one that could be a Auction Spell.
Okay, no, actually, I'm thinking about it now.
Or Sivir Spell.
Oh, wait, no.
Sivir Spell comes down and wipes board here. Ah, I'm a genius.
Oh, it's the Auction Spell.
I'm so smart.
It's always the Auction Spell.
Oh, Jay, Taller Nova, how do you do it? How do you do it, man?
We got so many. We have
so
many names going on in our head. It's like, who are we? Yeah, I mean, we can get 3 elusives, so I don't know if this is going to be enough or not.
It sounds
6,
like
12,
enough,
18.
There's no sharp sight to me.
Wait, 7? Oh, no, maybe it is enough, actually. I think. Oh, wait, we need to get it now, though, yeah. Wait, did we play the Otterpuss in the wrong order? No, this doesn't matter.
No, we needed the mana for the iterative.
Okay, gotcha. 7, 13, 14, 56. Okay, yeah, I think we're good.
Yeah, there's no sharp sight. We still have the Absolver available as well, which is going to push an additional 5 damage because of the augment on the other units. Yeah,
wow.
I'm pretty sure this is just going to be lethal for Eonomore.
You didn't even need the 3rd one. What are we talking about? We're way over.
Well, you did, but...
Oh my god. And that is gonna be game. We finally got the realization of what this deck wants to do.
We finally get to silence the haters, right, Jay Blevins? The people that have been nonsensically smack talking this Glorious
It's
Evolution.
what a great deck. I don't know why somebody would ever say that Glorious Evolution is a bad
not
card.
like Darkness. Not like
Darkness is great. Darkness is fantastic.
There you go. Yeah, so you're getting into it now. You're doing a good job here, Jay Blevins.
I try. I've been working on my acting
fun,
skills.
everybody. Identity fraud. Anyway,
I wouldn't
moving
say
on.
it's
That is.
fun.
This does mean that we are going to get a game number 2. Obviously, there's no situation where we don't get a game number 2, but it does mean that Ian Amor is in the running and is fighting to get the bracket reset. Remember, Ian Amor is the player coming in from the lower bracket, so they will have to win this match and then win a whole nother one if they want to be crowned this week's Fight Night champion.
Now, I will say it's not going to be an easy feat. We have Thralls now up against 2 pretty aggressive decks, so if we don't get kind of the nut straws that we've talked about before with Thralls, it might be an uphill battle. And honestly, this is not looking too hot for any more right now. We have a Lysandra on turn 3, but that's about where that ends. These Blighted Ravines are going to have to take us all the way if we're going to win this game.
It's not out of the question, right? I mean, it's not out of it. Man, Ian Amor has not been doing phenomenally in terms of drawing these Thralls, man. Nobody can just draw the cards they need tonight.
Yeah. Well, that's card games, right?
No.
Good players draw good cards. That's what it comes down to.
I'm telling everyone that drew bad cards that you said that.
I'm going to every card game player ever.
Blevins said that.
That Jay Blevins? Okay.
No, just Blevins.
Just Blevins.
Yeah, Blevins said...
You don't need to worry about the initials. Initials don't matter.
No. I mean... Blevins' initial is
technically, yeah. Technically, it's the same anyways. All right, this is going to be a quick 4 damage. Nothing that any more can do about it. And, I mean, this...
Might just Avalanche it to be efficient. Might play Lysandra, get that Thrall online. Makes a lot more sense than the Avalanche, huh? Getting that countdown a ticking. Trucking away.
You mean getting your win condition online?
What is with this Vanguard Sergeant?
It's only 1.
I checked. I'm Santa Claus because I looked at the list and I checked it twice and it says it's a 1 of.
I'm staring at it. You are accurate. You're accurate, sir. But we have seen this almost every time we've seen Jay Tamunda play today. And it's doing work, so this begs the question, do we add a second one to this deck list?
Why? You play
I mean, if you draw it all the time, I guess it doesn't matter. 10-headed. We got this. And
this Blighted Ravine is doing a fair amount of work, though. The cool thing about Blighted Ravine is that your opponent cannot get around it with combat tricks, right? Sharp Sight onto Akshan doesn't persist until the start of the next round, and Blighted Ravine will still just pick it apart.
Well, this Sergeant is rather sticky, though, but it will still fall to 2 AoE effects, whether it's the second Blighted Ravine we see in hand or the Avalanche. So one way or the other, whatever Jay Tamunda is trying to get to stick to the field here is probably going to get taken down. So far, I got to say he's so good for any more going into the middle parts of the game here. Don't really have a way to get our Thralls online just yet, but we're at least doing a good job of sticking around.
Okay, we're just going to get... Can we... Okay.
Okay. Yeah,
I thought we were going to try to level Akshan.
Wow.
Which we got pretty close to doing, right? This is going to put the countdown down to 2. Technically, because it's going into the attack turn of Jay Tamunda, I think that Akshan would have leveled before the Blighted Ravine went off if this was 1 countdown further.
Yeah.
But this does mean that Jay Tamunda is down to potentially just their last Akshan in hand, if they had all 3. But Radiant Guardian, a really nice on-curve play here.
Yeah, and speaking of on curve, so Enya Moore has this Talia now on turn 5, can double up the Thrall, and then now we're going into a pretty good turn 8 with this clock hand. Looks like we're going to get the other Thrall counting down first, which again does make sense, like we just talked about earlier, get it counting down faster. But if we can get to turn 8 or 9, I do think Enya Moore has a pretty good chance of closing out the game if Jay Tamunda can't establish a more aggressive field here. And honestly, from this posturing, it doesn't look too great. Ooh, and a promising future.
Yeah, I would imagine not. I mean, it's going to be tough to get through. Even just this Kindly Tavern Keeper puts a lot of pressure onto Jay Tamunda because, there's a lot of life going back into the Nexus. It's a pretty hefty blocker. And so far, like, Jay Tamunda used a lot of resources to kill that Lysandra and shuffle the Akshan into the deck, all that kind of things. Like, that was a pretty big tempo loss for Jay Tamunda, being unable to deal with the Blighted Ravine. And since Ian Amor still has a second Ravine and an Avalanche on deck, I'd say they're in a pretty good spot so far. I mean, we'll find time to get down this promising future eventually, probably. We're not really in a rush to do it. Our thralls are pretty far away from actually cracking. But, you know, there's still a lot that could happen. Tamunda just needs to find one more auction, get that Warlord's Horde online, and then all of a sudden it's going to proc a lot faster than you think it will. And then we'll be able to draw 2 and reduce all the costs. Look, there's auction number 3. That's all we needed, baby.
There he is, that sweet, sweet level up. And this is starting to look like a little bit wider of a board. We do have Avalanche, but Avalanche is only going to take care of the Fleet Feather Tracker really right now.
Which is probably just going to run its face into Lysandra anyway. So, like, we're just killing our Lysandra and the Fleet Feather. Tamunda's probably going to do that for us.
Yeah, no need to play it. But this might be iffy for Inyamor because Tamunda might be able to establish a quite the attack next turn. What is that?
That's get a wide board, play that for Demacia. Go a little wild.
Ooh, and Inyamor's going to have the attack token on 8 too. So this is... I wonder if Inyamor can actually close out the game on 8 with seemingly 3 thralls, especially if we trade away the Lysandra. Like, we want our Lysandra to die here. I feel like that's a common theme with this deck. It's like we want it off the board.
Well, here comes for Demacia. That is going to take all these things outside the range of the Avalanche, and Inyamor can play a 3rd unit. Now, luckily, Tamunda obviously not going to have a rally to pair with this, but it does mean that everything is going to survive. The trading power is just not there for Inyamor at the moment.
And it's going to push a lot of damage.
Yeah.
But not enough, though. I'm telling you, I think Inyamor, because Tamunda can't close out here, we might actually be able to close out next turn. We're going to get time in a bottle. Let's see what we get. 3 Sisters.
Clockwork Curator could be massive because Inyamor can now double up this Thrall with the Tilia. You lose your entire board. Then you summon Clockwork Curator, summon 4 Thralls, attack for lethal. Bing, bang, boom.
Well, we have the Clock Hand, too.
Tomato.
I mean, technically...
Clock Hand's going to do it, too. For some reason, I thought Clock Thing would hit them both anyway. Yeah, Clock Hand's going to be what we grab. So maybe we grab one of the defensive cards. I don't remember what the other options were in that predict, but... yeah, I think
Succumb to the Cold
is looking to be in a pretty okay spot.
Yeah, I don't think... Personally, I think I would have skipped that one. Maybe grab 3 Sisters, possibly, but...
Something defensive, make sure you don't die randomly.
Yeah.
But I think that 4 Thralls is going to be a touch too much for Tamunda to push through, especially since we already did use the 4 Demacia. And, I mean, even the Clock Hand at 7/7 is a certified threat.
I wonder if Tamunda's thinking about not... okay, all right, we're going to get the Waking Sands. I was going to say, is there ever a world where you don't attack because you don't want any more to get multiple Thralls? Because then the field's locked. They can't.
The field's clogged up, right?
And all these Lamarks are going to trigger twice.
Space for it.
Yeah, like this. See, this almost like plays right into their hand. But I think it's too juicy because you're sending any more down to 5. So you're like, it must be worth it, right? But nope. Clock Hand on 8.
So I think that was a skip on.
No. Succumb was one of the cards. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It was one of the cards. So I think we're just going for which actually is weird because unless they skipped and then happened to still draw it.
It's not out of the question. But Civ going to come down. 4 Thralls going to come down on the side of Inyamor, as well as the 7/7. And I don't think it's lethal. Pretty sure it's not lethal, especially with Radiant Guardian. But Tamunda is going to have a tough time pushing through it.
Wait, 8, 16, 24, 32. No, it is lethal.
There's no way, right? Because Tamunda's only hope here is to get a massive
25.
Sivir and push through lethal with an Absolver, because there's only 5 damage left to go. But with 2 Frostbites in Inyamor's hand, you're not going to be able to stop that.
All right, we all know how good I am at math, but I think this is exactly lethal, even with the with everything blocking and the lifesteal.
If you account for sharp sight or single combat or whatever is happening with this.
I'm just saying what's on board. Any combat trick with the lifesteal, I think, would be good.
Yeah, Concerted Strike means you definitely live here, but I'm not confident in Tamunda's ability to win on the crackback.
Yeah, yep.
The double Frostbite is just too hard for Sivir to get through, I think.
All right, what do we got?
We're not lining up any additional blocks with whatever this is, so I think we're living very narrowly here.
Yeah, I think we 16, 17, 18, or no, we're also healing. I think we live at like, I don't know, 6 or something like that.
Hey, you
Hey!
did 6 or something like that.
Oh, it's the something like that. We're good.
Yeah.
Hey, look
But,
at that.
yeah,
Took me all night.
I'm just not seeing Jay Tamunda picking up the win here unless, no, I can't think of anything.
Yeah.
I mean, I can think of a universe, but it starts with, like, Absolver onto Sivir and then drawing very specific cards off of the Warlord's Horde. It is a very complicated and long route.
Yeah.
And I cannot picture it in my mind palace right now. I'm going to say with a degree of confidence that the double Frostbite secures this for Eonamor.
Bruiser does not do much. Does give us a chunky blocker.
Little hefty boy.
But I don't think, even living till like the next attack turn, I don't think really does much for us. Because the attack coming through is just going to be too much this time around. We don't have any
You still
life
have
steal.
to trade off a significant portion of your board into these thralls. Okay. Well, that doesn't actually change anything, right? Because the first Frostbite was just going to be used to pop the spell shield. So the fact that we are tapping below double Frostbite, like, we still popped the spell shield.
Okay.
You sound frightened.
I just don't know if this was necessarily needed. I guess if you're strictly concerned about Overwhelm on Sivir, but like even if you had that, I mean, what is that? That's a 10 Overwhelm Sivir with Absolver in return? So that's not even close to lethal anyways, unless there was Challenger on her too, but all right.
All right, we have successfully killed one of our own thralls.
Okay.
Peak Avalanche. With this little mana, I don't think that this Auction spell is going to make a difference. I'm trying to think of the other modes. Sivir hasn't died. Even if she did, she's on field. She wouldn't be able to regain her spell shield.
Yeah, and she'll just get frostbitten now. I mean, so I think this is fine.
I was going to say you can
Eonamor.
give spell shield back to the Sivir and give her +2 attack, but you don't have the mana for Absolver. Absolver returns if that is your last card. So I don't think this Warlord's Horde is popping in the way that it normally does for Jay Tamunda here. I do not think it's going to be able to win the game, which means we might be looking at a bracket reset here, Jay Blev.
Oh yeah, sweet bracket reset. I actually was not expecting this either. I mean, we kind of both assumed Jay Tamunda with these, really streamlined, typical decks that we're used to seeing. Draven Scion and Akshan Sivir. It's just, to get 2-0'd like this after we saw Jay Tamunda 2-0 Eonamor earlier is pretty crazy, and I'm pretty excited about it, to be honest with you. Oh, there's
all right. So we went for the vulnerable. So we grabbed our strongest dead unit, which I think is Merciless Hunter.
Yeah, without
Did we get Merciless Hunter this game?
We had Merciless Hunter, yeah.
Oh, it was the Sandstone Charger always throws things off, which still not lethal with that last 2 bit of mana.
Yeah, I don't think anything represents lethal.
Just the Frostbite's gonna do it.
Oh wait.
Oh wait.
Well, we can only frostbite one thing here, right?
Yeah. I don't know what kind of crazy math you're doing where Jay Tamunda's last 2 mana spell deals 5 damage. But we got 4 attackers into 3 blockers.
Yeah, so we have to frostbite the 5 or 6 attacker, right, to live?
Whatever's hitting the Nexus, yeah.
But that means we're trading our board.
Not all of it.
Okay, we're going with the Entomb.
On the Sivir,
so we're not
to
trading...
ensure that there isn't quick attack coming down on everything. Which means that if Jay Tamunda plays like a Fleet Feather Tracker here, he just wins, but not going to be the case.
Okay, yeah, this is okay, yeah, and that's why Eonamor did the Entomb there, because what I was concerned about is that most of this board actually gets traded away. The Sivir would pull one of these thralls, and now Jay Tamunda might live next turn is the issue. Actually, you know what? Eonamor would have had it anyways with the 2 Blighted Ravines. So I think, I think no matter what,
my concern was doing this not in combat.
Yep.
Because there was no spell shield on the Sivir. You can just take it away in combat. If there was a unit coming out of Jay Tamunda, then they actually just had lethal because we can pull everything to the side and push through a Valkyrian Bruiser into the Nexus. But, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. We're still going to be able to pick this one up with the Overwhelm on the Thralls and take us to a bracket reset. So a 2-0 followed by a 2-0.
And a preservationist, just in case we need a little bit extra. Yep, we're going to go ahead and
play it out. Get the thrall.
And yeah, I really like the Entomb there from Ian Moore. I think that was 100% the right play there. And I like how the end of the game was. So we are going to get a bracket reset. And that means Jay Tamunda and Ian Moore are going to go up against each other yet again, which means we're going to be able to see Thralls and we're going to be able to see GE Shellfolk again.
More Shellfolk action, more Thrall action, probably more Sivir Akshan action. I'm going to be really curious to see what Jay Tamunda actually queues up for game number 1. I don't think the ordering matters too much in an event like this, but it is still going to be a little curious to see if you just run back your third game of Sivir Akshan after you just got 2-0'd on it.
Yeah, I feel like you probably don't really have too much faith in that deck, so you're just kind of like, you know what? Let's go back to the Scion deck.
Go back to good. I was winning with that deck.
This deck is better, right? It's just strictly better. So yeah, it's now I do want to see how both of these decks do against Draven Scion. So I kind of hope Jay Tamunda does queue up the Draven Scion here, so we can get to see it versus Shellfolk, especially. I'm not sure if we saw that matchup earlier when they played. Was it Shellfolk versus Draven Scion earlier?
No.
No, it was Sivir Akshan. No. Was it both? Because the 2-0 Jay Tamunda 2-0'd Ian Moore earlier.
Correct.
So it was.
Do I remember which decks they played in game number 1? No, I do not.
I think it was Sivir Akshan. No. Yeah, the Thralls got 2-0'd. I think it was the Thralls that got 2-0'd. So
what we're learning is if you lose game 1, switch decks. It's how you negate the 2-0.
That's how you do it.
At least in this specific set between these two players in this fight night, in no other circumstances.
Oh yeah. So
all right. So with a 2-0 in both players' pockets, though, now we're on even footing. Who are we feeling here? Is it Ian Moore? Is it Jay Tamunda?
Well, I mean, part of me still wants to say
no. Shut up. 3 seconds. I'm gonna count down 3 to 0. You're gonna say a name. All right. 3, 2, 1.
Ian Moore.
Okay.
I'm all in on GE now.
How easy it was to flip flop you on.
I'm so
Glorious
easy.
Evolution.
Yeah, it's so easy, man. You just show me a deck once and I'm sold.
Spent all last week crap talking this. I got in my inbox 4 a.m. Hey Boulevard, what's up? Did you know that Glorious Evolution Shellfolk sucks?
Because that's exactly what I'm doing at 4 a.m. with my time.
Yeah, is messaging Boulevard.
I think if I just like it now, if only just to be able to call it GE Shellfolk and just piss you off because you think it's Get Excited and not Glorious Evolution. So
yeah, I'm gonna just start calling it Gelfolk. Pretty rough opening hand from Jay Tamunda here, I'd say. A lot more burn, not a lot of discard targets. Yeah, like we've already discarded a Zonite Urchin, then we discarded a Poro Cannon. It still did not get us one of our Lost Souls, our Risen Riders, anything like that, and we just continue to draw the half of our deck that says draw cards. Now, they are self-replacing, so even if we're not necessarily discarding advantageous targets, holy moly, Jay Tamunda, what happened to your decks?
Oh, now Jay Tamunda is the one that can't draw the cards that they need. Wow.
What is that, like 6, 7 discard spells and no payoffs?
This is crazy bad.
It's still an aggressive opener, right? Like, we still put 3 units on the board on turns 1, 2, and 3. It's not all bad.
Sure, yeah, sure.
It still might be enough to beat Ianamor, right? Because the healing in this deck is limited to specifically...
Kindly Tavern Keeper, just 3 of.
Yeah, Kindly Tavern Keeper, which means no fast speed healing, no burst speed healing. And now we've got 2 Get Excited and 2 Mystic Shot. We've essentially just need to find 2 more damage and Ianamor is dead.
And we could develop a Draven this turn. I probably won't right away just because of like Avalanche, but if there's any more mana commitment from Ian Amor, then this Draven comes down and we have a pretty good open attack as well.
Yeah. I don't think it'll be too hard for Jay Tamunda to find that 2 bit of damage that he needs if he does run out the Draven here and it becomes uncontested from Ian Amor. Now, Blighted Ravine is still... technically a little bit of healing, because it does get you that 2 back, but yeah, I'm not loving Ian Amor's position. As weird as this hand looked for Jay Tamunda, sometimes you just get fixed by double Get Excited, double Mystic Shot.
Yeah, I mean that's a lot of burn. That's half of your Nexus, Gonzo. Yeah. Okay, we're just gonna commit the Draven, which I think is a little risky.
if Eonomore responds with an avalanche, then we can flock this Lysandra in response and then just attack with our Sump Dredger.
Yep.
And so I think that's kind of what Jtamon is going for here in the way of like playing around avalanche and making sure that we can just push through that last little smidgen of damage that we need. But there's the Kindly Tavern Keeper, and now things look just a bit harder for Tamunda.
So do you still play the flock here, I feel?
There's not a lot of things in Eonomore's deck that he can play for 2 mana as blockers.
Yeah.
So I do like the flock here.
Yeah, I think
if there's still an avalanche, then you just kind of get board parity and things get really rough for you. But I think at this point you're kind of making the read that there isn't necessarily an avalanche.
Yeah, exactly. Plus, I mean, this is just overall. I think you might as well. You're already going down that route for that game plan, anyways. This will potentially push more damage and just win you the game if these attacks get through. The only other response that Eonomore would have had is like Frostbite at this point, and we don't even see that.
We're down to 10.
That's technically that's game.
Mana
next turn 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
I think we'll have 9.
6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, we're one short.
And you want to do it all at one time, right? You don't want to give Eonomore a chance to be like, oh crap, I just got absolutely blasted for 10 Nexus damage. Let me go ahead and play any scrap of healing that I can clobber together. Tamunda might be picking up a very quick win here in game number 1 of this second set.
Wow, that's crazy.
Yeah, just taking the pass of saying, I will spend 10 mana on this. I will not spend 9 followed by 2. And we find that smidgen of healing that Eonomore was looking for in the form of this Blighted Ravine.
All right, so we just basically, I mean, Tamunda just needs to make it to next turn without Eonomore playing heal. There was no heal that turn. I think, can you just say forget it and just put it all in the stack right from the get? I think you can, right?
Blighted Ravine is healing. So now we have 10 damage into a 12 HP
we're 2
Nexus.
off now. Sorry, I wasn't even taking into account the Blighted Ravine.
A Scion, which I'm
Never
going to
mind.
guess
It doesn't
is
matter.
the furthest Scion from leveling that we've ever seen in our life on the turn that it came down. I believe it might not even be like halfway there.
No, it's not.
I know we discarded a couple Zonite Urchins. We got a quick hover on it. I didn't catch it. I don't know if you did.
I think
I saw 23, but I could just be making that up.
No, because it would be past the first arrow if it was 23.
What do you know?
Oh, I know some stuff, all right?
Okay, well, now we got a Thrall. So the Scion has an effective blocker. Again, we were just looking to like push through that 2 damage, which I think we can get through 1 damage with the 2 axes, and then Scion gaining an additional attack because you discarded another unit. But you don't have the cards in hand for all that. It's awkward.
Ooh, Talia's leveled now, too. Yeah, wow. This would be really crazy if Eonomore suddenly comes back here. Another Scion off the top. Again, not leveled. Like, Scion not being leveled here is crazy.
This game pretty much comes to an end the second that Tamunda has to use one of these spells on something not named the Nexus. Like, if we have to use any of these as pieces of removal, then it is in a rough spot, and a rough spot indeed, as we just keep drawing champions, which you cannot play if you already have a champion on board. And killing the 4/4 for 3 mana is, like, okay.
And Draven
but it's not
is
getting us closer to winning the game like we want to be.
Draven's not a good blocker. Listen, Eonomore might actually turn this around here because we're at 12 health. As long as we're at 12 health, Tamunda can't close out the game. It's literally all we need is 11. Like, as long as we're at 11, we're fine.
Well, I mean, Tamunda can still draw more burn, right? Like, there's another Mystic Shot, there's another Get Excited.
Yeah.
It's not impossible by any stretch of the imagination. But Scion's not leveling.
Thralls and not getting the last breath either. And all of these trade positively. We could block the 4/4 with Scion, and he'll live. Yep, and then the 3/2. Yep, goes underneath the 7/7.
So we're gonna go down to 2 on the side of Tamunda. Bit of a spooky situation to be in, but you got to do what you got to do.
Yeah. So at this point, I think the only thing that Tamunda can hope for is actually a burn top deck at this point.
Another burn spell, yeah.
Yeah. Which
we've got plenty of cards in hand for the discard.
I think at this point, do you unload a Get Excited just to mana? I mean,
yeah, it looks like we are just going to fire off a Mystic Shot and say, let me be a little mana efficient here. 2 Mystic Shots, actually. Say, hey, Eonomore, buddy, hold these. And this is going to tip Ian Moore off to exactly what's happening. But if J Tamanda is going to draw some cards, it really doesn't matter at the speed that it's happening. Ian Moore doesn't have any burst speed healing.
Yeah, you might as well actually just play. The most mana efficient would be both Get Excited, because then, yeah, anything you draw, you can just put it all in the stack with priority. So
technically, the most mana efficient would be Get Excited Mystic Shot, because then you still carry over 3 spell mana into the next turn. So just a little fun fact for you.
Excuse me.
You're excused. Sneeze.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I coughed a little bit. Yeah.
The funny part, it's going to be really funny to me, is Ian Moore actually might have lethal with double Ice Shard. Another problem that you might run into is that if Lysandra comes down now, it's going to be a tough nexus from Ian Moore. There's nothing. J Tamanda still has the Scion spell to kill the Lysandra. A very narrow window to do it, but we'll probably do it. High caliber player still has one more draw to try and find this last Mystic Shot or Get Excited as things currently stand.
All right. I just want to point out we are continuing this train of these Thrall games being very weird. Because can we just take a look at this board state?
I'm sorry, buddy. Did you want a normal game?
I'm sorry, buddy. Did you want a leveled Scion? Because nope.
Yeah, this is this Scion is just I'm a little upset that he doesn't have like a rank like Captain Farron does, because I would demote this Scion in particular.
Oh yeah.
Private Scion. Lighted Ravine, that's
lethal. That's lethal with the Ravine. And we heal more. That's so crazy for J Tamunda. Yeah. There's the surrender.
Jay was very close to lethal, a lot closer than you would probably expect, but it looks like changing over to the Scion, that deck's just mad at J Tamunda as well. Said, oh, you want to discard activators? What are you, greedy? You will take what you are given. I will give you every card in the deck that says discard a card, and I'll give you a Draven on turn 6. How does that sound?
Yeah.
And, I mean, it was a rough beat, and he was so close. So incredibly close to lethal. Just one top deck at a number of points throughout that game, and he was chilling. He was going on to be 1-0 up in the bracket reset finals.
See, J Tamunda took all the energy from Rick from earlier and just, not drawing what he needed, so that all transferred over to J Tamunda.
It's been passed on.
That's the issue.
This hand already looks leaps and bounds better than what J Tamunda had.
Oh, yeah.
But J Tamunda did not respect the deck switch off after losing game number 1. Will it persist? Will everybody in this matchup just get 2-0'd on whatever deck they lost game 1 with?
All right.
At least we know J Tamunda's not superstitious.
There's a lost soul as well. So this is already a spectacular start, like you mentioned. But Ian Moore. So I will say, I said but Ian Moore, honestly, I feel like this deck is unfavored versus something like Draven Scion. This is a pretty aggressive deck, so if it's able to get off to a quick start, which honestly it looks like it is going to get off to a quick start this game, finally this time, I don't know if this is going to be an easy one for Ian Moore, and we haven't seen anything played yet. Let's see if we have some way to kind of sustain our way through the mid-game here.
Oh yeah, well, I'm going to look up the ladder stats real quick, because as we all know, that is the be-all, end-all of statistical analysis. You look at the ladder stats, you look at which deck is favored, and you just all in on saying that one is going to win. I don't care if it's 50.5%.
All right, Conchologist. I was not really very high on this card, but in this specific Glorious Evolution deck, I've seen it get card after card after card that has had a big impact on the game state. It feels like it's always getting a good card between Bandle City and PNZ.
So remember how I said I don't care if it's 50.5%?
Yeah.
It is 50.9% Draven Scion favored according to ladder.
Wow, seriously? Wow.
And that is out of about 100 games.
Between these two decks, really?
Yeah.
That feels like this deck isn't that new, is it? Jesus. That's crazy. Maybe just a lot of people aren't playing Glorious Evolution Shellfolk.
Yeah. It's one of those decks where probably not the best for ladder.
So that's definitely not including the old Shellfolk deck. That is very specifically
Glorious
Evolution.
Was very specifically mono Vi Piltoverans on Bandle City. So no guarantee that is Glorious Evolution Shellfolk, but that is what it should be 90% of the time.
Yeah.
So very less than 1% favored for Draven Scion. But I gotta say, J Tamunda's hand is looking just infinitely better than the previous one. But yeah, it's not heavily swingy one way or the other. And J Tamunda has not done any Nexus damage up until this point. Ian Moore just trucking along looking for that turn 7, but triple Get Excited.
Yeah, it does have a lot of burn again. The Get Excited is just finding their way into J1's hand
Yeah,
every
I mean,
single game.
you can pull this Otterpuss to the side and say, hey, I'm about to deal 11 damage, and I have 10 more in hand between all my Get Exciteds and my Time Winder. Enomore might just die here. I'm sure he's got something up his sleeve in terms of removal for at least one of these units, right? That's got to scare you a little bit, right? Now at least you know that you need to play more conservatively with your life total, knowing that there are at least 2 Get Exciteds in your opponent's hand.
Yeah, I gotta say, pranking burn spells against any sort of aggressive deck, is probably the best possible target you can ever hit. And this feels really good as well.
Yeah, and the target selection here, not necessarily a choice for Enomore in terms of like, I'm just aiming it at the 2 HP units, but this does play around survival skills.
Yep, yeah. All right, going to put 1 damage onto the Flame Chompers. Now, we are taking 4, which honestly, with no heal whatsoever. So Thrall's had some heal with the Blighted Ravine and the Kindly Tavern Keepers, which actually played a huge role in keeping us alive with 10 burn and J2 on his hand. Enomore in this deck does not have any heals. So this is something that we have to keep an eye on here with Bandle City and P and Z as the regions. This 4 damage could actually be pretty instrumental in Tamunda picking up a win with, especially with 3 Get Exciteds in hand. Curious to see if we see Shellfolk come down here, though.
It looks like we're just... If I saw this correctly, Enomore just started off with a pass. Sorry, the feed for me got a little bit choppy there, but it looks like it was just a... Yeah, Enomore just passing.
Yeah, and I think the awkward thing for Enomore here is if we do play Shellfolk, then we don't have Glorious Evolution on 7. Yeah. But again, that's going to be kind of a tall task anyways, just because the Temple loss, right? I mean, you got 2 4/3s and the Flame Chompers being able to pull a blocker away. Playing a Glorious Evolution next turn, unless it's immediately after an open attack, is not going to help out Enomore at all. What do we got? So, okay, this is definitely going to help.
Now we reduced the amount of damage that we're taking down to 4.
Significantly, yeah. And down to 0.
Down to 0. But next turn's the Scion turn. Unless we have like that one of mini morph, we're still in a bit of a rough spot. We're going to take a lot of overwhelm damage. This Scion, unlike the previous one, is leveled, as is standard for turn 7 Scion.
I get a news flash for you there, Taller Nova. There is no mini morph in this deck.
Oh, I thought there was 1.
0.
Well, that's a problem.
Yep. That's a big problem. Now, Stress Defense, there is 2 of.
Okay. That's just as good.
That's
even better.
Basically.
We take less damage.
Yeah, and it's cheaper.
Yeah, so just a pass from Enomore. So if we have the Stress Defense here, and boy, oh boy, it's got to be Stress Defense because there is another 11 damage lined up in the hand of Tamunda.
Here it is. All right.
Okay.
There we go.
Now, it looks like Eomore's been playing towards Glorious Evolution. Really not a lot of cards in hand for the pop-off. So we'll see exactly how this is going to play out, but
we don't need a whole lot of cards in hand, though, so... if one's a Poro Cannon and like an Otterpuss...
You need to play a decent number of cards to actually get the Poros up into lethal range, right?
Here it is.
Yeah, I don't think Tamunda's dying this turn. There's almost no way, right? Like, between Arachnoid Sentry, even if we have to use some of our burn, like, we still have our Scion, so as long as we live through this turn, we probably win as long as we can hang on to 1 Get Excited.
Well, keep in mind, because this happened the other game, too, this is one of the reasons why I'm starting to like Oncologist. Iterative Improvement is a spell that can get grabbed.
Yes.
So that kind of always throws a wrench into the mix where, yeah, sure, you're only going to have 2 Daring Poros, but you could have 3 or 4 depending on some of the Concologist spells. So I don't think... Was that Sump Fumes a Concologist spell or no?
I did not notice.
I didn't see that
comes
either. There you go, just as I say that.
But yeah, I don't think you can ever die, right? Because even if Eonomore puts out like 4 Poros, you just kill all of them, right? They still only have 1 health. Augment doesn't buff the health of a unit.
And we do have an Arachnoid Sentry in the hand of J.
Yeah, like
so
I don't think Tamunda's dying this turn. That was actually probably the least impactful turn for that we could have seen. And now you better have another Stress Defense, or you're looking down the barrel of a smoking gun here. The 2 Get Exciteds are actually still revealed. Tamunda played the one that was unknown to Eonomore.
Oh, yeah, that was a mistake. Yeah, there's never a world where you want to play something not revealed when you have the revealed copy.
Because, like, normally we'll talk about like, oh yeah, that's the one that's revealed. Maybe they didn't realize on position in the hand. Ever since we've seen these eyes pop up,
it's so nice. Yeah,
it feels like players have been quicker to play the wrong one.
Maybe they think the eyes are hovering over a different card. I don't know, maybe like the graphics.
Those look pretty spot on to me.
I mean, I listen. I agree. I'm playing devil's advocate here. Okay.
Nobody asked for that.
Well, you know what? I do a lot of things nobody asked for. Okay.
Oh, don't I know it?
So this is going to give us another blocker.
There's still the aggressive Arachnoid Sentry for Tamunda as well.
Well, and this, this giant overwhelm unit that we still got here, which I'm very curious as to how we deal with that. So
it's just stress defensive, buddy. You know, it's easy. You said there were 2 in the deck. That means there's 2 in the hand. That's what they say, right? 2 in the deck, 2 in the hand. That's the saying.
Yeah,
like 1 in
nailed
the. What is it? 1 in the bush.
Nailed
2
it.
in the house.
Wait, what?
Yep.
People in glass houses don't throw stones. Is that it? What?
Not even close.
There's this.
Okay. We were wondering, what is Enamore going to do to get themselves out of this pickle that they have found themselves in? And the answer, folks, is nothing. They are going to fall there, and that means that I would get a 2-0 from Tamunda, get a 2-0 from Enamore. Tamunda says, I'm not a superstitious person. I'm sticking on my Draven Scion, what I'm going to swap over to Sivir Akshan for. And that means we are going to a game number 3 of the Bracket Reset Finals. Gonna be Tamunda on Sivir Akshan up against Enamore on Glorious Evolution Shellfolk. I closed the stats. I don't know what they are for this matchup. I doubt I'd get more than like 50 games to look at, so it's like meaningless stats anyway. But
this is, and again, I still think it might be meaningless, but I still think this is a harder matchup for the Glorious Evolution deck. I just feel like it's a late game control deck, right? So anything that is a later game control deck is generally going to have a problem versus more aggressive decks, and this is what Sivir Akshan is. So we got to see, is the hand going to be good? We got the Akshan, turn 2 already, so that's going to be good. We even have the Fleet Feather Tracker now, so things are looking pretty good for Tamunda to start aggressively. Question's going to be, does Enamore have something like a Mystic Shot to prevent some of this early game aggression?
Especially if Tamunda plays the Akshan on 2 without protection, which I think is something that we saw him do in the first series that they played, just immediately lose it to a Mystic Shot. In a hand that, at the moment, like this Akshan is your highest priority unit. It's really like the only thing you have. Yeah, you could accelerate the countdown a little bit by protecting it and, getting the strikes off as well as playing the spells on it. So I am kind of curious whether or not Tamunda actually runs out this Akshan and is just going to take the pass.
So opting to protect it, we have that Sharp Sight, so we would be able to protect it once we get it down this turn. We can also bank the 3 spell mana, so that's going to be very nice. And, okay, going to poke for the 1 damage. Obviously doesn't want to trade the Fleet Feather.
You, Jay Blevins, had spoken earlier about Glorious Evolution Shellfolk having a tough time against these aggressive mid-range decks. It's going into turn 4, 2 units on the field, and Enamore's at 20.
Yeah, but that's the thing, though. What we see a lot from Akshan Sivir and even Draven Scion is this exact thing, right? So going into turn 4, let's say, or even turn 5 on the attack token, the person not playing Sivir Akshan or Draven Scion will still be at like 18 or 20 health, and then all of a sudden the damage flies fast and furious. You start getting 2 or 3 units hitting the board on 1 turn, and you get these large swings. Like, perfect example here, Treasure Seeker into something like this Waking Sands. Now all of a sudden there's this super wide board that we didn't have last turn, but Enamore actually drawing probably what you want in this matchup, which is a bunch of these chump blockers. These Conchologists are not only chump blockers, they also replace themselves with a card in hand that could potentially even remove a unit on Tamunda's side of the field. So I think both players kind of getting what they want here. So this is definitely, I think, going to be a really interesting end to this series as a 3rd game.
Oh, we're pranking. And we're going to hit the not the Concerted Strike, sorry, that was an option, but we are going to hit the Sharp Sight, and that means that only 2 unknowns remain in the hand of Tamunda, that Shaped Stone and that Vicarian Bruiser. But as you had mentioned, this is going to be a pretty big board swing for Tamunda. Going to be able to, kill this Conchologist for free, push through damage with this Merciless Hunter. Probably going to hang back everything else, but we are actually going to go for the Waking Sands as well and just say, I want to push through as much damage as possible. I don't have a rally, but that doesn't really matter to me. I just know that, like, this is the turn where I can push through some damage, but I don't know. It's not really a lot of damage, right? That just gets blocked by an Otterpuss, and there's really nothing to say about that.
Yeah, I don't think I'm crazy about this Waking Sands. I'm not going to lie.
I don't know that there's ever going to be a better time to play it, in all fairness, unless Enamore goes for a full block this turn and you feel like you can get it off on the next attack. And we're going to Shapestone to protect this little Little Fleet Feather Tracker.
I do like the Shapestone. Now we're tapped out, so we could have some fumes. I mean, there could be a lot of other things that Enomore has here. If we do have another card,
like,
yeah.
Yeah, Mystic Shot to kill the Akshan. Things are looking a little slippery for Tamunda here. Our next turn is pretty telegraphed. It's either play Vicarian Bruiser or pass. There's really no other options.
This is actually turning out to be very, very good. Yeah, this is turning out to be incredible. Yeah, look at this. And because of how this panned out, like this Otterpost wouldn't have been able to even block the Merciless Hunter. So we basically just wasted Waking Sands to get rid of an Otterpost. So feels bad, man. All right, so that's all I can say about that.
Well, we still have, especially now with the Vagabond coming down, we're going to be able to get this Warlord's Horde Palace, whichever one it is, pretty, we're going to get it down to 0. We're going to get our Predict and our Draw, which is really the big way that this deck maintains its cards, is through its Akshan and its Akshan level ups, because you're just throwing away a lot of combat tricks a lot of the time for, 1-for-1 trades or things like that. You get down to a 0-sum game, and this is really the only draw power you have. But because you do get to predict and draw, and there are so many very specific cards that you're looking for, it's going to feel, it could be the difference between winning and losing. But we are just going to lose our Merciless Hunter here in order to get down this Vicarian Bruiser.
Yeah, things, man, I gotta say, the way this panned out for Enomore with those early chump blockers, this is exactly what Glorious Evolution Shellfolk wants to see versus a deck like this on turn 6. Only having one unit on board and 2 of their cards in hand, that's freaking amazing right now. Enomore's going to feel real safe.
That Glorious Evolution for the next turn.
Oh,
I don't
man.
think Jay Tamanda's pulling out another surprise lethal. I think that's just going to do it, Doza.
Yeah, I got to agree. I'm so curious if we get this Glorious Evolution on turn 7, which, I mean, we're playing 3. And I kind of joked, earlier today when Enomore drew 3, but this is when you like having 3.
Yeah, exactly. The problem for Enomore has not been finding Glorious Evolution. It has been finding too many Glorious Evolution. I don't think we've seen a game where he didn't have 2 in hand.
All right, we're going for the open attack here. I don't know if this telegraphs not having Glorious Evolution on. I mean, there could be a few different things Enomore's trying to accomplish here. Okay, we're going to actually save the Bruiser, which I don't hate because of the strike effect, so that's nice.
Yeah. Okay, we got something. Time Trick. Seeing what we can find. I don't think anything's going to happen to save this Vi.
So, maybe we don't have Glorious Evolution. I think Enomore recognizing that Jay Tamunda doesn't really have a whole lot, so maybe we have to start being proactive here to find Glorious Evolution or do something else.
Are we trying to force the Sharp Sight? Because there's a 4-mana Sharp Sight.
Yeah. Unless we have something else to kill it. Because that's through 5 damage. We have a Mystic Shot or another. Jesus. Wow.
Fumes, yeah.
That's nuts. And, okay. Wow.
I mean, you might be right, though. Enomore might not have the Glorious Evolution, in which case this is kind of an awkward hand for them as well, and we're just kind of sitting in a wet noodle fight.
Yeah.
One that it's kind of hard to say whose advantage, because this 10-1 Vi obviously isn't going to level. It's going to die as soon as anything touches it. It really comes down to what can Jay Tamunda find off of this Predict. That was the advantage that they had, right? Was they had the Warlord's Palace.
Okay. Wait, was that was gotten off Conchologist?
Conchologist, yeah. So both players at 5 cards. Jay Tamunda needs to find a miracle here. I think I was going to say your best bet is probably Akshan to try and get a Warlord's Horde off later in the game, because it looks like this one's going to go a while.
Sivir not terrible, though.
No.
Sivir actually will do a lot of work here to at least start to pressure and push some damage here, or at least force the trade on something like this Vi. Because there's no way you can just freely take, 5 damage. Maybe you consider taking the 3 damage, but 5 is a little much. So let's see if Enomore has another chump blocker. We're just going to pass. Here's the attack.
Sivir's only at 18 out of 30, so this is not going to level her. We're going to line up our safety block and go for the MK3. Absolver could come out to make sure this Vi dies, and Sivir is safe. But just going to let it go.
Yeah, here we go. Sivir. So that's 5 damage. I mean, this is maybe where Jay Tamunda starts to pressure a little bit more.
Okay.
Oh, here it is. Maybe not. All right, we got
All
the.
right, let's see. Let's see. There's only 4 cards in hand, so maybe it's not lethal. Maybe it's Maybelline. I don't know.
Well,
I don't know what's
I don't think it's
up in that
Maybelline.
little. Maybe it is. I don't know what Enomor's got up there, so we'll take a quick see here. I'm sure that they're about to just vomit most of their hand onto the field. But we did see last game, just did play it out and then didn't have any follow-up. But because we didn't see it on turn 7, I'm going to guess that that is the only copy in their hand and they're not stuck in a weird situation where they're mucked up on 3 of those in a... Oh, God, there's a mosquito in here.
All right, Otterpuss is another... Okay, Otterpuss is another chump blocker, which is really nice. My concern, too... Yeah, see, this was... So we have this rally. That's why, I mentioned last turn about taking, a little bit of damage. We ended up taking the 5 from the Sivir. Any bit of damage, I feel right now for Enomor, any bit of damage, period, with this deck is a risk just because there's no heal. And when you have something explosive, like a rally onto something like a Sivir, especially if she levels up, you have back-to-back attack turns with something like this. Now this board could potentially trade. I think she levels up with 1 attack. Is that right? And then that would give quick attack and spell shield to the Bruiser?
She's at 23.
Oh. So
if memory serves.
Let's see.
I'm going to pop the spell shield.
Okay, yep. So getting rid of the spell shield definitely going to help.
Yeah, this could be a setup for another spell to clear out the barrier, and then, Enomor has the attack token. You can just attack it with Vi.
All right, we're going to get some draw as well. This is coming down to the last couple of cards. What is this?
Yep. Let's take a little ride here with... Ooh, sending in the Otterpuss as well for only 1 mana. What... Do we have a group shot that was created by a conchologist?
I don't think
Enomor trolling with that, or
I think
this actually a misplay?
I think they messed up.
Because if that is the misplay, then I think Enomor might lose here on the attack from Sivir into the open attack.
Did we just throw the game?
It's certainly not out of the question.
Oh boy, this is
+2/+0 or tough. Tough is going to make it even harder for Enomor to get through this, but we're just going to go for the plus.
No.
Oh man.
Oh no. Not like this.
Oh, it ends with a whimper.
Not like this. Not like this.
Enomor.
Taller Nova.
Tamunda.
Taller Nova. Not like this.
And
oh no.
Yeah, that's a sad Poro emote. There's a flex, and that is Enomor.
Oh. What an anticlimactic ending to that. Oh my god. The gig is up.
Jay Doza. Jay Doza. When did you get here? What are you doing on Fight Night?
Can you guys believe it? Can you guys believe it?
I can't believe that you are Jay Doza. I can't believe how that match just ended between Tamunda and Enomor. Game 3 coming down to just that
was insane.
One of the more straightforward punts that we've seen here on Fight Night.
I'm not gonna lie. There was literally no reason for that attack. I don't know if maybe he was thinking there was no barrier.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you just straight up forgot about the barrier.
I think it was just the barrier. That was it. It was just there's no barrier. I'm just gonna send this Otterpuss in. It'll trade. No big deal. Yeah, not too hot. But that does mean Tamunda is going to be your Fight Night victor.
So, the good news is, technically, Enomor lost anyway. Because Sivir went up to 8 attack, Sivir would have gone up to 12 attack with the Absolver on the following turn. That would have overwhelmed with 11 damage anyway. So, didn't technically matter there.
Yeah, and see, that was exactly what I was mentioning before with taking the damage. It was the same exact thing with the damage. If you take too much damage with that deck, you'll put yourself within lethal range if you have something like Overwhelm. And yeah, it's just going to be too hard.
We've been here for hours, and I feel robbed. I feel robbed of the climactic ending that I was promised. But it is what it is. Sometimes it be like that, Well,
no, you know what? Honestly, I loved seeing that entire the last couple of matches there for the and the final because we get some Thralls, and the Thralls games were always very interesting. Like, not expecting how that was going to go whatsoever. But we do have an interview with the one and only Jay Tamunda coming on here, so let's see if we can bring Jay Tamunda on over, have a little chat. The fellow,
a little chit chat,
fellow caster extraordinaire as well. Also putting us to shame and actually winning the tournaments here too. So very excited to get with Jay Tamunda here in just a second. But yeah, I think I do want to take away that Thralls actually did decent with this. And yes, I will admit, now that you guys know I'm Jay Goza, GE is pretty good. But we do have Jay Tamunda on the line. Jay Tamunda, what's going on, man? How you doing tonight?
How are you guys? I'm doing great. I'm pretty happy with how it went down.
So, very standard lineup composition out of you. Sort of, this Draven Scion and the Sivir Auction. Were you just like, I'm not going to put too much thought into this. I know what the good decks are. I'm just going to bring these two comfort picks. Or was it a little bit more complicated than that?
I mean, go this road. I always say it. I take the decks which are like across the board good and that I'm comfortable with. I don't really try to read too much into the meta, because to win a tournament you are going to have to win unfavored matchups at some point, and if you're not comfortable with the deck, you're not going to win it.
That's fair.
Yeah, no, I actually I love that answer 100%. I mean, me as a player as well, I always try to go for my comfort picks there, and you feel a little bit more confident playing things. So it's some great insight there. So what's your thought then on the Thralls matchup? Did you prepare at all for Thralls? Were you even expecting to see Thralls in this tournament? Because those games seemed really, really weird when they played out.
I was thinking that my lineup was, I didn't think of Thralls. I thought about, like, it was really good against aggro, pretty good against darkness and those kind of decks, like decent against Shellfolk. And I was also only really kind of concerned about Lee Sin, which you can beat with Sivir. And there's not much that counters Sion other than Lee Sin, so it was pretty comfortable lineup in that sense. I don't think Thralls is favored against any of both my decks. I think he played really well the deck, and also, like, I don't remember drawing that bad with Sion as that game.
Speaking of that Scion game, really just like that last match, the bracket reset match, where like you open with your Scion and you draw, like 10 burn right off the bat and no discard things, followed by like that game 3 where Ianamor just like runs an Otterpuss into your barriered up Sivir. Was there any like moment that stood out to you? Like, what was your thought process going in after the bracket reset, after you two had each 2-0'd each other once?
I mean, I still thought I was favored. I wanted him to get to the final, because I think Rick Diggus would have a much better lineup against mine. But, those things happen unexpected. He beat me really easily on the first match. I don't think like, in the whole final, both games, I don't think I got, like, really great draws. I just think I had, like, favorable matchups, usually. And in the end, I only had to win against Shellfolk, which isn't bad against my decks as much, but it can break, right? Because I'm guessing he had like double Glorious Evolution in hand in a couple of the games, and that last game, I think he got too excited, and maybe at the end, I don't know if the closing play was his best play, or I'm not sure about that.
It's a lot more polite than we said it.
Yeah. I want to say something about one of the earlier games. That you were, because after I finish playing, I usually, like, you have time to heal, I go and watch the stream.
Yeah.
And there was a play in particular where I, like, made a decision to make a 2/2 block, then I changed it for against darkness. And you like explained all my thought process from the first, like, I grabbed this one because first he's going for more damage, but then he realizes the other one has augment, and if Concologist gave it something, then he can.
Was that right?
The fearful. You were like reading every single step of my thought process in changing. It was crazy. I was like, what? He should be playing right now.
Yeah, no, I saw that from a mile away when you had swapped them out. Because you know what it was, because it's something that I would completely do as well. Too. So it's like, no, that's awesome. That's awesome. So yeah, one last question, Jay Tamunda. I gotta say, what do you like? Because I know you casted a little bit too. What do you like better? Do you like casting better, or do you like playing better?
Sometimes it depends on the day. Sometimes it's too much stress to play. I was pretty chill today, so I wasn't stressing, and I'd rather play this. Mm-hmm. But some days it's like I don't know. I'd rather not deal with the Loping telescope getting a field rush or stuff like that happening to me. I'd rather just cast it and enjoy it.
Yep.
Than suffering it. I wanted to ask though, do I get another invite to come back? Because it's the second week.
Yep.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
So I can go a third time.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
There's no limit. You just keep winning these.
You just keep going.
Bringing you on back.
Okay. Has anybody won 3 in a row?
A Winding God might have.
Back in the very beginning.
Okay. So I have my target now.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
And speaking of, we did want to ask: is there any call out that you want to make? Any player that you want to see on the next fight night that you'd like to play against?
Well, my favorite player in the server is Tomás Samo.
Okay.
I don't know how many times he's been invited to the tournament, but he's my favorite player in Americas. I would also say I think TP Tips is playing his damn mind out the last few weeks. Even during the seasonal, he was playing great.
Delay.
He got to top 16. I think he would be another option. TP Tips is a really, really good player.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Jay Tamunda. And again, congratulations on your win. We will see you again next week.
I'll see you next week, guys. Bye.
All right, so that is gonna do it for Jay Tamunda in the interview. So thank you very much to Jay Tamunda for coming on. Sorry guys, I blew it. I spoiled it. It's Jay Doza the whole time. Taller Casanova alongside me this entire time, but honestly, happy to be here for the first time on Fight Night. Very, very exciting stuff. Love casting with you as always, my dude. And
I don't even know how to pretend to get out of costume. It was me, Boulevard, the entire time. Nobody knew. I don't
just flip your hair back.
Not having a Casanova costume, I can try to wipe the paint or the Sharpie off my nails, but that's about it. As Taller Nova, one thing that I want to say before I get out of Taller Nova is shout out to Boulevard, baby, and absolutely nobody else. But yeah, it's been an absolute blast being on my 5th fight night here. Absolutely, let's go. It's just me up here. I'm crushing it. That didn't flip as well as I wanted to. Anyway, I'm getting off camera now. We're going to let you all enjoy the rest of your night, and don't forget to check back next week for more fight night action. We have been Casanova and Blevins, a.k.a. Boulevard, and Jay Doza. Have a good night.
I still have beard floating around in front of me.